Okay, gang, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious, and we're going to do something a little, very different today than I normally do. Normally we host discussions and debates and things like that, and we are going to have a debate later tonight. So it's going to be a long stream, gang. At 9 o'clock, I'm going to be going on the Raging Tomato, and we're going to be debating whether or not Americans should support Palestinian statehood. I think they should, and I'm going to argue as to why. It'll be me and Soypill versus Misfit Patriot and Gibbs, and we'll talk about that. And that'll be tonight's debate. So those of you who tune in to me just wanting to see the debates, that's coming tonight. So you're going to get your fix. Don't worry. Coming, boys and girls, it's coming. Okay. But for those of you who want to join me on doing something a bit different today, we're going to be talking about nationalism. I realized on my Friday show that almost no one knows what nationalism is. None of you, well, I won't say none of you, but a good portion of you had very limited notions of what that was and how it manifested, its origins, its definition even, right? And we're going to be talking about that today, and I'm going to be going over what nationalism is, okay? Where it came from, where it originated, how it's manifested throughout modern history. And to do that, I spent all weekend reading, okay? I chose, initially I chose 5 books, but that was a mistake, okay? I couldn't get through all 5. I was able to get through 3. And we're going to be pulling from the works of Elie Kedourie, who wrote Nationalism, Ernest Gellner, who wrote Nations and Nationalism. We're going to be talking about Hans Kohn's book, Nationalism, Its Meaning and History. There are several essays we're going to be going over, so not full books, but essays on the subject by Brooks, by Berlin, we're going to be talking about some definitions by, I believe it is Max Weber. Hell, we're going to be talking some Kant today. We're going to talk some Hume. We're going to talk some philosophy. There's a lot to it, okay? But I realize we should do this because you're not going to take my word for it. None of you are. And I understand. Get it. Who am I? I'm some schlub, right? I'm some schlub. But I decided, you know what? How about we take some scholars and we read what they said, and we kind of see how they view the rise of nationalism. Schwengo says, can you distinguish between populism and nationalism? To me, populism is a real problem. Well, populism is something different, and it is a problem, but that's probably beyond the scope of today's discussion. Fancy T says, oh boy, Hero Go raging again. Hopefully it's not too much rage. Okay, I brought receipts. So I have everything sourced. We're going to go over it. I have the PDFs for all these books pulled up, and I will show you from the source material what they say. Now, you could be mad at them. Maybe. I don't know. But here we are, right? Coffee Margin says, to be fair, some of your audience can't tell the difference between Palestinians and Pakistanis. True. Conservative liberalism says it's always worth drawing a clear line between ethno-nationalism and civic nationalism. Kedourie has something to say about that, and we're going to go through it. To be clear, civic nationalism, most of the people who talk and say that they're civic nationalists aren't nationalists. Not in the classic academic sense. At least not according to Kedourie. Or Gellner, for that matter. But we'll talk about it. We'll go through it. And we'll figure out why. Like, nationalism, they're... See, I'm getting distracted reading the comments. I had a whole outline, and now I'm all skipping things. But it's worth talking about, right? So there's a thing called Kohn's dichotomy. Okay, dichotomy, I don't know. But basically, he draws the distinction that conservative liberalism does, right? And he draws it between two different types of nationalism. You have Western nationalism and Eastern nationalism. And he points to Western nationalism and says, this is the good nationalism. This is civic nationalism and things like that. Nationalism based on civic duty, honor, all those things. And you have Eastern nationalism. And Eastern nationalism is the bad nationalism. And it's based on ethnicity and all these things. Kedourie and Gellner disagree with that. And I tend to disagree with that as well. And we're going to get into why, and we're going to get into what they have to say on the subject at hand. And it comes into how you define what a nation is, as all these things do, and what a nationalist means when they say nation versus what everyone else might mean when they say nation. And it's not particularly the same. And we're going to get into it, right? But yeah, I would personally say that civic nationalists need to pick a better word because most of them aren't nationalists, not really. And the few that are using civics as a vehicle, a vector to insert more insidious nationalism into something that shouldn't be connected to it. But we'll talk about it. Eucharist says, I don't know that I agree with you on everything nationalism related, but more than anything, I appreciate you taking the time to do the reading and make a case for your position, Admiral. Thank you. Schwenga says, you're a damn good-looking schlub, no homo. Well, you know what? I appreciate that. Okay. Lauren says, we're the only generation of Americans that elected a president who was found guilty of felonies and found liable for sexual abuse. Democrats think this is embarrassing and shameful, but I love it. Okay, I don't know why you love that, but okay, I guess that's if you want. Kinetic Pause, thank you for the Prime sub on a subscribe for 15 months. Wow, that's a lot of months. That's a lot of months. I'm basically killing a little time, giving time for everyone to kind of shuffle on in. I understand that this is basically a research stream and a presentation on the research that I've done. And I get it that most people don't tune in to me for that, but I hope the ones who stay enjoy it, right? But yeah, we'll get into it. Will there be a PowerPoint? No. There will not be a PowerPoint. I have an outline on my notes, but I'm not going to show you. And there's no quiz at the end. Well, I'm sure throughout, if you have comments or questions, because I want this to be like an interactive thing. I don't want to just sit here, point to the notes, right? Point to my conclusions, and that will be it. I want to discuss these concepts with you. I want to talk about this with you. And to do that, though, I think I have to first present my findings. And then we'll go over it. Okay? Cool? I hope so. Get up my stuff. Doop, doop, bloop. So yeah, that's what we're doing today, just to be clear. We are going to start by kind of introducing what nationalism is, how it came about, the various scholars that I've read definitions on what nation is, what a state is, etc. And then we're going to talk about like how it's manifested throughout history and things like that. And I will be presenting to you my argument today that I think nationalism is, I don't know if it's the greatest, but it is one of the greatest threats to individual liberty that we have seen ever. It is a pernicious and evil ideology that makes extremist, it subsumes the will of the individual into that of the state. And we're going to go into it, right? So now keep in mind that not everyone agrees with me, and not all the scholars agree with each other. And there are scholars who disagree with the findings that other scholars have made. It's one of those interesting things about research is in academic in general. Like the more expertise you get on a subject and the more knowledgeable about a subject a group of people become, you would think that opinions would tend to converge, right? You'd think that they tend to come together, right? Into like, oh, okay, we all have a common understanding and common thoughts about what these things are and what they things represent, and what these things mean. That doesn't tend to be the case. The more knowledge you get on a subject, the more we see opinions on that subject kind of diverging, funnily enough, as people really get into the nitty-gritty and the nuance about what X means and why it means that, etc. Sneed McFeed says, but your title says you want to give in to Palestinian nationalism. No. A nation and a state are not the same thing. And we're going to go over that, okay? In fact, one of the core tenets of nationalism is the belief that each individual nation should have its own state, okay? Each individual nation needs its own state. And when a state tries to govern multiple nations, as they define it, it tends to end in disaster, as they claim, at least, right? And it tends to make each of the nations under that state's umbrella worse off. So no, that is not true. J Max says, are you going to force the panel to agree on an actual definition of nationalism? We're not having a panel today, except for later, and I'm going on someone else's show, and nationalism isn't the debate topic. The pleb says, do you think there are nationalist states or countries, or just individuals can be nationalists? There are obviously nationalist states or countries and things like that. Yeah, there are. There have been throughout history. But not every nation is nationalist. That'd be silly. You're all good, J-Mac. Icarus says, chugging the D. I love the D, okay? Look, I'm trying to drink less soda. And Sunny D is good. So, $50 from Base Tiny says, thank you for providing an accessible narrative to research. Ignore your active viewer disparity. I have faith that this will exponentialize in time if you continue this path. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Haven't started yet, but we will in a second. I want to start with a quote. And this is from Elie Kedourie's Nationalism. And let me get it up here, and we'll read it together from the screen, okay? So you guys know I'm being honest with you. Let me get to the page. Here we go. Well, let me adjust so you guys can actually see this. Hold on. Oh. I want to make it so you guys can read along with me. Bear with me while I adjust the page here. You guys read that? Is it something that you can actually read and see? He says this, quoting a gentleman by the name of Lord Acton. He says, the verdict of Lord Acton, rendered in the middle of the last century, would seem to be prophetic, temperate, and just. Nationality, he wrote, does not aim either at liberty or prosperity, both of which it sacrifices to the imperative necessity of making the nation the mold and measure of the state. Its course will be marked with material as well as moral ruin, in order that a new invention may prevail over the works of God in the interests of mankind. I like it. It echoes my sentiment. and we're going to open up with this. So what is nationalism? Ooh, here's where we're going to get into it, okay? Because there's several competing definitions of this, okay, that vary in different styles and types. But I want to give you first the 3 books I read and their definitions of it, and then we'll get into how they differ, how they're the same, and what that means for the discourse at hand. Okay. And again, if you have questions and if you have comments, keep them coming. I'll try to address this. I want this to be interactive. I want you guys to have a discussion with me and all these things. Okay. Okay, says, Kedourie explains nationalism thusly. The doctrine that divides humanity into separate and distinct nations claims that such nations must constitute sovereign states and asserts that members of a nation reach freedom and fulfillment by cultivating the peculiar identity of their own nation and by seeking their own persons in the greater whole of the nation. That's his definition. And we're going to get to what they mean by nation as we go. Okay. There's a simple, a more concise definition by Kohn, okay, who says this. What is nationalism? Nationalism is a state of mind in which the supreme loyalty of the individual is felt to be due the nation state. Again, we're going to get into what they mean by nations. It's not the same, right? We're going to get into all of that. Gellner, in his book, says this. Nationalism is primarily a political principle, which holds that the political and the national unit should be congruent. Nationalism as a sentiment or as a movement can best be defined in terms of this principle. Nationalist sentiment is a feeling of anger aroused by the violation of the principle, or the feeling of satisfaction aroused by its fulfillment. A national movement is one actuated by a sentiment of this kind. Later on, in the same page, he explains what he means thusly. He says, in brief, nationalism is a theory of political legitimacy which requires that ethnic boundaries should not cut across political ones, and in particular, that ethnic boundaries within a given state, a contingency already formally excluded by the principle in its general formulation, should not separate the power holders from the rest. So what that means in layman's terms pretty much is this, okay? It means that a country's political system should be based on matching ethnic groups with their own separate states. It argues that the people in power and the general population within a state should all belong to the same ethnic group, and that ethnic differences shouldn't create divisions within the same country. Basically, it says every ethnic group deserves its own nation where they control the government. Germany for the Germans, England for the English, Spain for the Spaniards, etc. Okay, that's the basics. Okay, the real basic kind of definitions that each of these scholars lay out. What do you guys think? Oh, am I giving you a black screen? What's going on? Hello? Hello? Spain for the Spanglish. We can't see nothing. Can you see it now? I wonder why that... You know, every time I minimize Discord, that happens. Okay. Let's see. I'm there now. You guys can see me? I apologize. So, I would argue that Gellner's definition and Kedourie's definition are pretty similar, okay? Both talk about ethnic groups and how they are kind of like foundational to what a nation actually means. Like, because again, to a nationalist, a nation is an ethnic group, pretty much, okay? And we're going to talk about why that is and why they think though, and why the founders and the fathers of nationalism posited it so. And I'm going to give you evidence, and I'm going to give you quotes, and we're going to look it all up, okay? We're going to go through it. But that's basically what those two things. Now, Kohn's definition is a little broader. he doesn't define nations in the same way. He defines a nation thusly in his work, okay? And let me get it up. He says, a group of people bound together by a common history, culture, and language, who are conscious of forming a community and who possess a will to maintain and develop that community. So his definition, Hans, his definition is much broader, okay, of what a nation is. And this kind of explains the disparity in how they view, in which countries they view to be nationalistic or to be founded on nationalism, in which ones they don't. Because there are differences here, and they do argue different things as they go. Death by Sloth says, my ethnic group is a Silk Song fan. Fair enough. Zero Fox says, doesn't ethnic have a different conceptualization to Europeans than it does to Americans? Well, we're gonna read exactly what they meant by ethnic group, okay? Because again, nationalism is a modern, and all the scholars that I've read agree on this point. Nationalism is a new thing. It is a modern, what's the best word for this? A modern invention? A modern philosophy? A modern mode of thinking? It's new. There's debate on when it was founded, right? Like whether it was the end of the 18th century, the beginning of the 19th century, exactly when it kind of made shape or form, but all the scholars agree that it's a new phenomenon. Okay. Da Hammer says, yeah, nationalism is post-Napoleonic. Kedourie agrees with you. Kohn does not, right? So Kohn would consider the American Revolution a nationalistic movement, whereas Kedourie would not, and neither would Gellner. And again, we're going to talk about why, and we're going to get into it, but I'm just introducing these concepts right now as we go, okay? And again, keep these things in mind. And we're going to look up the sources and all these things. And it may take me a minute to switch between all the things because my tech isn't great, but bear with me as we go. JMac says, true, nationalism as a political ideology is a modern phenomenon, but peoples have long felt a loyalty to their territory or group. Yes, but that's called patriotism or tribalism or even xenophobia if you have hatred for the other. And again, these have been existed since time immemorial, but they are a fundamentally different thing than nationalism. Nationalism will often use these things and try to tie themselves to these things in order to gain power, but they are a separate thing, right? Base Tiny says, I've seen arguments that Germany in World War I and World War II was Germany seeking a national identity, but I didn't look very much further into it. Well, it absolutely was. World War I and World War II wasn't it seeking a national identity, so to speak, but it was a result of them being nationalistic, of nationalist movements within their country. Germany, as it was existed during that time, is again a product of nationalism. Right? And we're going to read one of the founding philosophers on this. What was his name? Let me get it up. Johann Gottlieb Fichte? I can't pronounce these names. I am sorry. Johann, he wrote in his addresses to the German nation in 1808, right? He wrote a stirring and a passionate call for nationalism. And he's considered one of the kind of founding voices and fathers of nationalism, at least by Kedourie, right? And we're going to go into what he argued and what he said and the things that he tried to build. Because again, remember, nationalism was built by philosophers, not politicians. Politicians used nationalism, but it was the philosophers who built nationalism, who codified it, who made it an actual kind of political, sociological idea. Does that make sense? Yeah, philosophers, fuck them, right? Okay, conservative liberalism says nations coalesced at different times and different places for different reasons. King Harold unified Norway in 872. Japan unified in the 16th century. Anyone using Napoleon as a marker is Euro-brained. Nationalism is a European ideology. Again, don't mistake. Nation is different than nationalism. They are not the same. Okay? A state is different than nationalism. They are not the same. And we're going to go through. Am I still coping about this? I don't know if it's coping. But did you just get here? I'm giving you the research on this. Okay? You can disagree with it if you like. There are other people who do. But it is what it is. And again, in each of the definitions I've given so far, by Kohn, by Gellner, by Kedourie, all of them, every single one, require the will of the individual to be subsumed to the state. Okay? 2 of the 3 require an ethnic component. Okay? Kohn doesn't, but, here nor there. Now, there are more modern definitions of nationalism that allow for more liberal things and like that. And we're going to read an essay on that just to give you guys a different perspective. But Kedourie has this to say on that. Okay? And this is his quote. And I'll read it for you right here. He says, in nationalist doctrine, language, race, culture, and sometimes even religion constitute different aspects of the same primordial entity, the nation. The theory admits here of no great precision, and it is misplaced ingenuity to try and classify nationalism according to the particular aspect which they choose to emphasize. What is beyond doubt is the doctrine divides humanity into separate and distinct nations, claims that such nations must constitute sovereign states, and asserts that the members of a nation reach freedom and fulfillment by cultivating the peculiar identity of their own nation and by sinking their own person in the greater whole of the nation. So let's talk about one of the considered by most to be the first nationalistic nation that existed. Can anyone guess? Does anyone know? What do most scholars consider the first? This is nationalism. This is when it's first shown. Okay. Some people consider it proto-nationalism because they didn't have like a codified set of beliefs or anything like that yet. Germany, close. No, not Rome. Rome governed several different nations. It was an empire, which is a different thing. Not Czechoslovakia, not Prussia. The French Revolution, gang. I'll give it to you. The French Revolution. Okay? Back in the late 18th century. Yes, France. Okay. Let me read a quote from you. Let me show it on the screen. Let me get up the page here. This is from The Awakening of Nationalism and Liberty chapter, right? By Hans Kohn. Let me. Here we are. Sorry, there's a lot of words. It's dense, and I want to make sure you guys can read it. Let me make it bigger. Here. In all the communities of France, an altar of the fatherland was erected with the inscription, "The citizen is born, lives, and dies for the fatherland." Before it, the population assembled with patriotic songs, took an oath to uphold national unity, and to obey and protect the supreme lawgiver, the sovereign people. Okay, this is just one bits of how this kind of nationalistic fervor took hold first in France, right? They were inspired by the American Revolution, but the American Revolution was a somewhat different thing. Okay, so France, again, one of the first nationalist nations, okay, at least at the time, everything was given to the state. Everything was everything, they turned the education system on its head from what existed and made sure that it preached loyalty to the state. And it was, again, everything was to the state. Everything, the art, culture, music, education, everything that you did as a person was in service to the state. That was, again, initially the idea. Now, of course, for those of you who know what happened with the French Revolution, you had the terror, you had all sorts of craziness instituted with that. But it, at the time, inspired a lot of people because, again, they were rebelling against a pretty bad monarchy, right? If you guys remember. Things weren't going well for them. And they succeeded. They overthrew their oppressors. And this kind of created a blueprint that many philosophers latched onto and used to kind of codify what it meant to have nationalism, right? And a lot of them did, at least according to Kedourie, a lot of the German philosophers who he credits as being the founders of nationalism did this because they were kind of jealous. French at the time was kind of the language of education because of the nature of the language. And they felt like they were kind of second-class citizens. And so they were like, you know what? If the French can have their nation, the Germans should be able to have their nation too. And again, Napoleon, who was not a nationalist, but used nationalism to kind of further his aims. You remember in the context of Europe, he went on basically a conquering spree until he was beaten by the Russians. Okay. And a lot of the people considered the national unity of France to be one of the reasons that he was so successful. Napoleon was so successful. And so they wanted to emulate that. They wanted to kind of have that for themselves. And so they built this philosophical foundation around that. And one of the things that, excuse me, a break for eating a little cheese here. White guys love cheese, right? Tainted Holy, what are we talking about? What are we talking about the left and right? Nationalism isn't a left or a right thing. The nationalism is a leftist when it's going against right-wing governments, and nationalism is conservative or right, or I'm sorry, not conservative. Nationalism is right-wing when it's going against socialistic, more left-leaning governments or more liberal governments, right? It's neither a left or a right thing, really. You can have nationalism from a left-wing perspective. You can have nationalism from a right-wing perspective. In the end, that's almost beside the point. It's kind of silly to try to classify it as a right or a left thing because we have examples of both. Let me get... Okay. This is also from Hans Kohn. Gonna read this. Here we go. In the 18th century, wars had been fought with limited contingents and limited efforts. For the first time in 1793, the National Convention requisitioned everybody and everything in the service of the nation at least in theory. Men in industry were mobilized, writers and artists were engaged to kindle the people's enthusiasm. All these efforts bore fruit. The invading armies were repelled. The young French nation was saved, but it was saved by the army, and even after the hour of danger had passed, the army remained preeminent in national thought to a degree unknown in the English-speaking nations. The new French nation-state emerged covered with greater military glory than ever in the days of her mightiest kings. O terre de... fucking French, okay? I don't know, gang. Says, O France, O ma patrie, a Republican poet addressed the fatherland in 1797. The popularity of the army helped the ascent of General Napoleon Bonaparte to power, okay? Right? And then it goes on to the book and talks about Napoleon and how he kind of acted as like an unintentional envoy of nationalism to the other nations. The cheese fell into my beard. What are you talking about? Left side of my chin area. Are you just fucking with me? I don't see no cheese. I don't feel no cheese. Yes, nationalism is worse than patriotism. Patriotism is a different thing. Sphere the beard birds. 4 cheese now. Gang, are you just fucking with me? I don't know. Maybe it got caught in my beard. I'm not sure. It's an Xbox controller. So, to understand what the founders of nationalism, the philosophers, were working with, one of the most influential philosophers ever, but especially for that time, was Immanuel Kant. You guys know him? He had the categorical imperative, all that. There were others, Hume, Hegel, but it was Kant that kind of first talked about the kind of like self-determination, right? And how one should kind of like have their own like authority of will. Okay, it should come from within. Okay, they should have the ability to self-determine for themselves what is right, what is wrong, etc. Okay, Kedourie talks about this at length. Now, Gellner disagrees. Okay, so Gellner and Kedourie have a huge disagreement in what the reason for nationalism's founding. Okay, Kedourie thinks philosophers created it in order to impose this like monogamous, not the sameness. Is monogamous the right word here? I'm not sure. Hegemonic, this kind of like sameness in culture, and that's what they wanted to do. Now, Gellner disagrees, right? Gellner thinks that nationalism came because the industrialization, right, of the world, of Europe, demanded it. Demanded a homogeneity. That's it. Homogeneity. Thank you. A homogeneity. Homogeny? A homogeneous culture. And because of industrialism requiring more production, more efficiency in order to work, it demanded a homogeneous culture. And then nationalism was kind of like the inevitable product of that. Okay, that's what Gellner's argument is. And he spends many a chapter, right, kind of bringing that argument to the fore. He goes through the agrarian age. He goes through the pre-agrarian society. He goes through the industrial age, and he shows how they worked culturally, how they the different like needs of how their society was structured, and all this, right? And he argues that industrialism made nationalism an inevitability. Kedourie disagrees. Kedourie says that this was never inevitable, that the philosophers were the ones who made it so and unleashed this kind of like wildness of tigers into the world that did not need to be there. To be clear, Gellner thinks that nationalism is also a lie, right? He says that the how to put it, that the premise on which nationalism is built of ethnic homogeneity is never how the world worked before then. Okay? It was never necessary. And nationalism says that this is all necessary. And he says, no, that's a lie, because we've seen how the world worked up until the industrial age, and it did not work like that. And societies weren't organized like that. And we have countless examples of a whole ton of different societies and states who governed multiple what nationalists would consider nations. And it worked just fine. Echo says, what a dumb fucking debate topic. Homogenous, thank you. Palestinians do not... the Palestinian debate's later. We're talking nationalism right now. Palestinian debate's later, okay? That's at 9. Got a pudding pack. I like pudding. I'm the only one doing the talking, so I get to eat and drink a little more than I normally do, okay? Which do you guys agree with? Do you agree with Gellner more? Who says that nationalism was an inevitable product of industrialization? Or do you agree with Kedourie more, who claims that this was never inevitable and philosophers just basically made it so that they could get a better station in life? And it had unintended consequences, because there's an interesting quote, and I want to read this because I found it very apt. Let me find it for you. Jumping between multiple pages and multiple books. Fun. Here we go. Move it over. But if, as in actual states, government implies the existence of the hangman and the soldier, then to clothe issues of power in religious or aesthetic terminology can lead to misleading and dangerous confusion. Reason of state begins to partake of sovereign reason, and necessity of state to seem a necessity for eternal salvation. This confusion between public and private, this intermixture between the spiritual and the temporal, has passed into current political rhetoric, and rulers have tried to persuade the ruled that relations between citizens are the same as those between lovers and husbands and wives, or parents and children, and that the bond uniting the individual to the state is religious, similar to that which unites the believer and his God, the prophet and his followers, or the mystic and his disciples. Right? A speech by the Coptic leader of the Egyptian Wafd, Makram Ubaid, okay, I'm gonna butcher this, okay, says, may illustrate this modern branch of rhetoric. The logic of the heart, Makram Ubaid declares, is love, and love is the foundation of all virtues. Love is one, however numerous it's varied in names. The love of God is religion. The love of virtue is good behavior. The love of the fatherland is patriotism. The love of the family is kin-feeling. Sexual love has been usually called love proper or amorousness. And the love of a friend is friendship. Thus all feelings are gathered into one, which is love, and their origin is one. And this is the heart. The heart is from God, and God is love, as it is said in the Bible. The feeling of love is essentially a mingling of souls. Love may be private, and in it would be included love of family and love of friend, or it may be public, and this is love of the fatherland or of religion. Do not think that public love is a mere imaginary feeling. Nay, sometimes, especially at the times of enthusiasm, its effect on the heart is even more powerful and more extensive than private love. Man may even sacrifice private love for the sake of public love. He may sacrifice his interests and his children for the sake of the love of his country and for the sake of an exalted idea which has taken hold of him. So all this to say, right? All this to say that Kedourie is very, very critical of the philosophers, because the philosophers, who are not politicians, who again do not understand statecraft, right, have crafted a political philosophy that does not, in his words, does not take into account the actual realities of governing, right? As implied in the beginning of the quote, But if, as in actual states, government implies the existence of the hangman and the soldier, then to clothe the issues of power and religious and aesthetic terminology can lead to a misleading and a dangerous confusion, which is what he believes that nationalism is. It is the hijacking of different concepts in order to create a political reality without regard for political reality. Base Tiny says, a population aligned to industry makes more sense than a population somehow persuaded by philosophy transmitted by mouth or page. Nations map onto ethnicities because far fewer people traveled and settled in many places. Making new ethnostates is bad and cringe. Well, no. Ethnostates didn't really exist in any meaningful sense before nationalism. I mean, some did, but they were more by accident than design. And that's why nationalism, at least in the 19th century, especially in the 20th century, right? In the 19th century especially, but the 20th century has led to like such bouts of warfare, is because it's trying to create lines and boundaries that did not historically exist. It is claiming they did, but these are lies, right? They are lying. But this concept of self-determination, right? That Kant kind of codified and he wrote in his treatises and all his works. Many of the German philosophers took that concept. And what they did was they put it and said self-determination isn't just by the individual. And shouldn't be just by the individual. It should be by the state. Or by the nation, more specifically. And the state would be the vehicle towards the self-determination. The state is how a nation exercises self-determination. And that every nation, and again, what they meant by nation, and we're going to get into that, and I'll show you by quotes, was ethnicity, right? Each of them deserved the ability to self-determine for themselves. And in fact, unless you had a state that was run by the same people who were in the nation that the state governed, you could not have true self-determination. That's the argument, right? So they took this concept and twisted it. So we're going to read a poem, right, by Arndt, okay? And he wrote a well-known poem called The German Fatherland. I'm going to read that real quick. It illustrates the point. Well, you know what? Actually, let's read this whole this whole segment. I think is worth reading. Okay, and this is one of the founders, at least as Kedourie argues, one of the founders of this. Give me a second. Let me find where it begins. It's worth reading this whole section, and I know it's long, but it's worth it, gang. Let me find a good starting point. Apologies. Okay. Here we go. From this, two conclusions may be drawn. First, that people who speak an original language are nations. And second, that nations must speak an original language. To speak an original language is to be true to one's character, to maintain one's identity. And as German is an original language, only the German escapes the artificiality and sterility of those who speak dead languages. And only the German, the original man who is not enmeshed in a lifeless, mechanical organization, considers Fichte, I don't know how to say his name, really has a people and is entitled to count on one. And he alone is capable of real and rational love for his nation. Again, since a nation, ipso facto, must speak an original language, its speech must be cleansed of foreign accretions and borrowings, since the purer the language, the more natural it is, and the easier it becomes for the nation to realize it and to increase its freedom. All the more, therefore, is it incumbent on a nation worthy of the name to revive, develop, and extend what is taken to be its original speech, even though it might be found only in remote villages or had not been used for centuries, even though its resources are inadequate and its literature poor. For only such an original language will allow a nation to realize itself and attain freedom. Such is the doctrinal foundation of the vast philological labors which has accompanied the spread of nationalism all over the world. Well might nationalists adopt the motto wittily coined by the historian Albert Sorel: I speak, therefore I am. The test, then, by which a nation is known to exist is that of language. A group speaking the same language is known as a nation, and a nation ought to constitute a state. It is not merely that a group of people speaking a certain language may claim the right to preserve its language. Rather, such a group, which is a nation, will cease to be one if it is not constituted into a state. Then, says Fichte, it is bound to give up its language and to coalesce with its conquerors in order that there may be unity and internal peace and complete oblivion of relationships which no longer exist. Such a group, absorbed in a foreign state, is doomed to death. Its members become, in Fichte's eloquent metaphors, an appendix to the life which bestirred itself of its own accord before them or beside them. They are an echo resounding from the rock, an echo of a voice already silent. They are considered as a people, outside the original people, and to the latter they are strangers and foreigners. Again, if a nation is a group of people speaking the same language, then if political frontiers separate the members of such a group, these frontiers are arbitrary, unnatural, and unjust. Understand me rightly, says a character in Fichte's dialogue on patriotism and its opposite in 1807. The separation of Prussians from the rest of the Germans is purely artificial. The separation of the Germans from the other European nations is based on nature. Through a common language and through a common national characteristics which unite the Germans, they are separate from the others. Only on this assumption did it make sense to entitle his lectures Addresses to the German Nation. For when they were delivered in Berlin in 1807, there was politically no German nation. The German-speaking parts of Europe had the most diverse political arrangements, and the fact that Prussians and Bavarians, Bohemians and Silesians all spoke German was not considered of great political moment, clearly, certainly not enough to warrant the disruption of so many settled institutions. Fichte and his fellow nationalists strove to prove and convince that the fact of speaking one language was sufficient reason for upsetting all existing political arrangements and for bringing about a new one in which all who spoke the German tongue would form the same state. What is the fatherland of the German? Asked Arndt in the well-known poem, The German Fatherland. Name me the great country. As far as the German tongue sounds, and as God sings in heaven, that's what it ought to be. Call that thine, valiant German. That is the fatherland of the German, where anger roots out foreign nonsense, where every Frenchman is called enemy, where every German is called friend. That is what it ought to be. It ought to be the whole of Germany. The French Revolution, has been seen, gave currency to the principle that individuals and communities have the right to secede from one and adhere to another state. No less revolutionary in its consequences is this other principle, that the boundaries of states are natural and correspond with the linguistic map of a territory. The first, original, and truly national boundaries of a state, lays down Fichte, are beyond doubt the internal boundaries. Those who speak the same language are joined to each other by a multitude of invisible bonds by nature herself, long before any human art begins. Okay? And it goes on for a while, but I think you get the point. Okay? Fichte and a lot of his compatriots use this principle, right? This principle of language means nation. And they codified a whole system of political and sociological governance on this principle. Alexander Rint for $10 says, do you think that nationalism is a complete concept, or does it have a spectrum of nationalism light to nationalism extreme? I think that's generally been the contention people had before. You can have nationalistic tendencies and it not be nationalism. So nationalism refers to a very specific set of codified political sociological principle, right? You can borrow portions of that, but that doesn't necessarily make you a nationalist, right? At least in my view. Do you disagree? We back? Are we good? I'm just reading a little bit. I was reading a lot, so when I read these things, I have to cover up chat, so I can't see what you guys are saying. Base Tiny says this is partially an argument for hard linguistic relativity. Both hard and soft used to be known as the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which argues one thinks differently when thinking in different languages. In which year was this book released and written? 1960. I think 1960, I believe. Now Gellner's book was released in 1983. Hans Kohn's book was released earlier than that, I think in the 54. The essays that I have are contemporary from 2014. One from, I think, 2023. And we're going to get to those, but we're starting with the foundations, right? We're starting with the three books that I mentioned, by Gellner, by Kohn, and by Kedourie, because even the contemporary essays, they draw upon these guys' writings and works. Okay. So yes, the argument was that in order to have that nations, meaning people who spoke the same language, needed to have the ability to self-determine. As Kant argued that each individual would have to self-determine. But the nationalist, right, the philosophers who founded nationalism, thought that in order for a man to reach his full potential, his full freedom, they must subsume their identity into that of a greater whole. I think it was Fichte, it might not have been him, who argued that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and the whole being the state, and the parts being the individuals. And if the individual and the needs of the individual came in conflict with that of the state would win out. Now, Elie Kedourie says something else that I think it's useful to read. And here we are. It is sometimes argued that there are two or more varieties of nationalism, the linguistic being only one of a number, and the Nazi doctrine of race is brought forward to illustrate the argument that there can be racial, religious, and other nationalisms. But in fact, there is no definite, clear-cut distinction between linguistic and racial nationalism. Originally, the doctrine emphasized language as a test of nationality because language is an outward sign of a group's peculiar identity and a significant measure of ensuring its continuity. But a nation's language was peculiar to that nation only because such a nation constituted a racial stock, distinct from that of other nations. The French nationalist writer Charles Maurras exemplified this connection between race and language when he remarked that no Jew, no Semite, could understand or handle the French language as well as a Frenchman proper. No Jew, he remarked, could appreciate the beauties of Racine's line in Bernice, Dans l'Orient désert. I fucking don't know, okay? It's French. It was then no accident that racial classifications were at the same time linguistic ones, and that the Nazis distinguished the members of the German Aryan race scattered in Central and Eastern Europe by a linguistic criterion. In doing this, the Nazis only simplified and debased the ideas implicit in the writings of Herder and others. Such ideas received great impetus during the 19th century owing to the development of ethnological studies, right? And it goes on and goes on and it goes on. We won't read the whole book. So yes, that is his argument. Okay. We're not doing call-ins right now. We might later, but I'm still going over my arguments and going over my research and going over my notes. Okay. Another quote from Kedourie. All these different facets of the doctrine are admirably summed up in an utterance of Schleiermacher's. I quote, "How little worthy of respect," he exclaims, "is the man who roams about hither and thither without the anchor of national ideal and love of fatherland. How dull is a friendship that rests merely upon personal similarities in disposition and tendencies, and not upon the feeling of a greater common unity, for whose sake one can offer up one's life. How the greatest source of pride is lost by the woman that cannot feel that she also bore children for her fatherland and brought them up for it, that her house and all the pretty things that fill up most of her time belong to a greater whole, and they take their place in the union of her people." Behind such a passage lie all the assumptions of nationalist metaphysics and anthropology. And again, do we understand yet? Do we get it? The founders of nationalism wanted the individual to be subsumed into the greater whole. It's a very collectivist mindset. It's a very collectivist way of thinking. Remember, my argument tonight is that nationalism is one of the greatest threats to individual freedom and individual liberty that we have ever seen. And it is this idea, right? This idea that you cannot achieve any sort of personal, real self unless you are part of a nation, right? And to be lack a nation is a fate, in many cases, worse than death, right? Because you no longer are part of a greater community and you matter less than the people who are part of the greater community. Okay? I'm just gonna be a little petty right now, okay? So excuse the pettiness. If you don't like it, that's fine. But you remember Friday when everyone was laughing at me or whatever and saying I didn't know what nationalism was when I said that nationalism is when the state is above all? Weird. Really weird how all these scholars fucking agree with me. And all these people who were trying to say I was wrong are just speaking out their fucking asses, okay? And I'm really tired of people speaking out their fucking asses and being wrong. It annoys me. That's all I'm saying. $5. Fire Agicon. What do you call the ideology of wanting a state for a people, i.e. Kurds wanting to create a state for the Kurdish people, if not nationalism? That is nationalism, right? They want to create, the Kurdistan or whatever for the Kurds, Turkey for the Turkish, Germany for the Germans. That is kind of one of the core tenets of nationalism, right? Spain for the Spaniards. But we understand how that is that can lead to much evil, right? Do we get that? Yes, I was wrong on that, Doobie. When I say that Zionism is nationalistic, that is one of the things I got wrong. Zionism is nationalistic. As is Palestinianism, right? If you will. Palestinian nationalism is also nationalistic. Esoteric Dichotomy says you are using an academic definition of nationalism, though. I mean, true. But I like my definition of nationalism, or the academic definition of nationalism, because it's much more specific. A lot of definitions are far too broad, and I think they're broad on purpose. And I think I elucidated that Friday, and this is a little beyond the scope of today, but I'll bring it up again, that one of the reasons that a lot of people have an interest in watering down these definitions is so that they can get it can appear to be more popular than it is, that more people are willing to call themselves I'm a nationalist when they're not actually a nationalist, right? They don't actually believe these things, or they don't believe all the things that an actual nationalist would believe. And they do this so that they can kind of get a lot of unpopular policies or unpopular things into place and say, well, look, this is just the will of the people. So a lot of people have watered down the definition, so it's much broader than it actually is. $10 from Alexander Rin to say, most people feel a sense of national belonging or patriotism, but nationalism is when the feeling becomes a basis for power, deciding who belongs, who rules, and who gets excluded. Well, that's to respond to Fire's earlier super chat. That's the problem, is when you say German for the Germans, England for the English, the question becomes, well, what do we do with the people who aren't considered English there? Right? If you think that different ethnic groups shouldn't mix, what do you do with the ethnic groups that are already there? And it tends to lead to not so good things. Okay? And again, as Gellner says, the idea behind nationalism is a lie. It's a myth. It is creating a thing that never existed and pretending it has always existed. Right? Let's read another quote. Again from Kedourie. And we're going one book at a time only because that's how I took the notes. Okay, I read one book. I brought a bunch of notes. I read another book. I wrote a bunch of notes. I read the third book. I wrote a bunch of notes. Okay, so that's why we're not skipping around too much. We're doing a little, but not too much. Okay, here we go. Patriotism, affection for one's country or one's group, loyalty to its institutions, and zeal for its defense is a sentiment known among all kinds of men. So is xenophobia, which is dislike of the stranger, the outsider, the reluctance to admit him into one's own group. Neither sentiment depends on a particular anthropology, and neither asserts a particular doctrine of the state or of the individual's relationship to it. Nationalism does both. It is a comprehensive doctrine which leads to a distinctive style of politics. But far from being a universal phenomenon, it is a product of European thought in the last 150 years. If confusion exists, it is because nationalist doctrine has annexed these universally held sentiments to the service of a specific anthropology and metaphysic. It is therefore loose and inexact to speak, as is sometimes done, of British or American nationalism when describing the thought of those who recommend loyalty to British or American political institutions. A British or an American nationalist would have to define the British or the American nation in terms of language, race, or religion to require that all those who conform to the definition should belong to the British or American state, that all those who do not should cease to belong, and to demand that all British and American citizens should merge their will in the will of the community. It is at once clear that political thought of this kind is marginal and insignificant in Britain and America. Well, not so much more in America, or Britain for that matter, but this was written years ago. And that those who speak of British or American nationalism do not usually have such views in mind. Okay. Nationalism is also sometimes described as a new tribalism. The analogy is meant to indicate that, like the tribe, the nation excludes and is intolerant of outsiders, but such characteristics, as has been said, are common to all human groups and cannot serve to define either tribe or nation. But the analogy is not only unable to shed light on the matter, it can also mislead. A tribesman's relationship to his tribe is usually regulated in minute detail by custom, which is followed unquestioningly and considered part of the natural or the divine order. Tribal custom is neither a decree of the general will nor an edict of legislative reason. The tribesman is such by virtue of his birth, not by virtue of self-determination. He is usually unaware that the destiny of man is progressive, and that he can fulfill this destiny by merging his will into the will of the tribe. Nationalism and tribalism, then, are not interchangeable terms, nor do they describe related phenomenon. So again, this is to people who would say, well, American nationalism is a thing where we're all patriots, right? No, it's fundamentally different. These are speaking of different things, at least according to Kedourie. Okay. Not the same at all. And again, people use these words wrong and then pretend that that's the actually correct usage of the term, and it's not. Stefan Borselli says there's also an element of this certain group of people are the real Germans or the real Italians, the racial stock, as you read. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Now again, Kedourie does call, in other instances, nationalism evil. Gellner doesn't necessarily, right? Kohn doesn't necessarily. But I do think it's important to realize that even Kedourie admits, right? And he says this, and this is his his final word in the book. Okay, he says the only criterion capable of public defense is whether the new rulers are less corrupt and grasping, or more just and merciful, or whether there is no change at all. But the corruption, the greed, and the tyranny merely find victims other than those of the departed rulers. And this is really the only question of issue between nationalism and the system to which it is opposed. It is a question which, in the nature of the case, admits of no final and conclusive answer. So in other words, nationalism may be bad, but the question of whether or not we should support a nationalistic movement is only pertinent in, is it better than what exists? Is it better than what is currently there? And if it is, then fair enough. TL1524 says, ha ha ha, Wick buddy. I love you, but this is the biggest cope stream I've ever seen. You got a few things wrong Friday. Lick your wounds and move on. What did I get wrong precisely? I already said I got one thing wrong, the Zionism thing. Yes. But other than that, what are you saying I got wrong? Like I'm if by cope stream you mean I'm educating you, do you consider that cope? Like, look at you, showing me that every fucking scholar agrees with you. Cope, I read on Wikipedia a different definition that I didn't understand because I didn't understand the words that they were using and how they were using the term nation. Grok says you're wrong. What the fuck, dude? Okay. Cool, buddy. So this is the backpilling thing of all this, right? Like I did a weekend's worth of research on this. Obviously not like exhaustive. There are far more tomes, I should say, of on nationalism than I'm able to read in a weekend. I read 3 books, multitude of essays. Okay, these are preeminent scholars in the field. People who are very respected, and modern scholars draw on their works in order to make their assessments. Okay, I'm presenting you the argument. I'm giving you quotes. I'm giving you excerpts. I'm giving you citations. I'm giving you examples, right, of why I am correct in this and why my argument is correct. But the black pilling thing is that none of that's going to actually matter to a wide variety of people. That's the black pilling of it. Like most people will be like, well, I read a meme that says you were wrong. So there. And that's it, right? And that's going to be treated just as valid as copious amounts of research, okay? And that's just how politics works nowadays. How long were these books? So Kohn's book was 188 pages. Kedourie's was 156. Gellner's was 161. So not huge, but they were dense. Again, I initially wanted to do 5 books. I had 5 books lined up, but that was overly ambitious for a weekend. And I realized I couldn't give all 5 the attention that they deserved if I did all 5. So I had to cut it down and do 3. Let me see. Let me get back to my place. Here we go. Alexander Rin for $5 says, I think the problem is nationalism can easily be confused with national pride. People aren't hearing the distinction between those things. Well, true. Fair. Let me get up another portion. Okay. Here we go. How vital is it, or how vital it is, may be appreciated when we remember that France is a state, not because the French constitute a nation, but rather that the French state is the outcome of dynastic ambitions, of circumstance, of lucky wars, of administrative and diplomatic skills. It is these which maintained order, enforced laws, and carried out policies. These which made possible, at last, the cohesive existence of Frenchmen within the French state. It is such things which make possible the continuous existence of political communities, whether or not they are the nations of nationalist theory. The matter becomes even clearer when nationalist historiography is made to deal not with certain countries in modern Europe where it has a kind of plausibility, but with countries in almost any other part of the world at almost any period of history. In the Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, Mughal India, pre-conquest South America, or China, the categories of nationalist historiography taken seriously must lead to a contorted, paradoxical, untenable picture of the past. What nationalist historiography professes to explain in the case of modern France, or Spain, or Italy, or Germany, it must, in so many other cases, immediately hasten to explain away. The Ottoman Empire was not a nation. The Roman Empire was not a nation. And yet they were able, as few contemporary states have yet shown themselves to be, to continue for centuries to maintain the cohesion of the social fabric and to attract the loyalties of men. This confusion between states and nations is facilitated by a particular feature of European political history, namely the existence of a European society of states in constant intercourse and conflict who regulated their relations, however unwillingly and imperfectly, by a universally acknowledged ius gentium, or a set of laws. Okay. Since nationalism sees a world as a world of many states, it seems but natural to consider a society of nations as the equivalent and continuation of the European Society of States, but in reality, the two are far removed. The European Society of States knew a great diversity of governments and constitutions. A society of nations must be composed of nation-states, and any state which is not a nation-state has its title and its existence perpetually challenged. The national principle, then, far from providing continuity in European diplomacy, means a radical subversion of the European state system, an endless attempt to upset the balance of power on which the system must rest. If nationalism cannot provide a satisfactory account of past political developments, neither can it supply a plain method whereby nations may be isolated from one another and constituted into sovereign states. The world is indeed diverse, much too diverse for the classifications of nationalist anthropology. Races, languages, religion, political traditions, and loyalties are so inextricably intermixed that there can be no clear, convincing reason why people who speak the same language, but whose history and circumstances otherwise widely diverge, should form one state, or why people who speak two different languages, and whom circumstances have thrown together, should not form one state. On nationalistic logic, the separate existence of Britain and America and the union of English and French Canadians within the Canadian state are both monstrosities of nature, and a consistent nationalist interpretation of history would reduce large parts of it to inexplicable and irritating anomalies. Interesting stuff. Are you guys enjoying this, by the way, for those of you who are still here? Katana says, what up? What up, Katana? We're doing a research stream today. Presenting a finding of fact. I hope you guys are liking this. I know it's different than I normally do, but I wanted to be thorough. And I wanted to make sure you guys understood. Gronman says, I can't watch now, but this is great content for when I head to school in the morning. I hope you do more of this. If you guys pay me enough, okay. I hope this is something that you both enjoy. But Wick, what's a national park? A park that exists within a nation. But again, nation, how you and I are using the term, is not how the nationalists use the term. And you obviously weren't here for the beginning. when I explain this, but I'll explain it again. So again, when a nationalist refers to nation, at least in the case of Kedourie and Gellner, okay, when they are talking in their theory of nationalism here, nationalism means a group of people who share a language, who share an ethnicity. That is a nation. And nationalism at its core is the idea that every nation needs its own state, that you should not have a state that governs multiple nations because every nation deserves its ability to self-determine. And the only way to actually self-determine is through having your own state. So in other words, German for the Germans, Germany for the Germans, England for the English, France for the French, Russia for the Russians, and on and on. Yeah, 9 p.m. Eastern is the debate. I'm just going over nationalism and the theories of nationalism before we get there. So again, when we say the United States of America, the states aren't meant as the state in the nationalist theory, or as Max Weber would say. That's not the same thing. And just because they use the word nation doesn't mean it's a nation in the same way that a nationalist would define a nation. Okay? Very different. Fire Jitcon says, because of the commonality of the nation state, the two are often confused for each other. A national park would be more accurately described as a state or government park. True. But words are funny things. We misuse them. They become part of the lexicon. Colloquial usage differs from academic usage, and on and on. One of the insistences of nationalists, the founding nationalists, the philosophers, the men who initially founded nationalism, was a focus on education. We're going to read another snippet, okay? Here we go. Napoleon said, "There will never be a fixed political state of things until we have a body of teachers instructed on established principles. So long as the people are not taught from their earliest years whether they ought to be Republicans or Royalists, Christians or infidels, the state cannot properly be called a nation." For it was to education that Fichte looked to provide him with a key to the power of which he was in search. In his first address, he summed up his program. In a word, he said, "It is a total change of the existing system of education that I propose as the sole means of preserving the existence of the German nation." By this, he did not mean that education ought properly to make the pupil familiar with and affectionate towards the traditions of his country, that German education, as it then existed, was not carrying out its duties. His meaning was somewhat different. What was lacking in the old system, he noted, namely, an influence penetrating to the roots of vital impulse and action, the new education must supply. By means of the new education, he added, we want to mold the Germans into a corporate body, which shall be stimulated and animated in all its individual members by the same interest. And break from reading for a minute. Once again, we see through this is a pattern that the founders of nationalism meant for the state to subsume the individual, right? The individual did not matter only insofar as they paid service to the state. And everything was meant to draw people into this purpose. Education, culture, art, music, everything was to point towards this thing. So again, when my argument is that, and as it is, that nationalism threatens individual liberty, this is what I mean. Because this is how it was founded. At its core, this is what it is. Okay? It's foundational to the idea. Let's continue reading. If this could be done, then the nations as well as all its members would live in freedom. But how could it be done? Fisch's way was simple. Simple because radical. The new education must consist essentially in this, he reveals, that it completely destroys freedom of will in the soil which it undertakes to cultivate, and produces, on the contrary, strict necessity in the decisions of the will, the opposite being impossible. A nation composed of such men is invincible. Each of its members, who has such a stable will, wills what he wills forever, and cannot, under any circumstances, will otherwise than he always wills. For him, freedom of the will is destroyed and swallowed up in necessity. If you want to influence him at all, you must do more than merely talk to him. You must fashion him, and fashion him, and fashion him in such a way that he simply cannot will otherwise than you wish him to will. The education proposed by me, therefore, concludes Fichte, is a reliable and deliberate art for fashioning in a man stable and infallible good will. This is why, on nationalist theory, education must have a central position in the work of the state. The purpose of education is not to transmit knowledge. Traditional wisdom and the ways devised by a society for attending to the common concerns, its purpose, rather, is wholly political, to bend the will of the young to the will of the nation. Schools are instruments of state policy, like the army, the police, and the exchequer. What is the fucking exchequer? I'd have to look. I remember when I read this, I had to look it up, and I probably forgot what it is. You guys want to figure out real quick what an exchequer is? I don't actually know. Oh, a treasurer, the Royal or National Treasury. Okay, the guy in charge of the coins. Gotcha. Okay, the money man. Yeah, thank you. Esoteric Dichotomy says, how does it differ from fascism? I recall fascism being described as totalitarian, all within the state. Well, fascism is a form of nationalism, but it's a particular form of nationalism. So you'll see many similarities. Okay. Sorry about that. Little bit of a sidebar there. In his dialogue on patriotism and its opposite, Fichte says that a state which adopted his educational policy could dispense with an army, for then it would have a nation to put in arms, which simply could not be defeated by any mortal power. The purpose of this education is to annex minds to love of the state, and therefore what is taught and how it is taught, what is suppressed and what is changed, is a matter of state policy. A personal recollection here is opposite. Oh, well, we're not even gonna read. That's a good stopping point for that section. But this is something that is common amongst nationalist nations, right? Where everything kind of becomes into the state. Now, it gets worse, believe it or not, right? It gets worse. Are you guys familiar with who Mazzini is? He's an Italian philosopher. Okay. Let's read a little bit from him. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. But of course it was not. It could not be as simple as that, if only because of another commonplace nationalist attitude. Avoid compromises. lays down Mazzini. They are almost always immoral as well as dangerous. For if there is a divine plan which divides humanity into nations, which evil governments have disfigured, there must be no truck with evil. The relation between a country and its foreign ruler must always take the shape of a desperate struggle. Desperate struggle is not kind to political liberties. And a hatred of compromise can easily turn into a hatred of those who may be suspected of compromise. It is a well-known feature of recent history that nationalist parties kill members of their own nationality whom they suspect of an inclination to compromise, and in some cases a greater number of these than of the foreigners against whom the struggle is waged fall to the assassin's bullet. Okay. And that's just true. Grand Design and Joy says, poets played a great role in spreading nationalism and giving it legitimacy. True. Nationalism is at its heart born of philosophers, at least as Kedourie argues. Black Metal Follower says, that is the biggest mistake of nationalism, because without individuals, there would not be any people who could push nation forward, give a nation a character or uniqueness. Esoteric Dichotomy says, Hamas was doing that recently. No? Well, yeah. Hamas would be a nationalistic organization, right? A.K.A. Batozai says, Wick, is country a mix of the words controlled and territory? I don't know. Let's look it up. Again, the words that we are using right now and that the nationalists speak of are nation and state. Country isn't really talked about in these books. They don't use that term. So, according to Google, at least, a country is a distinct political and geographical entity, often a sovereign state with its own government, laws, and defined borders. Okay. But again, the terms that are being used in these books aren't country, nation, and state, and how they differ and what they are. So, I couldn't tell you how that relates. At least in the books I read, it wasn't a term used. Let's keep going. We're almost done with Kedourie, by the way. I found this quote apt. The truth is that good government depends as much on circumstances as on a desire for freedom, and there are regions of the globe which may never know its blessing. But it is characteristic of doctrines such as self-determination to disregard the limits imposed by nature and history, and to believe that a good will alone can accomplish miracles. In fact, it is these countries which most clearly show that nationalism and liberalism, far from being twins, are really antagonistic principles. In these countries, constitutionalism is unknown. Their political tradition is either a centralized despotism, which as a method of government has shown itself extraordinarily resilient and durable, or a fragmented tribalism, which is withered and fossilized and has come in contact with European rule. In the first case, the central mechanism of power is all important, since to get hold of it is to acquire mastery of the whole of society. Machiavelli remarked in The Prince that a conqueror might easily gain possession of a country like France, but find it very troublesome to keep, since it contained many divergent interests and sectional loyalties, not easily reconciled or subdued. A state like the Ottoman Empire, on the other hand, would be most difficult to conquer. But once conquered, the subjects would be submissive and quite easy to govern. The Turkish Empire, as he says, is governed by a sole prince, all others being his slaves. Dividing his kingdom into sanjaks, he sends thither different governors, whom he shifts and changes at his pleasure. The king of France, on the other hand, is surrounded by a multitude of nobles of ancient descent, each acknowledged and loved by subjects of his own, and each asserting a precedence in rank, of which the king can deprive him only at his peril. Once, therefore, the Sultan's army is defeated, no cause of anxiety would remain, except in the family of the prince, which being extirpated, there would be none else to fear. The same exclamation holds for the success and frequency of coups d'etats in despotisms, as well as for the phenomenal spread of nationalism in them in modern times. In such countries, if the official classes, or a significant number among them, are converted to nationalism, they may easily take over and mold the state in the image of their doctrine. In such a situation, the doctrine operates to make despotism more perfect and more solidly anchored. Old-fashioned despots had neither the means nor the inclination to obtain the internal assent of their subjects. For them, external obedience was enough. But since the essence of nationalism is that the will of the individual should merge in the will of the nation, nationalist rulers in Oriental despotisms seek internal as well as external obedience. Such obedience they are now more than ever in a position to obtain, thanks to modern techniques of bureaucratic control and mass communications. The Indian poet Tagore, in his Nationalism, 1917, a book concerned not with nationalism, but with European influences on Eastern government, described and bemoans in language the nostalgic exaggeration of which is itself testimony to the powerful and disturbing impact of Western ideas and techniques on Oriental society, the contrast between the old dispensation and the new. Through all the fights and intrigues and deceptions of her earlier history, India has remained aloof, because her homes, her fields, her temples of worship, her schools where her teachers and students live together in the atmosphere of simplicity and devotion of learning, her village self-government with its simple laws and peaceful administrations, all these truly belonged to her. But her thrones were not her concern. They passed over her head like clouds, now tinged with purple gorgeousness, now black with the threat of thunder. Often they brought devastation in their wake, but they were like catastrophes of nature whose traces are soon forgotten. Now, he continues, it is different. The government of British India is an applied science, and therefore more or less similar in its principles wherever it is used. It is like a hydraulic press, whose pressure is impersonal, and on that account completely effective. The amount of its power may vary in different engines. Some may even be driven by hand, thus leaving a margin of comfortable looseness in their tension. But in spirit and method, their differences are small. Our government might have been Dutch or French or Portuguese, and its essential features would have remained much the same as they are now. Only perhaps in some cases, the organization might not have been so densely perfect, and therefore some shreds of the human might still have been clinging to the wreck, allowing us to deal with something that resembles our own throbbing heart. Tagore concedes that all governments have something of the mechanical in them, but the difference between modern government on Western lines and government in the old style is like that between the hand loom and the power loom. In the product of the hand loom, the magic of man's living fingers finds expression, and its hum harmonizes with the music of life. But the power loom is relentlessly lifeless and accurate and monotonous in its production. The leveling power of modern government is multiplied by the influence of modern industrial organization, which requires to operate within a cash economy and on a scale such as to upset the balance between population and resources, and to destroy the small traditional economic units which contributed to preserve social coherence and stability. It's a bit of a long one, gang. Well, thank you, Black Metal follower. Thanks for coming by. I hope whatever you do next is good. Hillbilly Einstein says this. It's a quote from Teddy Roosevelt. And Teddy Roosevelt says, "We should insist that if the immigrant who comes here in good faith becomes an American and assimilates himself to us, he shall be treated on an exact equality with everyone else, for it is an outrage to discriminate against any such man because of creed or birthplace or origin, but this is predicated upon the person becoming in every facet an American. See, this is actually an anti-nationalist sentiment, because as we've seen, one of the core principles of nationalism, at least according to Gellner and Kedourie, is ethnicity. And a Frenchman can never become a German, no matter if they change their language, because their native tongue will always have been different, right? And so they'll simply be like a dead appendage, is how they're described. So the fact that we as a nation, as an American nation, have brought in immigrants from all different ethnicities, all different walks of life, German, Italian, English, from everywhere, basically, Norwegian. We are not a nationalist nation, just on that alone. We fail that test. Does that make sense? I hope it does. I hope it does, dear viewer. Okay? Hope it does. Let's read some stuff from Gellner now, okay? Do. He has a long preface. He has a whole section on definitions, and I think it's useful to go over them. Let's make it big for you. Okay. We're going to read this whole page, okay, until around here, because I think it's useful. Nationalism is primarily a political principle which holds that the political and the national unit should be congruent. Nationalism is a sentiment, or as a movement, can best be defined in terms of this principle. Nationalist sentiment is a feeling of anger aroused by the violation of the principle, or the feeling of satisfaction aroused by its fulfillment. A nationalist movement is one actuated by a sentiment of this kind. There is a variety of ways in which the nationalistic principle can be violated. The political boundary of a given state can fail to include all the members of the appropriate nation, or it can include them all, but also include some foreigners. Or it can fail in both these ways at once, not incorporating all the nationals and yet also including some non-nationals. Or again, a nation may live unmixed with foreigners in a multiplicity of states, so that no single state can claim to be the national one. But there is one particular form of the violation of the nationalist principle to which nationalist sentiment is quite particularly sensitive. If the rulers of the political unit belong to a nation other than that of the majority of the ruled, this, for nationalists, constitutes a quite outstandingly intolerable breach of political propriety. This can occur either through the incorporation of the national territory in a larger empire or by the local domination of an alien group. In brief, nationalism is a theory of political legitimacy which requires that ethnic boundaries should not cut across political ones, and in particular, that ethnic boundaries within a given state, a contingency already formally excluded by the principle in its general formulation, should not separate the power holders from the rest. The nationalist principle can be asserted in an ethical, universalistic spirit. There could be, and on occasion there have been, nationalists in the abstract, unbiased in favor of any special nationality of their own, and generously preaching the doctrine for all nations alike. Let all nations have their own political roofs, and let all of them also refrain from including non-nationals under it. There is no formal contradiction in asserting such non-egoistic nationalism. As a doctrine, it can be supported by some good arguments, such as the desirability of preserving cultural diversity, of a pluralistic international political system, and the diminution of internal strains within states. And that is one of the more interesting aspects of a certain brand of nationalism, is the argument for it is based on one of diversity, saying, well, if you mix these ethnicities, it dilutes the peculiar, special uniqueness of each, and they become less. And so, in order to preserve the uniqueness of each of these ethnicities, it is important that they be separate, right? That they be governed, or that they be allowed to self-govern. And by that, it means that they have individual separate states, right? And so this argument is that if we want to, instead of like this globalistic, hegemonic, homogenous world order, we each have our own diverse rainbow of countries where the Germans are German and the French are the French, and never the twain shall mix. And therefore, they can each have their own special identity. And it's just a weird sort of, like Kedourie speaks of it too, a little bit. And some of the founding fathers of nationalism used this argument, right? This, like, each ethnicity has their own special uniqueness about it. And why would you mix when you each have your own special rainbow flavor, okay? Ake Batozai says, doesn't that make our government nationalist? No, because again, our government is a state that governs multiple ethnicities. And that is, again, according to nationalism, a undesirable thing. It is not to be born. Read up higher. What do you mean? Where are you talking about? You gotta, can you give me the words? Chat? Read up higher in chat. Oh, A.K. Batozai says, I guess it's a good thing that we can't elect someone president unless they are born here. Again, no matter their ethnicity, because again, a nation to a nationalist isn't a country, right? It isn't that they are citizen of this country. It's that they are a part of an ethnicity, a specific ethnicity. So concluding postscript, he says, yes, I want Taiwan and Ukraine to remain independent because I value diversity. Taiwan, specifically, share ethnicity with the Chinese. Nationalism would say that it is uncouth, it is untowards that Taiwan and China remain separate. That they should, because they share an ethnicity, because they share a common tongue, that they should be united under one state. That is nationalism. That is at its core, nationalism, right? The idea that some Chinese would have one state and other Chinese would have other states it's not within the nationalistic ethos. It is anathema to a nationalist. Yes, Taiwan is a multi-ethnic state, but it was founded by, again, a majority Chinese, Han Chinese, specifically. Taiwan, okay, well, Taiwan originally was pretty nationalistic, yes, but it has since liberalized. Again, I want to be very clear. Definitionally, concluding postscript. Okay, do we have to go back to Kedourie and Gellner's definitions here? By definition, okay, according to the scholars on the subject, okay, multi-ethnic states are not nationalist states. They are anathema to nationalist states. The idea behind nationalism at its core is that every nation or ethnicity is what they mean by nation. That's what they mean, okay? When they talk nation, they mean ethnicity, okay? Each individual ethnic group deserves its own special state, okay? That it deserves the ability to self-determine, and the only way to self-determine is by having its own sovereign state. And every single German speaker should be under the same state. And every single person who speaks Chinese should be under the same state and governed by the same state. So a Taiwanese nationalist and a Chinese nationalist, they would only differ in which state gets to govern the other, right? That's the difference at hand, that a Taiwanese nationalist would say, we want to unite China under us because we are the true Chinese state. And a Chinese nationalist would say, well, no, you fuckers. We are the true Chinese state, the Han Chinese, Zhenda Han, right? We're the real Han people. And you are going to unite under us because you are part of our people. You are our ethnic group. And it is a sin that you are separate and governed by a separate governing body than us. That's nationalism. My God, concluding postscript, you're just retarded. We already run over this. Civic nationalism isn't actually nationalism, not in the definition, okay? It's a different thing. It uses the same word nationalism, but that doesn't mean it's nationalism. Motherfucker, read a book. We just read fucking 3. Jesus Christ, you're stupid. I hate, you know what? No, I ain't holding back. You're just stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. You've never read anything on the subject. You watched a TikTok, and now you think you're an expert on the subject. You are not, sir. You read a Wikipedia. Okay? I've been quoting from preeminent scholars who've written more than one tome on these things, and these are their definitions. These are how they make their arguments, and it's very clear. The philosophers that founded nationalism as a concept, a distinct political and sociological way of doing things and a way of thinking and a way of governing and politicking, right? They put this together, and civic nationalism, it calls itself nationalism. No, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about tonight. Old school. Oh my God. No. Ethno-nationalism is nationalism. Nationalism, what do you think a nationalist means by nation? I'm not an actual expert, but I am quoting actual experts. Unless you can quote me an actual expert that disagrees. And there are some that do. Please. Okay. Can we back out? Can we get back to it? I'm trying to find the place I'm... Okay, here we are. From Gellner. Okay, we're on Gellner now. These definitions must, of course, like most definitions, be applied with common sense. The nationalist principle, as defined, is not violated by the presence of small numbers of resident foreigners, or even by the presence of the occasional foreigner in, say, a national ruling family. Just how many resident foreigners or foreign members of the ruling class there must be before the principle is effectively violated cannot be stated with precision. There is no sacred percentage figure, below which the foreigner can be benignly tolerated, and above which he becomes offensive, and his safety and life are at peril. No doubt the figure will vary with circumstance. The impossibility of providing a general, applicable, and precise figure, however, does not undermine the usefulness of the definition. Boop, boop, boop. Boom. Hold on. Where is it? Here we go. This was a good, again, Gellner argues this. Not all societies are state endowed. It immediately follows that the problem of nationalism does not arise for stateless societies. If there is no state, one obviously cannot ask whether or not its boundaries are congruent within the limits of the nation. If there are no rulers, there being no state, one cannot ask whether they are the same nation as the ruled. When neither state nor rulers exist, one cannot resent their failure to conform to the requirements of the principles of nationalism. One may perhaps deplore statelessness, but that is another matter, right? Nationalists have generally fulminated against the distribution of political power and the nature of political boundaries, but they have seldom, if ever, had occasion to deplore the absence of power and of boundaries altogether. The circumstances in which nationalism has generally arisen have not normally been those in which the state itself, as such, was lacking, or when its reality was in any serious doubt. The state was only too conspicuously present. It was its boundaries and or the distribution of power, and possibly of other advantages, within it, which were resented. Okay. And again, Gellner also argues that this is a very modern kind of idea, the idea of nationalism, okay? And that it has become so prevalent and such a widespread idea that now a lot of modern people just think in nationalistic terms, but it's not the so. And here's a good quote to kind of demonstrate this. Okay, a man must have a nationality, as he must have a nose and 2 ears. A deficiency in any of those particulars is not inconceivable and does from time to time occur, but only as a result of some disaster, and it is itself a disaster of a kind. All this seems obvious, though, alas, it is not true. But that it should have come to seem so very obviously true is indeed an aspect, or perhaps the very core, of the problem of nationalism. Having a nation is not an inherent attribute of humanity, but it has now come to appear as such. And this is part of what makes nationalism so evil, right? So insidious, is that it has kind of wormed itself into the modern discourse that if you don't have a nation, right, you're considered less of a person, right? So Gellner's definition of a nation differs slightly from Kedourie's, and I think it's worth going over the difference, okay? Remember, in Kedourie's argument, he puts forth Fichte and other philosophers and how they defined a nation, right? That was his argument. Okay, Gellner's argument is a little different. Okay, so to remind you, Kedourie's argument is that a people are a similar nation, right? They're the same nation if they share a language, if they share an ethnicity. That makes them a nation. Now, Gellner's argument, subtly different. We're going to go through it. 2 criteria, okay? And these are just basic criteria. He has a whole chapter in the book, and we can't read, the time will not allow the reading of the whole chapter, right? But he goes into much more detail. But these are the 2 basic assumptions here. 2 men are of the same nation if and only if they share the same culture, where culture in turn means a system of ideas and signs and associations and ways of behaving and communication. 2 men are of the same nation if and only if they recognize each other as belonging to the same nation. In other words, nations maketh man. Nations are the artifacts of men's convictions and loyalties and solidarities. A mere category of persons, say occupants of a given territory or speakers of a given language, for example, become a nation if and when the members of the category firmly recognize certain mutual rights and duties to each other in virtue of their shared membership of it. It is their recognition of each other as fellows of this kind which turns them into a nation, and not the other shared attributes, whatever they might be, which separate that category from non-members. So his argument is different in that Gellner says that a nation must recognize it's a nation, right? It doesn't just exist by virtue of being, right? So again, Kedourie's argument was that the philosophers would say that a nation shares a language, so even if they don't recognize themselves as a nation, that they still are at fundamental level the same, right? Because they speak the same tongue, it allows them to think in the same ways, to communicate in similar ways, and these bonds, these invisible bonds, as the philosophers call them, make them a nation whether they recognize it or not. The Gellner definition is saying that no, they must, not only must they share these ways of communicating, language and other cultural things, but they must recognize this, right? It must be a decision, a will of the people to be a nation. So even if two German speakers, right, might have German as their native tongue, they are not yet a nation, right, of the same nation unless they recognize each other as the same nation, right? And we can see this kind of like on a more abstract level. We can see this kind of tearing at the fabric of modern American, right? Who, again, this idea of America as a nation only exists because we consider each other fellow Americans, at least under this model, right? And as we have ceased to see each other as real Americans, right, and as the same, it is eroding our nationhood. But yeah. Grand Design Enjoyer says you should read about the term memory politics or the politics of memory. Since you deal with research on nationalism, memory politics refers to how societies create, contest, and institutionalize collective memories of historical events. This practice often serves political, social, or ideological purposes. It examines how memory is influenced by power, dynamics, national identity, trauma, and commemoration, impacting current politics and social relationships. If you have book recommendations, by all means, leave them to me. Again, there are literally hundreds of books written on the subject of nationalism, and I have not the time to read every single one. But if you have one that you think is particularly apt or particularly interesting, by all means, drop a link or give me a title, and I will do my best to find it and read it. Okay, that'd be very helpful. And this goes to you, YouTube. Okay. $5 from a cup, aka Batozai, says, can Hawaii ever have their land back, even if we vote on it? I mean, if we vote on it, they can. I mean, but that's a separate question than what we're asking today, right? Can you cite the 2 books you just mentioned? Okay, so I've read 3 books. The first was Hans Kohn. It was written, I think, in the 1950s by Hans Kohn, and its title is Nationalism, Its Meaning in History. So that's the first one. And in my YouTube description, I put all these links, right, and the essays that we're going to go over too, right? The second is that we just finished, kind of summarizing, is by Elie Kedourie, and it's called Nationalism. It's very simple. And the third one that we are on right now is by Ernest Gellner, and it's called Nations and Nationalism. Okay. It's all good, GF. Like I said, this is probably boring for most of my audience, but I wanted to do it, so we're going to do it. Gellner also, again, his work is much more, he does a much more kind of structured argument, right? Where he lays out his thesis and then provides a foundation for argument. So he has several chapters where he talks about the Agrarian age, the pre-Agrarian age, and the Industrial age, and how society is structured during each of those time periods in order to make the thrust of his argument in the book is in a response to Elie Kedourie's, right? And the way that Elie Kedourie's argument differs from Gellner's argument is Gellner is saying that the industrialization of the world made nationalism inevitable, whereas Kedourie is saying that no, this was not inevitable. It is by these philosophers, these primarily German philosophers, who created this, and through the circumstances of politics and luck and other forces at play, it spread like wildfire within the modern world. So it's like a chicken and the egg debate, right? Which came first? Industrialization. Did the homogenization of cultures demand a nationalism, or did nationalism demand a homogenization of cultures? And that is the kind of argument at play. The really quick TLDR of that, right? It's very basic. I'm oversimplifying it with this. But both Gellner and Kedourie do argue that nationalism is deceptive. It's self-deceptive by nature. It's based on a lie. And this is Gellner's argument in that vein, and we're going to get to it right now. The basic deception and self-deception practiced by nationalism is this. Nationalism is, essentially, the general imposition of a high culture on society, where previously low cultures had taken up the lives of the majority, and in some cases, of the totality of the population. So what does he mean by high culture and low culture? So what Gellner means by high culture is things like that are artificial in nature by the state, by education, by institutions, that kind of a top-down thing, right? Where it's coming from these institutions and they push a cultural narrative. That's high culture. Low culture is folk tales and things, a much more oral tradition kind of thing. That's what he means by high culture versus low culture, just to be clear. So again, nationalism is essentially the general imposition of high culture in society, where previously low cultures had taken up the lives of the majority, and in some cases the totality of the population. It means that generalized diffusion of a school-mediated, academy-supervised idiom codified for the requirements of reasonably precise bureaucratic and technological communication. It is the establishment of an anonymous, impersonal society with mutual, substitutable, atomized individuals, held together above all by a shared culture of this kind, in a place of a previous complex structure of local groups, sustained by folk cultures reproduced locally and idiosyncratically by the microgroups themselves. That is what really happens. But this is the very opposite of what nationalism affirms and what nationalists fervently believe. Nationalism usually conquers in the name of a putative folk culture. Its symbolism is drawn from the healthy, pristine, vigorous life of the peasants, of the Volk, the Narod. There is a certain element of truth in the nationalist self-presentation when the Narod or Volk is ruled by officials of another, an alien high culture, whose oppression must be resisted first by a cultural revival and reaffirmation, and eventually by a war of national liberation. If the nationalism prospers, it eliminates the alien high culture, but it does not then replace it by the old local low culture. It revives or invents a local high, literate, specialist transmitted culture of its own, though admittedly one which will have some links with the earlier local folk styles and dialects. But it was the great ladies at the Budapest Opera who really went to town in peasant dresses, or dresses claimed to be such. At the present time in the Soviet Union, the consumers of ethnic gramophone records are not the remaining ethnic rural population, but the newly urbanized, apartment-dwelling, educated, and multilingual population who like to express their real or imagined sentiments and roots, who will no doubt indulge in as much nationalist behavior as a political situation may allow. So a sociological self-deception, a vision of reality through a prism of illusion, still persists, but is not the same as that which was analyzed by Durkheim. Society no longer worships itself through religious symbols. A modern, streamlined, on wheels high culture celebrates itself in song and dance, which it borrows, stylizing it in the process, from a folk culture, which it fondly believes itself to be perpetuating, defending, and reaffirming. So that is, at least according to Gellner, the fundamental lie behind nationalism. That it claims to be, oh, this is the folk, the people, right? The peasants, the salts of the earth. These are the pillars of the earth, and we are just bringing their culture into the fore, and that is not true. At least according to Gellner. Sorry, need to hydrate because chapped lip. I'm not talking a lot. Esoteric Dichotomy says that to me, the issue we have today is authoritarianism. That is an issue. AKA Batozai says alliances with empires. Let's read his first one first, so that makes sense. It says, I don't think it's inevitable. It's just tribal order. But modern technology has made the world small again, and some cultures can't fully defend their territory, so they lose the fight for the land. Alliances with empires pretty much decided that. Individual nations without shared defenses just lose out. Gellner mentions this, sort of. So one of the arguments of Gellner is that under his model of nationalism, that nationalism is very, very weak. That it may seem strong because there's a lot of nationalist nations, nations are adopting nationalism at a huge rate, okay? But he argues that under his understanding and his model of nationalism, that actually there are, he uses language as the vector. He says, right now in the world, at least when he wrote it, there was about 200 countries, give or take, right? 200 nations, if you will, 200 governing bodies. However, there are 8,000 languages being spoken throughout the world, okay? And that if nationalism, as he argued, dictated that each nation, or as he defined nations, people who share a language, share a culture, share a nationality, share an ethnicity, that they are a nation, and that each nation deserves its own state, then most nationalist movements fail. It's incredibly weak. That was his argument, right? Is that almost no nationalist movement succeeds because there's just too many, right? There's not enough space. There's not enough space for all of them to kind of flourish. So that's his argument. B.D. Lee says, Old School says, nationalism is based on a shared identity. It could be history, language, culture, or ethnicity. If the identity is ethnicity, then it's ethno-nationalism. And then he cuts off there, man. I don't know what else you say. But again, that's more of a Kohn's view. But Kedourie and Gellner are arguing something different. Kedourie and Gellner, Kedourie especially, again, we went over this earlier, he's citing the founders of nationalism, the philosophers who founded nationalism. And they absolutely meant ethnicity. They absolutely did. Why does nationalism feel so good? It makes you feel part of the whole, I guess. It makes you feel part of something, and everyone wants to be part of something. And it plays on it hijacks things like patriotism, it hijacks tribalism, and hijacks like these kinds of feelings that we all feel, right? And it uses it to point towards a very specific political dynamic and to draw you along and to kind of bring you down very specific routes. And can it feel good? Sure. Is it good? No. Okay, let's keep going with Gellner. Oh man. My note here, I don't know why I included this quote. Okay. We're going to read this quote. Unfortunately, I don't know if I deleted my note next to it of what this, like, what the argument meant, but you know what? Fuck it. We're going to read the quote anyway. I wrote it down. It must be important, right? Oh, no. Okay. I see what I mean. Okay. We're going to read a little before the quote. So, this is the kind of difference between Kedourie and Gellner. And this is the argument that Gellner is making about how, again, the homogeneity is like nationalism springs up because industrialization requires or favors homogeneity. Okay. And this is the argument that he makes. It says this accusation must be stood on its head. It is not the case that nationalism imposes homogeneity out of a willful cultural foreign word. It is the objective need for homogeneity which is reflected in nationalism. If it is the case that a modern industrial state can only function with a mobile, literate, culturally standardized, interchangeable population, as we have argued, then the illiterate, half-starved populations sucked from their erstwhile rural cultural ghettos into the melting pots of shanty towns yearn for incorporation into some one of those cultural pools which already has, or looks as if it might acquire, a state of its own, with the subsequent promise of full cultural citizenship, access to primary schools, employment, and all. Often, these alienated, uprooted, wandering populations may vacillate between diverse options, and they may often come to a provisional rest at one or another temporary and transitional cultural resting place. Okay. But there are some options which they will refrain from trying to take up. They will hesitate about trying to enter cultural pools within which they know themselves to be spurned, or rather, within which they expect to continue to be spurned. Poor newcomers are, of course, almost always spurned. The question is whether they will continue to be slighted and whether the same fate will await their children. This will depend on whether the newly arrived and hence least privileged stratum possess traits which its members and their offspring cannot shed, and which will continue to identify them. Genetically transmitted or deeply ingrained religious cultural habits are impossible or difficult to drop. So that's kind of his argument on that differs from Kedourie. That says, no, homogeneity demands nationalism, or industrialization demands homogeneity, which inspires nationalism. Whereas Kedourie would say nationalism imposes homogeneity, and it is not required by industrialization. Those are the big ones. Does that make sense? Hope it does. aka Batozai says, Wick, are you okay with Kurdistan becoming a country for the Kurds? Again, I'm going to echo Kedourie sentiment. Is that better than what exists now? If it is, then I am for it. If it is not, then I am against it. Because we have to look at these things as, is it better than the status quo? Is it the ideal? No, I don't think it is at all, right? Absolutely not. But is it better than what exists currently? If it is, I am for it. If it is not, I am not. I don't know enough about Kurdistan to give you an opinion. Let's read some articles. Okay. We got about 40 minutes before my debate. Let's read some more modern articles on these things. Okay. We've got the foundations. I presented to you evidence. I think copious amounts of evidence, right? You can be the judge of that. Of nationalism at its core and what it requires. And that is the sublimation of the individual into the state, right? And we looked at examples such as the French Revolution. We looked at examples from philosophers who founded nationalism and their statements on this. We looked at how, again, nationalist nations have traditionally operated and how everything is for the state and how this has been true throughout history. Okay. We went through quote after quote after quote of Kedourie's book. We looked at some of Kohn's. We looked at some of Gellner's. Okay. I think I've made that clear, but let's read some essays and let's see what else has it said. This is from The New Ideal. Okay. It was written in, I believe, February 1st, 2023, and it's entitled, Why Nationalism is Hostile to America. The tagline is, in the last century, nationalism, well, I'll just bring it up, right? Come on. There we go. In the last century, nationalism ravaged Europe. So why do today's resurgent nationalists who advocate essentially the same political doctrine believe their agenda will somehow lead to different results? Okay, it's a Skeptic magazine commissioned the following essay for a special issue on the theme of nationalism, blah, blah, blah. America is being torn apart. Amid growing strife, many people are experiencing angst concerning the future of this country, a country once renowned for its exuberant spirit of discovery, progress, liberty. From across the increasingly tribal political landscape, one can observe attacks on the ideas that fueled America's spectacular rise: reason, individualism, and political freedom. From the illiberal left, the woke phenomenon has emerged, rising to dominance in cultural institutions and calling for canceling those institutions, symbols, and even thoughts it deems heretical. Standing in opposition to it is another new movement that promises to reunite us and rebuild a society true to the American vision. The latter promise calls for embracing the ideology of nationalism. The movement to rehabilitate nationalism has a fervent vanguard. Among its leaders is the scholar Yoram Hazony and his organization, the Edmund Burke Foundation. Under the banner of national conservatism, the foundation has sponsored major international conferences. The most recent event in Miami, Florida, featured more than 100 speakers, including keynote talks by Governor Ron DeSantis, Senator Josh Hawley, and entrepreneur Peter Thiel. The National Conservatives are joined by still other factions, who often describe themselves as the illiberal right. And it was a significant moment when the then President Donald Trump thrilled a crowd at one of his rallies by telling them that he is a nationalist. Reemergence of nationalism is a worse problem than it may seem. Nationalism in the last century ravaged Europe. Nationalists today would have us believe their agenda will somehow lead to different results. Despite wrapping themselves in the stars and stripes, they push essentially the same destructive ideas. The more power and influence nationalism gains, the bleaker our future. What's needed to counter this movement is a deeper understanding of and a commitment to fully realize the Enlightenment ideals at the foundation of the American experiment. America's foundation, reason, and individual rights. The original American political system was an innovation in political thought. For most of human history, government was an instrument of domination over the individual. Individuals were duty-bound to kneel before some authority, whether embodied in a tribe, throne, or church. The individual was literally a pawn at the disposal of the rulers. With the dawn of the Age of Enlightenment, however, the ground began to shift. Thinkers such as John Locke advocated a fundamentally different view of the relationship between individual citizens and the state. That political shift stemmed from a philosophical emphasis on reason. The individual, these thinkers believed, is capable of observing the world, understanding it, and discovering truths, and so people could use their reason to guide their own lives. What emerged was a recognition of the individual as sovereign in thought and in action. Consequently, a new view came into focus regarding the individual's relationship to the state. The state's purpose was not to dominate and exploit, but rather to protect the individual's sovereignty. This view informed the founders, and it reverberates in the words of the Declaration of Independence. The individual, every individual, has the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and government exists to secure those rights. When government becomes destructive of those ends, it is the right of the governed to abolish it and institute a better system that shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Thus, the state's raison d'etre, I don't know if I'm saying that right, is to protect individual rights. That is, to protect individuals' freedom to pursue life and happiness based on their rational judgment. It is important to recognize, however, that in the implementation of America's founding principles, there were contradictions and moral failings. The most obvious was the institution of slavery, which persisted until the Emancipation Proclamation, which only freed slaves in those territories still under Confederate control, and the ratification of the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery through the entire nation. Even after those landmark actions, Jim Crow laws, which institutionalized legal racial segregation, remained on the books through the mid-20th century. It took the 19th Amendment, which was ratified just 100 years ago, to enable women to vote. These were genuine, if much belated, steps towards a more consistent application of the principle of individual rights. One feature of the original American system deserves special emphasis: the safeguarding of intellectual freedom. The principle of church and state separation fenced religion off from political power. The First Amendment leaves individuals free to form their own conclusions and to express their ideas, emphatically including criticism of religion and the state. This reflects a view of the individual as capable of rational thought, owing no submission to dogma, and above all, entitled to pursue the truth by their own best judgment. The unshackling of individuals to gain new knowledge about the world without fear of retribution from religious leaders would prove to be both a cause and an accelerant of progress. Despite failing to protect these rights of all individuals, the United States remains a stunning example of the power of, albeit incomplete, liberty to fuel progress. Once a backwater of the British Empire, the United States became the world's most scientifically, technologically, and economically advanced nation. The scientific revolution not only accelerated human knowledge, but also instilled a cultural norm of truth-seeking, replacing conformity to the specific dogmas of the dominant church. The Industrial Revolution, coupled with a significant degree of economic liberty, supercharged economic progress. The myriad advances in science, technology, and industry demonstrated the power of the rational mind to understand nature and reshape it to serve the goal of improving life. Look around at the world we live in. Life expectancy in the 20th century has roughly doubled. Refrigerators, microwave ovens, air conditioning, television, and mobile phones are fixtures even in the homes of Americans who live in poverty. Thanks to the pioneers of Silicon Valley, the number of digital screens, smartphones, tablets, laptops outnumber the occupants of a typical household, putting at our fingertips access to practically all film, music, books, and the accumulated knowledge of humanity, medical science has tamed or cured terrible diseases. And during a once-in-a-century pandemic, biotech companies were able to produce not just one, but multiple vaccines for COVID-19 in a matter of months rather than years. These material advances, coupled with the culture in which liberty is protected, have made the United States a beacon to the rest of the world, an inspiration to be emulated. That is why the brightest and most ambitious people from all over the world have sought and continue to seek to immigrate to America. What made America such a success story? Its foundational ideas of reason, individualism, and freedom, and the human spirit they unleash. Nationalism is hostile to all of those. What is nationalism? Oh, we're going to see the essays. After we've gone through the scholars, let's see what the essay says, okay? Nationalism is not synonymous with loyalty to one's country. It is a specific political social doctrine. Well, that's true. The essential feature of nationalism is the very un-American notion of elevating the group over the individual. Also true. German romanticists, the original nationalists, held that the nation-state or folk-state was not a societal organization based upon human law with the purpose of assuming man's liberty, security, and happiness, but an organic personality, God's creation like the individual himself. The German philosopher George Friedrich Hegel, a major influence on both nationalism and Marxism, did not see the state as an association of individuals, but rather as a kind person, transcending and subsuming them. A single person is something subordinate, Hegel wrote, and as such, he must dedicate himself to the ethical whole. Hence, if the state claims life, the individual must surrender it. The state, in Hegel's view, is a divine idea as it exists on earth. Because nationalism devalues the individual, it is at odds with the principle of protecting individual liberty. Indeed, nationalism is best understood as a species of collectivism. Fundamentally, writes a philosopher, Leonard Peikoff, collectivism holds that in human affairs, the collective, society, the community, the nation, the proletariat, the race, etc., is a unit of reality and the standard of value. On this view, the individual has reality only as part of the group, and value only insofar as he serves it. It is predicated, observed Ayn Rand, on the view of man as congenital, incompetent, a helpless, mindless creature who must be fooled and ruled by a special elite with some unspecified claim to superior wisdom and a lust for power. Nationalism is thus a cousin of tribalism. Both define membership based on accidental or unchosen characteristics, place of birth, race, ancestry, language. Both demand unthinking loyalty, obedience, and self-sacrifice, one to the nation, the other to the race, family, clan, tribe. Nationalism, unlike tribalism, typically relies on some theoretical scaffolding, enabling today's advocates of nationalism to pass off their ideology as civilized. But nationalism, like tribalism, has a bloody legacy. With its stress on race, language, and ascriptive group identity, nationalism is primed for in-group supremacism and out-group conflict. In Germany, the National Socialist Party built a totalitarian state in keeping with the idea that the individual citizen is but a cell in the organic nation. It was essential, in Hitler's words, that the individual should realize that his own ego is unimportant when compared with the existence of the whole people, and therefore the position of this single ego is exclusively determined by the interests of the people as a whole. Above all, he must realize that the freedom of the mind and will of a nation are to be valued more highly than the individual's freedom of mind and will. When German citizens are merely fragments of the nation's mind and will, and when non-Aryans are dehumanized as vermin, it is left to the incarnation of the nation's will to restore the nation's glory, ensure its purity, and provide for its needs. Pan-Germanism, which predated the Nazis and influenced Hitler, had demanded above all a greater German Lebensraum, or living space, overseas colonies, and a big navy. The Nazi regime infamously pursued Lebensraum. It exterminated human beings by the millions, and it fought to realize the dream of German domination. The 20th century was blighted with still other forms of nationalism. Japan's form of nationalism featured worship of a godlike emperor. Arab nationalism, infused with socialism and Islam, gained authoritarian power in Egypt and Syria, where it led to stagnation, the exploitation of the subject population, and regional wars. By the early 1970s, there were assorted nationalist movements making separatist demands, often using violent means. For instance, in Canada, Quebec, Spain's Basque region, and the perpetually restive Balkans. The term balkanization entered the lexicon as a byword for the disintegration of Western societies into warring tribal and nationalist factions. Today, nationalism can be seen in Russian belligerence. It is a major part of Vladimir Putin's justification for invading Ukraine. In a long essay, Putin claims that Russia and Ukraine are essentially one nation. Ukraine, he contends, is an artificial creation which must be reunited with Russia regardless of the cost of individual lives. Nationalism is a repudiation of the sovereign individual, the ideal central to a free society. Whatever semblance of credibility nationalism may have had in the last century, it lost that on Europe's corpse-strewn battlefields and in the gas chambers. Today, at the forefront of the campaign to revive nationalism are the self-described national conservatives. What reason, if any, is there to believe that their ideas will lead to a different outcome? National conservatism's anti-enlightenment crusade. Okay, I don't know why I thought it would be quick reading these articles. But I'm gonna read this one and then I'm gonna just summarize the rest. Cool. Testy Johnson, I've been taking nothing but W's tonight. I don't know what to talk about. You can go back and watch the stream and you can decide for yourself. Okay, distancing themselves from nationalism's blood-soaked legacy, those who call themselves national conservatives would have us believe that their ideology is pro-liberty, that it is in fact the path to restoring the American vision. But as with the nationalism of the last century, their vision is hostile to reason, individualism, and liberty. National conservatism fundamentally devalues the individual's rational mind, and consequently, it repudiates the principle of individual rights. In his book, The Virtue of Nationalism, Hazony argues that, contrary to the evidence, human reason is incapable of arriving at universal truths. He writes that no human being and no group of human beings possess the necessary powers of reason and the necessary knowledge to dictate the political constitution that it is appropriate for all mankind. Therefore, he believes, it is wrong to regard the principle of individual rights as a universal truth. Instead, he downgrades it to a cultural inheritance of certain tribes and nations. And as we'll see, despite pro-liberty rhetoric, this view empties the principle of individual rights of all meaning. National conservatism is tribalism with a theoretical fig leaf. If you unpack Hazony's idea of the national state, inside, like nesting Russian Matryoshka puzzle dolls, you find tribes. Unpack tribes and you find clans and families. Unpack families and yes, there is a reluctant concession that families consist of individuals, but the basic unit of the value is really the family or the tribe. Binding the collective together are a common language and history and the self-recognition as a community. To be part of this collective is to owe your devotion to its collective self-determination. This implies divining the collective's will by some means transcending our sense and reasoning minds. Here's with 20th century varieties of nationalism, the nation's needs take precedent over the lives and judgment of individuals. I want to pause here to just, again, we just read Kedourie, we just read Gellner, we just read Kohn, and this echoes at least Gellner's and Kedourie's sentiment almost one for one. This idea that language, right, that ethnicity, that is what makes the nation, right, is even in modern nationalism prevalent. In that, again, the collective, right, the state knows best, and your will is subordinate. The will of the individual is subordinate to the state, okay? All these things, the family, education, culture, art, everything, must be in service to the state, okay? National conservatism repudiates the Enlightenment's focus on individual sovereignty. Yoram Hazony, in a keynote at a nationalist conference, announced that we declare independence from neoliberalism, from libertarianism, from what they call classical liberalism. You can give it any name you want, but that set of ideas that sees the atomic individual, the free and equal individual, as central to political thought. Will a national conservative state protect your individual rights? To have even a semblance of freedom in this view, you have to live in a tribe or nation where that is a cultural inheritance. Tough luck if you're born where honor killings and female genital mutilation are accepted cultural inheritances. Whatever degree of freedom you may be afforded is not a matter of your moral right, but rather a permission granted by the collective, and hence a permission that it may withdraw. Essentially, your life and freedom actually belong to the nation. To echo Hegel, your life is something subordinate, and if the collective claims life, the individual must surrender it. National conservatism seeks not to safeguard individual liberty, but to exert authoritarian control. You can see this in a 10-point manifesto that Hazony co-authored, National Conservatism, a Statement of Principles, which bears the signatures of a long list of writers, political figures, and activists. The document puts forward several anodyne positions that give it a veneer of compatibility with freedom: an embrace of the rule of law, a repudiation of racism, the idea of constitutional government, a nod to the idea of free enterprise. These, however, are merely window dressing. The manifesto's conception of the purpose of government is overtly collectivist. Government is not instituted for the sake of securing rights of individuals, but to establish a more perfect union among the diverse communities, parties, and regions of a different given nation. To serve the collective welfare, national conservatives call for imposing a national economic policy to command every individual and prop up favorite industries while somehow miraculously avoiding cronyism. In reality, this erects but the facade of enterprise, trade, and private property, while negating their essence. The manifesto's distinctive aim, however, is religious authoritarianism. National conservatism seeks to demolish one of the signal achievements of the American political system, the separation of church and state. This separation reflected a sober recognition of historical experience. The old world had been racked by wars of religion and by the political domination of one church or another. For their part, national conservatives assert that, quote, no nation can long endure without humility and gratitude before God and fear of his judgment that are found in authentic religious tradition. Where a Christian majority exists, public life should be rooted in Christianity and its moral vision, which should be honored by the state and other institutions, both public and private. End quote. Since such a Christian nationalist regime, we're assured, would protect religious minorities. Notice, however, the statement's glib evisceration of the First Amendment's protection of intellectual freedom. The National Conservative Manifesto simply states, adult individuals should be protected from religious or ideological coercion in their private lives and in their homes, emphasis added. To say that free thinkers, dissidents, or atheists, for instance, should be protected in their private lives and in their homes is not to say that they have a right to freedom of thought and speech. That would necessarily include the right to voice and write and publish your ideas. A protection that extends only to your private life and home conflicts with that. It implies that you cannot hire a lecture hall, run a blog, publish books, release videos, exhibit artwork, or run advertisements to express your views. And why exclude children from such protection? Presumably, national conservatives are only too eager to see children in state schools indoctrinated in the state's dogmas, Christian dogmas here in the U.S. And again, let's remember our readings from Kedourie, okay, from Gellner, from even Kohn. Everything, education especially, is given to preach and to fashion the individual's will to be that of the state, okay? To turn the individual into someone who cannot reason outside of the strictures of the state. I think, let me find it, but Rousseau, another big influencer, okay? Jean-Jacques Rousseau, okay? A philosopher who had contributions to nationalism. He says this in his Social Contract in 1762, okay? He posited that true freedom arises from collective submission to the sovereign will of the community, which he tied to cultural and moral unity. And this laid the groundwork for viewing the people as an organic entity with a shared essence. That wasn't the one I wanted. Hold on. Where is it? Did I mess it up? Maybe I forgot it. But there's a quote out there, and I wish I had this. But basically, it says that the perfect education system creates a people that are unable to even think outside of the strictures of the state's will. And I wish I had that quote, but I don't know why I can't find it. But anyway, these are the fathers and the founders of nationalism, right? These are the people who influenced the fathers and the founders of nationalism, right? These are the wells in which they are drawing the water from. And remember, these wells are poisoned, and the water they're drawing from is also poisoned, right? Let's keep reading. Moreover, whatever this protection looks like, it is coincidental or conditional. The nation's collective self-determination takes precedence, overriding any permission granted to individuals. It is hardly an original tactic to promise people a vague freedom that the government can later revoke. Once it has seized sufficient political power, it no longer feels obliged to put on a friendly mask. The authoritarianism latent in national conservatism can be seen elsewhere in the statement of principles. In keeping with the goal of marrying church and state, the government's purpose is not only to bring criminals to justice, its mission also encompasses the imposition of a religiously rooted morality. In areas in which lawlessness, immorality, and dissolution reign, national government must intervene energetically to restore order. And how exactly does a government's energetic intervention against immorality and dissolution square with protecting individuals from religious or ideological coercion? Further, evidence of the religious authoritarian agenda is contained in the document's alarm at radical forms of sexual license and experimentation, and the notion that government must foster stable family and congregational life, and child raising as priorities at the highest order. These goals, policing sexual behavior, promoting traditional family values, encouraging childbearing, are shared by Islamist regimes such as Iran and Saudi Arabia, and especially the self-styled Christian regimes of Vladimir Putin and Hungary's Viktor Orban. Fittingly, Orban was an honored guest at one of the national conservatism conferences. There's a deep kinship between these authoritarian regimes and national conservatism. Also, notice the points of commonality between national conservatism and a political vision that came to power in the last century. Quote, "This outlook is a religious one in which man is viewed in his permanent relationship to a higher law, endowed with an objective will transcending the individual and raising him to conscious membership of a spiritual society. Being anti-individualistic, it recognizes the individual only insofar as his interests coincide with those of the state. Outside of it, no human or spiritual values may exist, much less have any value." End quote. Or I'm sorry, not end quote. To achieve this purpose, it enforces discipline and makes use of authority, entering into the mind and ruling with undisputed sway. End quote. We're right on the end quote here. The similarities are marked. Religion as a political foundation, subjugating the sovereign individual to the nation. Authoritarian control. These are the words of a political figure who elevated the nation above the individual, who allowed the facade of enterprise, trade, and private property while negating their essence, and who built a militant dictatorship. This statement from Benito Mussolini resonates with the political vision of national conservatism should be disturbing. National conservatism is an ideology crusading for religious authoritarianism. In the virtue of nationalism, Hazony insists that his brand of nationalism is narrow, unambitious, and therefore peaceful. Yet, by design, Hazony's theory puts the life and freedom of the individual at the mercy of the tribe or nation, and so vulnerable to being exploited in the name of collective self-determination. What recourse is possible to an individual if his duty is to subordinate himself? What hope can there be of resolving disagreements peacefully through persuasion if this society is predicated on sidelighting reason and rejecting universal truth? What's left except physical force? Nothing. These points are evident in examining actual societies that devalue reason and subordinate individuals to the collective. They exhibit an ingrained us versus them mindset, which leads to viewing outsiders with suspicion, if not contempt. How can disagreements and conflicts be settled in such societies? Why try to reason with outsiders who are inferior, wrong, or beyond redemption? Think of the Rwandan genocidal tribal war in 1994. Recall the ethnic cleansing in concentration camps during the nationalist wars in the Balkans. Nationalism is notorious for conflict and bloodshed, and that's fitting. It pushes aside the faculty that enables individuals to avoid and resolve conflicts through persuasion. A pro-reason, pro-American alternative. Why abandon the Enlightenment ideals at the foundation of America in the name of national conservatism? Because, we're told, today's cultural disintegration and the woke phenomenon are products of consistently practicing reason, individualism, liberty, and their political, economic expression, capitalism. Supposedly, reason ends in alienation, individualism ends in nihilism, capitalism ends in unemployment, poverty, despair, and misery. In their place, national conservatives offer religious collectivism as a cure. Yet this is a fraud. Reason is our means of understanding the world, ourselves, and others. It is our way of taking control of our lives, earning self-esteem, bonding with friends and lovers, resolving conflicts, and creating lives of meaning. Nihilism and alienation are products not of reason, but of rejecting it in the name of faith and other forms of irrationality, a prevailing cultural trend. Moreover, it is not individualism, but the focus on group identity and tribalism that dominate our culture. It is not capitalism, but the betrayal of political and economic freedom that has been the theme of the past century. The economic upheavals and angst we're witnessing are products of our refusal to uphold liberty, the full separation of state and economics consistently. National conservatism is not a cure for our cultural ills, but part of what's ailing us. But there is a rational alternative. What's urgently needed today is a rethinking of the ideals of reasons, individualism, and freedom, and a commitment to realize them fully, consistently, and without compromise. In the 20th century, then they go on to praise Ayn Rand, and that's where I part ways. Okay, but yes. Input Output says, you doing a tomato panel, huh? Should be a shit show, so yay for the audience. We'll see. It's going to be me and Soypill versus Gibbs and Misfit Patriot, so maybe. Oh, did you guys? Okay, this is totally off topic. Okay. Totally off topic. But, I didn't know this till this weekend, but there's some drama in the tomato space. Did you guys hear about this? Apparently, okay, and as I understand it, I just found out about this like not too long ago. So bear with me, I haven't researched it fully, right? But as I understand it, Andrew Wilson blacklisted her. Cause I guess she laughed at Rob. And Rob had a meltdown. Rob Noor, to be clear. And he had a meltdown. And now Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor are saying that she betrayed them. And it's a whole thing. And now she's blacklisted. Crazy shit. I don't know. I've only looked into it a little bit. So I can't give you a 100% accurate accounting of what went on. But damn. Yeah, Hector reviews. Rob Noor and Andrew Wilson quit doing Raging Tomatoes. Not only they quit, but they blacklisted her. So a lot of the Crucible types aren't going on there anymore. That's what I've been told. It's just so funny because I watched the clip that supposedly caused this issue. Okay. I watched the clip that it supposedly caused this issue. And so Sarah, the host of the Raging Tomato, she's on someone else's show. She's not even on her own show. And I guess the people are reacting to a debate Rob Noor did, on someone else's show. So a third show, okay? So a show unrelated, okay? He did a debate. He made himself look foolish. and they're laughing at him. So the people who are reacting to this are making fun of him. Sarah laughs along with them. Okay? Because it's funny. Rob has a crash out, okay, on another stream. And Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor are now blacklisting Sarah because she had the audacity to laugh at him. Crazy shit. Again, I haven't deep dived into it, okay? So, grain of salt on my putting my version of events out there as I see it. But that's how it looks to me from the outside, from a first blush observation. Greg Yo says, can you explain this prompt? Do they deserve a state? No, so the prompt, the official prompt is, should Americans support a Palestinian state? And I think they should. Now, that's with significant caveats. I want to be clear. I don't think we should support a Palestinian state under the rulership of Hamas, under any circumstances. I don't think we should support a Palestinian state that will destroy Israel. Right? I think that we should also support an Israeli state. Okay? I don't think we should just support a Palestinian state regardless of what they do. Okay? Now, I do think that Americans should support a two-state solution, which is what I'm going to be arguing for tonight. A two-state solution, where in order for Americans to stop having a lot of our money go to Israel's defense, if we can support a Palestinian state which would be more peaceful than the state that exists currently, or the lack of a state which exists currently, really. They're in kind of like this quasi-statehood thing, right? That then I think we should, because I think it would be better for the region and better for us, because we have interests in that region, and a more peaceful region is in our interests. Yeah. What borders would the Palestinian state have? Look, okay, that is for smarter men than I to decide. I don't know what a Palestinian state border-wise looks like. Not entirely. I do think, however, that the American citizen, right, should support the forming of a Palestinian state and the recognition of a Palestinian state. But yeah, the specifics, I don't know. And look, do I think that they're actually going to do what is needed to support a proper state? I don't think they will. I think they should, but I don't think they will, because it's going to require effort that I don't know if there's political will toward put this. But yeah. But yeah, that's what's going to happen in about 10 minutes here. We didn't get through all the essays I wanted to, unfortunately. Today. We didn't get through every single thing that I wanted to get through, but we covered, I think, the core of what I wanted to talk about today, and nationalism and how it is a threat to individual liberty. And I think I've given a remarkably good elucidation of what nationalism is, how it works, what its foundings and origin looked like, and how it's manifested. You can decide for yourself whether I did a good job or not. It's been a while since I've given a book report, which is basically what this was. So I hope you enjoyed it. And if you like this kind of content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Give me money, and I'll continue to do this type of content. It was interesting. I did learn things. I did not know how based in German philosophy a lot of nationalism was, right? At its core, at its founding, and things like that. I did not realize just how deep the rabbit hole went, as they say. But, yeah. I'm going to use a restroom. I'll be back. And then we're going to transition, okay, into panel mode. Debate mode. Now, keep in mind, most of my effort this weekend was dedicated to the nationalism portion. I was asked to be on this panel, like, I think yesterday. And so we'll see how it goes. Might be good, might be bad. I might do well, I might do poorly. But I'll be back either way in 1 minute. I use the restroom, grab a snack, then we'll be ready. Okay, I'm back. So what I'm gonna do right now, just to let you guys know, is I'm going to start moving my setup a little bit so that I am better able to deal with the panel. And that means like just switching where I have different panels and windows up so you can see the panel too. So give me a moment. It'll take a minute or two to do this, and then we'll jump in, and hopefully it'll be a good debate. And I hope you guys enjoy it, and I hope you think it's worth doing. Like I said, I was hesitant to say yes to this because I had the nationalism stuff planned, and now we're going into a whole thing on Palestinian nationalism in a way. Though again, nationalism bad, statehood probably good, but we're going to talk about the difference too. So it'll be weird. I don't know. Who am I debating? I'm debating Misfit Patriot and Gibbs. Okay, Admiral Gibbs. So that is who I'm debating. Give me 1 moment, please. Move this. all the way over to here. Okay, change my little thingy. You mean Rob Nord Jr.? Well, the thing about Gibbs is he won't throw a fit and quit if you laugh at him. So I give him the senior status. Can I just say how amusing that is to me? That they're such little babies. They're all such little babies. But we'll see. I don't know how contentious this debate will be either, right? I like pudding. Pudding's delicious, boys. And we're going to go dark for one moment. Stand by. Stand by. I'm just making sure that you guys can't see my personal information. Okay, that might or might not pop up. I don't know. Let me get off of this. Okay, make sure that's working. And let's see. Can you guys, let's adjust this. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. The edges, well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Enter the studio. Got it. We will make the adjustments. Hold on. Okay, I think
Hi, Wick.
Hey, what's up? You're live, by the way, just
Nice to
FYI.
see
I'm
you.
just adjusting my stuff.
I'm not here.
Oh.
Hold on. It might be me. Yeah, it's me.
I hope you don't mind if I have a little snack. I've been streaming on Nationalism all day, and so I need a little pick me up. So
There you are. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Let me take this.
Gears of Wick, yes, an amalgamation of things. I do hope you guys at least found my presentation interesting. I haven't really done anything like that. And I'm not sure if it was as interactive as it probably could have been. I should work on that, make it a little more audience participation type of thing, but I hope you had fun. Misery Business? Frustration Incorporated. You guys remember that song? They say misery loves company. We should start a company, make misery. No, just me. Just me. Okay.
Check.
Hello. What up?
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you again, both of you. And I need to extend it. Thank you to everyone else as well. But thank you again for doing this for me
One
tonight.
sec.
And thanks for the invite.
Fuck you.
Wow.
Not
Getting
you.
A little intense there.
No. All right. I fixed it. I am having so much trouble with my new soundboard.
Oh, no.
There we go. Okay. I just needed. Yeah, I fixed it.
Did you get a Roadcaster?
No, it's just the Mayano caster, but this happened on my show with Sean, so luckily that happened. I just figured out it automatically goes to the soundboard, which means the only way I can hear you is if I hear me, and I hate that. So I realized you just got to switch it to headphones, and then yes. Now I know how to internet. All right.
Hi, Soy.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Let's actually do a quick sound check. I'll wait for Gibbs to get back. And thank you again. I know Wick and Misfit, I know you both heard this already, but thank you so kindly for coming and doing this tonight. I know everybody's under the weather, myself included. The internet just broke up with me this week, so it's been a fun one.
Fuck the internet.
Internet broke up with you?
First time.
What happened?
Oh, you didn't hear Soypill?
No,
To be fair,
I don't look at drama, but I'm assuming it was fun.
Well,
Yeah, just hit it with the old "who cares." You know what I'm saying?
Well, you don't have to worry about any Crucible people showing up today to combat you.
No. Did you have a take like women deserve rights and like Andrew got mad or something?
No, I just called out Rob for his bad behavior. That's all.
Rob is so good faith. What do you mean?
Rob's a cunt. Andrew's a cunt. And
I was gonna say I got a lot of people looking at my Rob video recently. I wonder if that's why. I got a bunch of new comments.
Tomato, I'm not just trying to blow smoke up your ass. I'm being very serious right now. Your channel is not because of Andrew. Andrew was on your channel because of you. So you'll be fine.
Thank you. I know he keeps saying exact.
I echo that. He is a cunt, though. I just in case that wasn't clear enough.
I don't know. Andrew is just a good faith guy who tries to debate, and you guys are slandering him for some unknown reason. I don't know.
I wasn't talking about Andrew. I don't know Andrew well enough.
I say it to his face. It's not slander.
No, that's what he said to me when I was like calling about it as bullshit. He's like, "Well, I'm nice to people."
Soy, the only reason why we even talk is because I messaged you that one time. I was like, "That fucking troll was goddamn hilarious." I'm so sorry.
I told Andrew.
Rob brings people together. And not just because he's fat and brings them in with his gravity, you know, it's because he's also polarizing.
I told Andrew, I said, stop comparing yourself to somebody that rebukes women. The people on whatever podcast aren't like the woman at the well. The woman at the well doesn't show her asshole to strangers on the internet.
This is very true. They don't. We don't.
And
what was his allusion to the woman at the well? The woman at the well wasn't. Oh, anyway, this not.
Yeah, he said go and send. Or no, I'm sorry. You're right. I meant the whore in the street. Whatever, doesn't matter.
Okay, woman at the well was something different.
No, you're right. You're right. No.
Sorry,
I had two different Bible things in my head at the same time. Anyway,
Fotina. I actually took on Fotina's saint name for my confirmation. So the woman at the well is my friend.
No, that was a gaffe. Anyway, let's all right. Let's get it going.
All right, gentlemen, again, thank you so kindly. And if you guys could starting a bunch of beefs and bringing their beef debates here to the show, that would be incredibly helpful to help continue things going. So all right. You've all been here before. We're all very familiar with my thought process on interruptions. Please be mindful of them and keep them down to a bare minimum. If for any reason, and I started this new practice lately, if for any reason we can't get the interruptions down to a bare minimal, I reserve the right to gear over to a 1-minute timer, and it's going to get really boring really quick for all of you. because then you'll be going one at a time, and there are 4 of you. I do realize I said 8-minute openers. Is anybody planning on utilizing a full 8? I messed up.
Has
there.
anyone ever?
I did not even write mine
Yes.
this time. I'm gonna vamp. But it'll probably be 2 minutes.
Soy, I used the 8 minutes with your debate when we did on here that last
Oh, that's
time.
right, you did. Sorry, I was so distracted by how much longer Fabian stuff is that, like, in comparison, yours was like a note.
Yeah,
If
plus
any
mine's,
of you-
mine's cheeky shenanigans and entertaining. His are cruel shenanigans. You know what I'm saying? Like,
If any one of you uses 8 minutes, I'm gonna wet willy you if we ever meet in person.
that's bad news for you.
It's gonna be a fun group. But yeah, it should have been 4 minutes. That is my apologies there. I messed up. It was like 6 in the morning when I sent that or something. So 4 minutes is the usual, but I'm not going to hard time any of you because of that case. So interruptions, timer, mudslinging, name calling. I know we are all going to have fun with it, especially with this group. But let's keep it to a minimum and not make it the entirety of the show. Is everyone hanging around for open panel a little bit?
Maybe half hour. I gotta get up early.
That's fair. That's fair. I appreciate it nonetheless. Yeah. So if we'll go into open panel, and then you guys, of course, are welcome to leave whenever you like. My panels have been a lot slower lately, and I actually find that to be a good thing because we're actually able to move through conversations and get through talking points. So, let's see what else. If I'm talking, trying to break it down, that please just stop for my sanity purposes here. And then Wick, I believe you actually gave me the exact prompt. Do you want the first opener? Do you want to lead since you're the yes?
I leave it to your discretion. I can go first. I can go last and go in the middle. I'm a flexible guy that way.
Let's give you first dibs on that one. So you're okay with following up?
Guess. Yeah, but that's fine.
I know. You know what's
Some
so funny?
sloppy
Like,
seconds for Soy there. He's used to it.
My favorite.
everyone's sick. Everyone was sick, and like myself included. So we're gonna be working through this pretty easily. Gibbs and Misfit, I'll leave it up to you two with who wants the final say
Doesn't matter.
on openers.
Doesn't matter. Gibbs can pick.
All right, easy peasy.
You just want to go in this order, Gibbs, or do you want final word?
I don't care. I'll do
Okay.
final word. He said.
We'll just
That's
go
fine.
in the order that we're on screen, and that
Works
should make
too.
it nice and easy. And let's see, I just got to switch. So Wick, Soy, Gibbs, Patriot. All right. And again, you're welcome to connect up, sync in however you want to do, restream, take this, do whatever with it that you will. You guys are all familiar with everything I do here, so I don't feel the need to go any further. Any questions?
Yeah, what's Palestine?
Oh my
It's
God.
the
you
Levant.
guys are-
It's the Levant. You know.
This is the best group to have tonight. Uh-oh, we lost one. Rage
It's
quit.
fine.
That was a rage quit.
He went to
realized-
find it. It's gonna be a while.
Yeah, he's like, oh, is that what we're talking about? I gotta go Google.
Listen, you
I'll bet-
motherfuckers better not pull a Fabian and make me start
the
defining
fuck?
goddamn
It's
I'll
words.
bet did you go to connect?
Yeah. hold on.
Yeah, it'll do that, but then the second time in, because it just forces you to
Okay.
authenticate. That's all. But it should be good if you want to try it now.
Yeah, it is. I'm just
Oh wait, I
writing.
thought of you. I got a new.
I'm just
position.
writing debate and pressing fucking. I don't give a shit if they know what it's about.
Your X, whenever you share my stream on X, like
X.
the views just fly.
Well, wait.
Like,
how
I
do,
watched
I
it
can't
back
stream.
here.
I can't stream it to both.
You should
Oh,
have
there
two.
we go. There we go.
Yeah, you should
Debate.
be able to have two.
Title debate. Perfect. Do you fucking watch it? Title debate. StreamYard has lost connection to your. Oh, fuck you.
You can just, if you stream otherwise, you can. I'm just streaming my screen. I don't do it through StreamYard.
Yeah, you
That's
do
right.
it.
Oh
however
no
you
no
want.
no. That's the wrong X account. That what cunt.
Oh, you got a dirty one?
Uh,
Do you
This
not?
one he calls us all slurs on. Okay.
It's the one where he pretends to be a black Democrat, and he's like,
Are
as
you
a black
whatever.
as a black woman, I
As a-
don't really support the way the Democratic Party is acting right now.
all right. Let's just add new destination. That works.
You crack me up.
Director.
How much did you lose the casino, Soy?
You've reached a max number.
did you know I lost?
destinations.
It should,
Oh
be,
wait!
Yes.
Are you talking about San Diego?
it should allow.
it's the
two.
one-
here we go.
I made,
Oh,
I
that's-
made money.
that's
I
fine.
made money in San Diego.
Hey, there we go.
But last weekend, I
All right,
made
there we go.
I maybe lost 4 times as much as I made at the.
They always get you, bro. They always get you.
True.
They don't get me. In the long run, I get them. Don't worry.
It's the
Gentlemen,
reason
I have
why
my
he
ways.
hates Israel.
are we ready to have some fun?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
This is such a good group. This is why I love you guys. Oh, I did not lose anything. All right, I'm going to put all of you backstage. I'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, play the intro. It's 2 minutes, 30 seconds before the intro is done. I will put you back on screen and we'll kick off from there.
Cool.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Generally, you said feminism is here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
What difference does it make, right? What
Stop. Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. That you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Oh, Robert. Oh, dead? With a crowbar, you said?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have with me Wick TV, Soypill, Who's Crunching, Admiral Gibbs, and the Misfit Patriot, all here to discuss the question, should Americans support Palestine having their own state? Wick, if you'd like to begin with your opening statement, please.
Certainly. The region of Palestine and Israel has been under almost constant conflict since even before the foundation of Israel back in the 1940s. Okay, America does not officially recognize the state of Palestine. However, I think that it should, and I'm going to give you an argument as to why. One of the reasons why so much horror has been enabled by Hamas and other terrorist organizations is because of the quasi-stateless nature of many of the Palestinians. They are, again, uniquely susceptible to persuasion by bad actors because they lack a state of their own. And this creates a sense of desperation where they have no one really to turn to, no one really to go for. Sure, they have had quasi-representative governments, the PLO, Hamas, but these have tended to be very poor representations for the people. Now, I want to make it clear that I do not support a Palestinian state under all circumstances. I think that work needs to be done to make sure that the proper Palestinian state is one that is going to bring more peace into the region. However, I think without a state, that peace is impossible in the region. I am here to advocate tonight for a two-state solution, and I think that is the best way forward and the only way forward that leads to lasting peace, not only for the Palestinian people, but for Israelis as a whole. And this benefits Americans because peace in the region, stability in the region, again, helps our interests. We no longer have to fund Israel's defense by giving them billions of dollars to help with the Iron Dome and things like that. If peace can come into the region more than it is now, right? If we can have normalization in the region between Israel and the states around it, including a future state of Palestine, it's going to help us be able to focus our eyes on other matters and our attention on other matters. And I think that is just a moral good for the Palestinian people to have their own state. And that's what I'm going to be arguing tonight, and that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you, Wick. And Soy, to you, please.
Yeah, I first want to apologize to any highly informed people who may watch this. I am just a layman. I've read a few books on Israel-Palestine, and I feel like I know less than I did after reading those or before reading those. There's just so much to learn. So I'm kind of coming at this, especially since it's last minute, as a layman perspective. So looking at the occupation of the Palestinian people, to my understanding, there's really no better alternative than statehood in the end. Otherwise, you have an inevitable, a never-ending, infinite occupation of a people, which will never end well. It's all you're doing is continuing to oppress, relieve them of and control their resources, and just increase violence and death ad infinitum. And it doesn't seem to make sense to me that this is the way forward. I think the only two options, if you're going to change that, are expelling them completely from their country, which means sending 2 million minus all the ones that are already dead to other countries who either don't want to accept them or can't handle that many refugees right now, and will breed resentment. And these places also have complete, lack of controls over terrorism breeding compared to American occupations, or at least American oversight. Or you give them a state and allow them to develop and pursue their democratic interests the way that everyone else does. I think when you repress people like this, they go to the only options they have, and unfortunately right now that's Hamas for them. I don't want that to be their only option, and I don't want them to have this revengeful, violent nature. I want them to have autonomy. Now, there are other states that have democracies to some extent that still do violence, of course. Lebanon has Hezbollah. Hezbollah tries to bomb Israel. Iran tries to bomb Israel. But ultimately, just because there's the opportunity for a state to do bad things does not mean that the peoples deserve a state. It doesn't mean that the peoples of Palestine deserve all the collateral damage because of whatever Hamas is doing. And if you're going to keep occupying them, or you're going to keep, ethnically cleansing them, you're just going to get more violence. And I just don't see any other path forward other than statehood. So yeah, that's my position on that. But we'll see how this goes. I'm curious.
Thank you, Soypill. And Admiral Gibbs, to you, sir.
All right, before I begin, I want to say all of my opinions are my own. I have been paid solely by Texas Ranch and oil money. No Crucible, no Soros, or Jew Gold has paid me. Remember the Alamo, remember Goliad to the Republic of Texas. Cheers, that. My fellow Americans, I come before you again today to once again point out the insidious nature of the Democratic Party. I've said it many, many times over the last couple of years that the Democratic Party is the true party of racism. That progressivism and democratic socialism are just intelligent rebranding by the Ku Klux Klan and the National Socialist Party. Now the perfidious Dems aren't even trying to hide this fact. We see examples of this in plain sight with Graham Planter, Richard Spencer, and counterpoints. One openly proclaims his love of socialism and communism all over Reddit and has a death head tattoo. Another openly leads one of the largest neo-Nazi groups and avidly campaigned for Kamala Harris and voting down ballot for the Dems. Finally, the last one openly proclaims he's racist while pushing for a center-left authoritarian state that embraces eugenics and advocating that Hispanics, and I directly quote what Counterpoint said to me, are subhumans. Who else is going to pick the cotton and clean the toilets? These are your modern Democrats, wishing to form a new form of slavery using illegal Hispanic voters and welfare trapping other minorities in order to ensure they stay in power. It should come as no surprise then that the Democrats hate Israel and wish to see a Palestinian state. In fact, while the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Hajin Abin al-Husani, collaborated with the Nazi Germany during World War II, Many other Arab states, like Iran, continue to deny the Holocaust and push for the death of Israel via nuclear fire. These are states the Dems wishes to be close to. Are we seeing a pattern of National Socialism and racism yet? The honest Dems can argue for their high moral causes, but historically the Palestinians, dating back to the time before writing, never have had a state. Do we see the same moral outrage for our allies, the Kurds, who we left high and dry in Iraq from the Dem? No, we don't. Not even as they were gassed, oppressed, genocided, and sold into slavery by the various powers around them. No one has talked about the Kurds' historic claims to the region, despite suffering much more than the Palestinians ever have, when they've actually had their own country in the region historically, and their name, the Kurds and Kurdistan, stem from those former countries' name. The Dems don't care about this, though, as this is an inconvenient truth to them, and distracts from their hate of the Jews. They'll sit here and proclaim Zionism is evil while propping up the nationalistic causes of terrorist organizations like Hamas and the PLO. Has anybody noticed that none of the countries of Palestine around Palestine want to take in the Palestinians? Why could that be? Could it be because during Black September they tried to overthrow the Jordanian monarchy and started a civil war in Jordan? Could it be that many terrorists trace their roots back to Palestine and terrorist acts like the Munich attack or the October 7th? How about the heinous way in which Palestinians' chosen governments perform? The PLO is notoriously corrupt and hoarded resources, ruling more like gangsters than an actual government. How about Hamas? Well, they ripped up the piping from the water plants that the Israelis built for the community in order to turn them into missiles, shamelessly using their own people as shields, and then literally sexually assaulting many of their hostages to death. We can talk about the things the average population cheers for. They came out in the streets celebrating the horrendous atrocities perpetrated on October 7th like it was the second coming of Christ. This savagery and history of evil leadership doesn't show that they deserve a state. Finally, my last and probably most controversial point is what's best for America. For better or worse, we've hitched our wagon to the success of Israel. Israel's basically destroyed one of our biggest enemies, Iran, in short order, while normalizing relations with other Arab countries in the region. Israel's moved into Syria to protect the Druze and other minorities in the region from a new racist regime with Ba'athist roots. Israel, despite what many of my opponents want you to believe, is a multi-ethnic nation with Arabs and Jews of many types living in harmony. They are a beacon of democracy in the region and a staunch ally of ours. What benefit would there be to help for us to help those people who choose barbarism repeatedly over a staunch ally? The answer is none. In conclusion, my fellow Americans, short of America annexing the region as part of the new American empire, the best option is to forgo a Palestinian state and give it all to Israel to do as they see fit. In the long term, it'll be better for everyone involved and reward those who work with the United States and its allies while disenfranchising those who work with our enemies. The Democrats, in their desperation to be relevant, don't actually care about the Palestinians, and their moralistic claims are just window dressing for the rampant hate of the Jews and their love of National Socialist policy. My fellow Americans, it is imperative that we continue to support our allies in the region and not give an inch to the demands of Palestinian statehood. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Gibbs. And finally to you, Misfit Patriot.
I usually write an opening statement. I didn't have to this time because I've already done this debate 50 fucking times. This debate is stupid. It's retarded. It's been beaten into the fucking ground, right? And here's why this debate is stupid. It's not because I've done it so many times, okay? I don't have a pre-written opening statement. I have the fucking two-state solution proposals. There have been 11. Okay, let's go with the Peel Commission, 1937. Okay, rejected by the Arab leadership. The UN Partition Plan in 1947, rejected by the Arab Higher Committee. The post-1967 war proposals, right, rejected. Well, actually, this was basis for future talks in the 1979 Camp David Accords. Okay, PLO, Palestinian, rejected. Oslo Accords, rejected. Camp David Summit, rejected by Arafat. Taba? Who gives a fuck? Rejected. Roadmap for Peace, 2003, rejected. Annapolis Conference, 2007, rejected. Joint understanding, no details signed. Want to be very clear here. Kerry Parameters talks, 2013 and 2014, neither fully accepted. Trump plan. And by the way, when I said rejected every time before that, it was only rejected by Arabs/Palestinians. So 3 strikes, you're out. 11 strikes, get fucked. Okay. Why do Palestinians deserve a state? Well, maybe prior to 1937, they would have an argument. They don't have an argument anymore because every time they have been offered one, they have said, fuck you, we'll just kill Jews instead. All right. I am so tired of having this debate about whether or not people who have been offered the thing that you say they deserve the thing they have been offered. I'm done with it. Right. Palestine has never been a state. It is not now, nor has it ever been a country. Right. So when I hear people like Soy in his opening statement say occupation, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because Israel can't occupy Israel. Right. Palestine is a region in Israel. I am in Texas in America. OK, so if I'm in Texas, OK, that is a state in America. America can't occupy Texas. America is Texas. Israel has offered these people their own fucking country 11 times. And 11 times there has either been a rejection on one side. The vast majority has been a rejection on one side, or the deal couldn't go through. Now, there have been 5 peace deals that have been the most notable where they have literally just said, no, we want more. So who are the Palestinians? Right? What are they? The League of Nations in 1920 got together and they said, hey, we're going to name this little area Mandatory Palestine. And for the next 28 years, these people claimed that they had a country when they didn't. Then Theodore Herzl puts together the Zionism, because the Jews got kicked out of 109 countries, not because they're Jews, not because they were the ones starting problems, because ever since the, death of Christ, they're just the world's punching bag. And I don't understand how any person can make an argument that these people who have already been persecuted during World War II, their population was basically cut in half, even more. I think it was like 60%, right? Are the problem, right? They're not. Here's the deal. Jordanians and Egyptians are what makes up Palestinians. They have 2 countries already. And if they want to either go to those countries and become what they already fucking are, great. If they want to call themselves Palestinians, just like I called myself a Texan, great. They can live in Israel. That's it.
Thank you, Misfit. And as a kind reminder to the audience, we are going to get through the debate. Then we will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, everyone's favorite part, we will open up the panel. And if you have something to add into the conversation, you're more than welcome to come join. Gentlemen, I believe everyone is dual streaming as well. So please be sure to go over, check them out, like, subscribe, and share. I leave the floor open to you.
I have a quick response to Misfit because he did address me directly. So when I say occupation, obviously, you can debate the semantics as to whether or not Palestine is independent or not. Israel says it's all Israel or whatever. The point is that you have a people in an area that are completely unable to have any sort of self-determination. They can't leave or go in with their own,
yeah, they can.
No, they can't. There's no airport, so their only way they can go in
They
or
could have
out
built
are
it. They could have built an airport. They built tunnels. They built murder tunnels.
I don't believe Israel would allow them to build an airport in their land. I think
Israel
the point is that
Israel gave them billions of dollars. They could have built an airport.
What I'm trying to say is that
I'll let you finish.
Right. I'm not trying to say that they could have done this or that. I'm saying is you have a people that first of all is not directly one-to-one with the government. So we'll get to the negotiations that have fallen apart 11 or more times. But the idea that these people that are in this country who are living under some sort of oppression. Now people say open air prison. Some people don't like that comparison. I'll just avoid using that for the sake of saying you are not allowed to do and live freely as many other people are in other countries because of the way Israel's occupying them. And regardless of the justification for that, what inevitably happens when you do that to a place and a bunch of people is violence and revolt. And regardless of how bad I think that is, obviously I condemn Hamas. I'll say it 100 times if you need me to. I don't think that makes it a viable option to keep doing it and just hope to God that one day these people will just stop trying to revolt, stop trying to break out of Palestine, stop trying to get self-determination. So this endless let Israel do whatever they want, I think that was kind of the prescription that Gibbs said at the end there. I just don't think that's going to work out. And really quickly to address, and I'll let you jump in, Wick, but to address the idea that we've offered them a state 11 times. I really don't think that's the case. It is. No, well, hold on. Let me say just one of these examples, and I'm not saying this disproves all of your examples, but if you look at example the Oslo Accords, which fell apart after the assassination of was it the prime minister or the president? I actually forget which one they have of Israel. If you look at the actual Oslo Accords, there was kind of an explicit avoidance of mentioning Palestinian statehood. It was a deal that allowed them more autonomy, but Israel was specifically very careful not to give them a state in that one. And there's other, arguments as to whether or not, in 1947, why would they agree to give up so much of their land when really they think you deserve none of it? And you can go back and forth of like, hey, we offered this and said no. Well, but the point is that just because the governments haven't been able to make a deal does not mean that they somehow don't deserve a state, or that a state shouldn't inevitably be in the long run, especially because those people don't determine whether or not that deal goes forward. They are the civilians of Palestine.
Why does anyone deserve a state? Why, I'm talking anyone, any country in the world. Why do they deserve a state?
That's not the question at hand. We're not talking about whether they deserve it or not. We're asking.
That's what he just
real
said.
quick.
That's what I'm saying.
Sure,
to be fair.
but the overall argument, right, is whether or not Americans should support the forming of a Palestinian state. And I think these are fundamentally different questions.
Let Gibbs jump in, and then I'll retort.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, so that's interesting, because I don't see any of this outrage for the Kurds, right? And I brought that up in my opening. I mean, you might have said something about it previously, Wick, but even then, I don't see you even pushing that as a hardcore agenda point of yours. I've never seen you make a thing, hey, let's get Kurdistan going. This is not a bash on you, but this is more of a bash on the Democratic Party as a whole. I don't see this outrage for the Kurds. The Kurds have suffered just as bad, if not worse. They actually have a claimed historic land, and I think Misfit Patriot here really hits the nail on the head when he says, why do they deserve a state? Well, I don't think any country deserves a state, right? But if you actually believe they deserve a state, then you don't believe in Erbo, because right now it should just be all of Israel, right? And you're just creating a new state where there was none, and there's never been, right? So, okay, if you believe in Erbo, then you don't like the idea of a new Palestinian state. And then when we look at this finally, in another way, I'm sitting here going, well, I don't think that this benefits America. Y'all made the argument that's going to make things better over there. I think maybe, just here's me out. We've already picked our dogs in this fight, and we should back those dogs, which seem to be Saudi Arabia and Israel, and then just let the figure that shit out on their own. Because every time we go to get involved, it turns into a goddamn quagmire. And I don't think the Palestinians have any reason to like us any more than anybody else. In fact, some of the people that have attacked our ships, our embassies, and our planes have been Palestinians.
Let me expound. Wick, I'm going to let you jump right in. I just want to expound on this, and I'm going to actually kick it to you, Wick. Why would you say that any country, right, deserves a state when the way countries are created is pretty much one of three ways, right? Conquering, diplomacy, or purchase, right? So why does Palestine deserve a state? Please answer.
It's not about deserve. Again, the question at hand, the pertinent thing that we have to look at is, would Palestinian statehood be better or worse, not only for them, for Israel, and for us, than the conditions now? The question of deserve doesn't factor in it. To answer your question directly, no one deserves a state.
Hold on.
Just to answer your question directly, no one deserves a state. What does that even mean, deserve a state, right?
Okay, well, I was responding to Soy, my bad. So Soy said they deserve a state.
Sure. Soy can make that argument. I don't know what argument he wants to make.
So here's
if I can finish my point.
If
I could just finish my point real quick. My argument tonight is that what we're doing when it comes to Israel and Palestine, what Israel is doing, what Palestine is doing, what America is doing, what the international community is doing, none of it is working. What we need is something new. And yes, there are difficulties in getting a state for Palestinians. But one of the reasons that Hamas and other terrorist organizations, Qatar and all these other extremist organizations, have been able to use the Palestinians to strike at Israel is because they are in this kind of quasi-stateless limbo where they don't have access to their own resources and government, and it creates this really where they are very susceptible to the types of predations where people like Hamas and others can use them for their.
Do you think that Britney Spears has shown a pattern of behavior as a responsible adult that should be able to take care of herself?
Look,
No, it's an honest question.
I
believe
don't.
That,
she's
believe
done
that
some
Britney
crazy
Spears-
shit, but I'm not a Britney Spears expert. I
But
only am
hold on,
passable
so
familiar
she was
with
under-
her, so
she
I
was
don't know.
under-
I can't answer.
She was under a conservatorship, right?
Sure.
And everybody fought for Britney Spears to be independent, right? And Britney Spears became independent. They freed Britney Spears, right? Free Britney. And she started dancing in her fucking living room with knives. And,
Okay.
And doing drugs. And she's
Based.
marrying people and
Based.
fucking like breaking up with them a week later.
Okay.
Now, hey,
yeah,
this
unlike
is-
other celebrities,
This
like
is not a. This is hold on.
I
this is-
also dance in my living room with
I
knives,
see where I
so-
see where you're going
this
with
is
it,
not a,
Misfit.
this
Go
is
ahead.
not a this is not a one-to-one comparison. What I'm saying is, right, when you have what your argument is, which is will the world, will Israel, will everybody be better if Palestine has a state? My argument is, do you think that the people in Britney Spears' house are safer or in more danger now that she's free?
Well, wait, this is a very good analogy. In fact, I actually kind of agree with, because maybe we can find some common ground here. First of all, if you think the Palestinians right now is a stateless and letting as Israel do whatever they want entity are safer, absolutely not. They've had more deaths now than I think ever in history. And correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe they died a lot more in the Nakba. But when you say a conservatorship, I think you would agree. Brittany might have deserved. I don't know if fully, but she probably needed a conservator, right? Like,
yes,
right. So what I think maybe Wick would agree with this is, like, when we say that Palestinians deserve a state, independence and statehood and the ability to not have someone else control your resources, not have someone else control your travel, does not mean that you don't have any sort of oversight, right? So when I think of a statehood that maybe Americans would be supporting in Palestine, which is to let them have their own autonomy, let them travel freely, but perhaps it might look like something that was post World War II Japan or Germany, where we say, hey, but you can't have a military, and we have some sort of like say over how these things are, or with the Iran deal, where we say, hey, yeah, you can have nuclear facilities, but we're going to have third-party people come in and watch. That doesn't mean they don't have a state. That doesn't mean these civilians are oppressed, but it does mean that there's some sort of oversight to make sure that they're not, foreign.
Hold on 1 second. Here's the flaw in the logic. I'm going to give it back to you, Gibbs. I don't want to hijack the whole thing.
Oh, you're good.
But the flaw in your logic is, right, Britney Spears is still Britney Spears. So what you're talking about is a transfer of conservatorship from a different person that's overseeing Britney Spears to make sure she doesn't stab her fucking kids, right? So what I'm saying is, right, have the Palestinian people, have they displayed over the past 70 years a pattern of behavior of people that can take care of themselves, make good decisions, pick their own government, right? Have they done that? No, they haven't.
I think the problem there, Misfit, is that the worse it has gotten is kind of almost directly proportional to how little freedoms they do have. Like
37, 47, 68, 73. It's a pattern. It's a big pattern, dude.
I understand that there are reasons why Palestinian peoples might oppose certain, secessions of territories and all that. But what I'm saying is, the worse that you let Israel say, hey, we're going to control every aspect of your life, I think the greater resistance you're going to see, the more kind of October 7th violence you'll see, because they have no other option. There's no, hey, let's vote on the super nice people into power that are going to negotiate a little better. There's no, hey, you know what? I don't like this government, so I'm going to go migrate to a different place. Egypt
also occupied the area, and they also had resistance back then. They had
I'm not saying no resistance will ever happen.
Hey, that's an important point. Let's look at Egypt. What's the difference between Egypt and Palestine? What's one of the major differences? And because I would agree with you that Egypt has responded in a way that the Palestinians haven't. It's because Egypt has a state.
Egypt has a state because Egypt is Egypt. It's been there. It's already been a state.
Egypt has a state because Egypt is Egypt. Egypt
is in the fucking Bible, dude. Egypt has been there. It's pre-established. You're talking about establishing.
Egypt is Egypt, and therefore
let's give Gibbs. Go ahead and let Gibbs.
He's actually. I mean, I know that sounds dumb, like on the surface when you say, "Oh, Egypt has a state because it's been there," but like even under Rome, it's identified as its own section, right? It's under Rome, this is Egypt. We identify it as Egypt because, it's been in existence for thousands of years. They have a national identity.
But in that case,
Palestine's never had that up until the 40s. Up until I think the Ottoman Empire, like 1920, they were the Levant. Whoa, let's zoom it in. They were the Levant, and we're getting zooming. I'll fix that in a second. But they were the Levant, right, in the region, and all these people identified it that way. And so now you're sitting here going, oh, they deserve this national thing. They don't deserve that. And like you're saying, oh, I didn't say that, but you're basically saying that, right? You're saying because all these things bad, but whenever it's everything Mr. Patriot said, every time they've had a chance to get their leadership, guess who got a Nobel Peace Prize? Arafat, somebody they basically kicked out of not the West Bank, but the other side, Gaza, because they go, oh, these are the PLO, too corrupt. They're too corrupt. They're basically gangsters. They kicked them out. And then what do they do? Instead of getting rid of the gangsters and putting some actual change there, hey, guess what they did? They elected Hamas, who's never let them have an election since then, and still enjoys, to this day, popular support despite committing atrocities left and right and tearing up their infrastructure to make bombs and using the people's shields.
The
Clearly,
problem,
they can't be trusted at the act
hold on.
themselves.
The problem with trying to measure popular support in Palestine currently with Hamas is that if you don't support them, Hamas will kill you. So you better fucking say you support Hamas, right? Like it's really hard to get an accurate portrayal of what the Palestinian people actually think. And to answer your point, right? Like the Egypt of 100, 200, 300 years ago looks remarkably different than the Egypt today and how it's governed and how the state operates, all these things. But the fact that it does have a state means that it has, and its people see it having a future. One of the things that the Palestinians are desperate for is a future. And yes, I agree. They have been governed by real bad actors for a real long time that have been a danger to Israel. But the problem is you keep wanting to do the same thing and you are expecting a different result. And what I am advocating for and arguing for tonight is that we do something that's different than what we have been doing for the last 80 years.
You keep saying they're doing it. They elected Hamas, right? They elected Yasser Arafat.
Well, again, you got to look at this. Again, you have a population of millions, like you pointed out, and to say, first of all, let's say like 90% of them.
That's the answer.
90% of it's 2 million, right? Let's say 90% of them voted for Hamas. So first of all, like to Wick's point about whether or not they need to support them, obviously I agree there is some sort of weird coercion there where it's kind of hard to say you don't support Hamas. But let's just say they all did. It makes perfect sense for the people to turn to some sort of violent repression against the violence that they're facing, and to say that, well, Egypt is Egypt because Egypt's always been there because of the Bible. Like Egypt in the Bible times doesn't even closely resemble Egypt now or Egypt, 20 years ago. And the idea that like because Palestine was only an area that they declared to be Palestine in like the Ottoman times, which I'm not even sure if that's true. They might have called it that before that. Doesn't matter as to whether or not people, when I say deserve, because you keep coming back to this, deserve a state. It's not like, oh, did you earn it? Oh, here's your brownie points for the revolution, Americans. The idea is that people always are going to want to make their own decisions. And if you don't let them and you oppress them and you keep them locked up and you don't let them control their own resources, they're going to revolt. And you need inevitably to let these people do something that doesn't make them want to violently lash back.
Here's what you're doing. You're conflating the British in the American Revolution to the people, right, that is in the current government. So as an American, let's say we Americans elected somebody for president. That person became an authoritarian dictator. In fact, a terrorist regime.
Can we imagine that? I don't know. Right?
You don't know shit about shit about authoritarianism in America because it's never fucking existed. All right. If our current government moved into Mexico, slaughtered 1,200 people, and I'm using a 1-to-1 comparison, not a fucking relative, right? I'm talking about if we did what Hamas did. Okay, you're saying that those people who are oppressed should have done something because they saw that they were under this type of authoritarian rule. What if their own government, right? What if our own government did what Hamas did? Do you think that we would have a duty, a right, in fact, an obligation to overthrow our own government, not Mexico's government? Not even if we thought Mexico was being cunts, right? If we videotaped ourselves raping women, cutting people's heads off, burning old ladies, right?
Killing 1 million Iraqis, Abu Ghraib.
No.
What if we did that?
Just use a simple 1-to-1 comparison of exactly what Hamas did, right? If the American government that we elected did that and we didn't uprise, nobody should support us. We deserve nothing from the rest of the world.
Again, this isn't a one-to-one. The problem with your analogy here is it's not a one-to-one comparison. The fact that we as American citizens have abilities and rights, gun ownership and things like that, that the Palestinian people under Hamas does not. Again, our ability to hold on really quick. Our ability to affect change in our government is fundamentally different under Hamas the Palestinians have, and to act as if they have this the same ability as an American would have in order to seek redress from their government is just faulty. Do they have a moral duty to resist their government? You could even argue that.
Yeah,
but the problem is, at the end of the day,
he says, "Well, Wick,
hold on, let Wick land his plane. He's been very gentle with everyone.
Okay,
go ahead, Wick.
I can be rough. Don't worry. Okay, but no, here we go. But the fundamental issue at hand is that, again, if we are to change their behavior, I don't care about what is just or deserved. I care in a very pragmatic sense about what will work and what won't work. And it's clear that your method is not working.
What do you mean? Our method hasn't been tried yet. Trump's plan is about, 3 weeks in. But hold on, let's go back.
And already they're still killing each other, man.
Yeah, no. Now they're killing each other. They're not killing Jews anymore.
No,
right?
hold on. Now Israel's bombing them.
Now you have the Dagmoosh, or whatever the fuck it's called, right? Which is more Palestinians, other terrorist factions who are now going after Hamas because they showed weakness by capitulating and giving the hostages back. That's
right.
How
and
it
you're
works
making the argument
there.
that those people should try to revolt, and they have a responsibility.
No, but I'm making the argument is if that's their reaction to a peace deal, they don't deserve a fucking country. Right?
Well, hold on, Misfit. I can't see how you're not seeing that these are not the same groups of people. You're literally wait, hold on. You're literally describing the Hamas government executing people they see as collaborators with Israel or the enemy, and you're telling me that those people don't deserve self-determination. Who have I don't know if those people specifically that are being killed have done anything wrong, but are clearly not aligned with and don't support Hamas and are being killed by them. And the argument that the only thing that they should do, their moral responsibility, is to revolt against Hamas when clearly that will get them killed. And if they don't do that, they don't deserve autonomy, just doesn't really ring true to me. It especially doesn't make sense to me when you use this America analogy, because we did go in Iraq and kill hundreds of thousands of civilians, and half the country supported it.
Yeah,
they did not revolt. So
I don't. Today we've been bombing Venezuelan fishing boats. That's what America's doing today.
What are they fishing for? Cocaine?
You don't know that. Give me any proof. Give me 1 ounce of evidence that they were drug running.
I'll show you a video where the
you can just Google countries around there have confirmed that they got coke out of the water from the boats they blew up. Several countries.
Okay, when the when they had these.
Hold on, let Gibbs finish.
Let me just a bit here. I'm sitting here. One. I see this super chat going, right? And I don't know if they're exactly accurate, but I know that the region has been named a whole bunch of stuff, like Greater Judea. We've had the Levant, other different empires, and we mentioned Egypt, right? And Soypill objected saying modern Egypt's not the same as whatever. Well, let's check this out. What country is considered to have the longest continuous history in the world? Oh, China. Would you say communist China is remotely the same as, I don't know, the Qin dynasty? Fuck no, it's not remotely the same at all. So it's still the same continuous country. They still have the same national identity. Egypt, same thing. They still have a national identity. Palestine's never had an identity. And you look at the earliest ideas of Palestinian nationalism, it happens under the Ottoman Empire with rich Palestinians basically being corrupt and going, let's buy a region. That's what happened, right? That's not any sort of actual claim to the land. Now, when we're sitting here talking about what you're talking about, Hamas, well, okay, you said there's 2 million people. I don't know if that's true. I know there's more than one. But let's just run with the 2 million number. There's the most fighters Hamas has at any given time that we've estimated. It's 43 to 48,000. Yeah, right. Okay, you can get 2 million people with the body heat and kill all of Hamas. Right? I don't want to hear they need the guns. And when you sit here and talk about the guns, let's look at Texas. I'll use that as an example. I brought it up, Goliad and the Alamo. We used way less guns to be way bigger of a force and got the job fucking done.
Wait, what happened at the Alamo?
We lost, but we killed enough of them that we could beat them at San Jacinto.
Oh, we beat them a week later, dude.
And then, hold on.
So let's not act like the guns of today are the same as the guns.
You're sitting here saying these things about the guns and all this shit. It's pretty clear that they had no problem getting the guns when he just mentioned the Dog Moosh being another group that's got guns and are fighting. And it's like, oh, okay, these guys are so bad. Well, hey, I guess they were creative. They're the rednecks of the Arab world. They took water plants and turned them into fucking missiles. Okay, cool. So it's clearly they don't have a problem figuring out a way to kill everybody. So, hey, I don't think that's the reason. I think that what you're trying to say is you don't respect the Palestinians and you think they have a big case of Poseidon and you need a Daddy America to come save them. And guess what? I'm saying time for Daddy America to let the people over there kill each other. That's what I'm saying. And let them do it themselves to figure it out because it's not our fucking problem no more.
See, well, here's the deal. What with we, the word we that Wick keeps using, we, right?
Yes, the American people.
We, right? We need to do this. Okay. We never needed to do this. Okay. What we needed, what we needed to do was back up our ally by selling them weapons, which is what we did. Right. That's what we do with our ally, Israel. Right. Palestine is not an ally.
Do we have a duty to keep our allies safe?
What do we have a duty?
Yes. Do we have a duty as a sovereign
we
nation to help our allies be more safe? Do we have a duty
to keep anyone safe but America?
Not even our allies. We have no duty towards our allies.
But even if we signed an agreement that said we have to, and it's literally an obligation under.
Well, I mean, every government changes every 4 years. So if Bill Clinton says that we got to keep Ukraine safe, right, and then a new president comes in, we don't have to keep Ukraine safe, right? So it's something like that, right?
That's not how that works.
Can one administration create a duty for the entire country to another nation that lasts a long time? I don't believe
that's how it works. Because if it doesn't, then no country will ever work with you if they know that 4 years later you're not going to be able to uphold any agreement.
And this is also why traditionally we've administrations haven't changed our foreign policy that much. Our foreign policy leaders, experts, and such like that have tended to go through several administrations, right, in order to have this continuity of policy. That's generally been the case in the American history.
But here's the deal, right? Earlier, you were talking about how the Dog Moosh is like, oh well, these people are clearly they're resisting, blah blah blah. Do you have any idea what happens during these regime changes or weakness that's shown in a regime when these other factions come out and start, like the Assad regime? You remember when Assad fucked off to Russia and because a bunch of other terrorists were like fucking even worse, right? This is what happens throughout history in the Middle East, right? And look, I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying that the vast majority of people in these Sharia practicing nations, in these Muslim nations, right? They don't look at things the same as you and me. They don't look at diplomacy as, hey, let's have a conversation. They look at it as, hey, let's kill everybody. And then we get to stand right there and we get to hoard the food. We get to take over the trucks. So when you see the Dagmoosh, right, going after Hamas because they made a peace deal that Donald Trump put together, that doesn't mean Dagmoosh good guy. That means Hamas 2.0 trying to make Hamas 1.0, no more Hamas, right? And then we would just be talking about the Dagmoosh.
Again, this is why a peace deal alone is insufficient. A peace deal has to be the start.
But hold on, Rick. You were saying, okay, all right, Soy and you just argue we should support our allies.
Yes.
Okay. Let's just take this to a
hold on. Do you disagree with that? Just to on the starting point. Do you disagree with that? I know Mystic kind of does, but do you?
Well, I would say most of the time, yes. I mean, there are situations where I might disagree. Okay, but
but as a rule, as a general principle,
as a general rule, sure. But then that's going to lead into my next point. Is if you remember, we just talked about Iraq. There was one group in Iraq that really was happy America came to town, and that was the Kurds. And they acted as our translators. They've sat here and acted like our agents in Syria. We backed them. But however, we left them to die whenever we pulled out.
And that is a shame on our country.
It's a shame. Hold on. Just let me hear me out. And I've sat here and you've argued strategically it would be better for the region to give the Palestinians a fate. Well, I disagree. I think it would make more chaos, but that's fine. Let's just take your idea for what it's worth and say that's true. Okay, I don't hear you or anybody advocating that we give the Kurds their historical land, which they actually have a claim to, and while they've been just as oppressed in greater numbers than the Palestinians ever have. They've
Wait,
been killed
Gibbs,
in much.
I'm not in
wait,
any
wait,
principle.
Gibbs,
hold on.
I have to ask. Well, I have to ask before you move on.
Allies.
No, I have to ask this.
Hold on. Let
I'm literally
Gibbs
almost done.
finish,
But
and then you
I
can
just think
come
Willie's
back.
saying something that's
Let
not
him-
true. I need to ask about it.
It's
Like,
true.
At least
It's
let him
true.
finish. Write it down.
do
Write
Kurds
it
not
down.
have their own like land
No,
in
they-
Iraq? That
they
is
do-
like
they
they have
do
their
have
own
their-
airport and they have
They
their
do
own
have
like
their own autonomous
kind of
land to a
elections.
point.
Yeah,
However, unlike that, they've had to fight tooth and nail, and they've gotten somewhat to their own extent. However, no, they still don't have full rights compared, and they've tried to break away several times, even recently. And it's not been allowed because guess why? It would destabilize the region with our other allies, Turkey, and all these other people, and even some of our enemies like Iran. And all of a sudden, we don't have a problem fucking the Kurds over, and y'all, the Dems, are totally silent about it. But hey, guess what? When it's convenient to hate Israel, y'all sure are quick to jump on the Palestinian side.
Hold on.
Well,
The
no,
reason we're
Gibbs,
talking
the
about
idea-
Palestinians tonight is because that's the prompt. If the prompt was Kurdistan and the
Sure.
Kurds, we would be talking
And
about
you
the Kurds.
picked the
But we're not
fucking
talking about
prompt.
the
I have
Kurds
a
tonight. We're
fucking
talking about
problem with you.
Palestinians.
And to be fair, the Democrats have criticized the pulling out and the abandoning of the Kurds for the last like 10 years. Well, not 10 years. It
And
happened,
then they
but
back, and then
within
they back
10 years,
Estrogen or whatever his
but-
name is in Turkey multiple times. Have they
Erdogan,
not?
yeah,
Oh yeah,
they did back Erdogan, but again, like if you were to bring all of these facts to me and say, hey, like, do you think that not letting the Kurds have their own state is going to cause more unrest? And like, I think I have a friend actually who lives there, and she was showing me like how they're about to go to war when the Iran stuff started. Yeah, I do think that maybe giving them a state could alleviate some of the pressure and make some of the civilian sentiment not so adamantly anti everyone else who's controlling their entire lives. Yeah, if that was the case. Again, I'm not super informed about Kurdistan, but this is, I guess this is a whataboutism where it's like, yeah, I would be consistent in the same case. I would want them to have a state. I do think that would help.
Overall stance is so. Like,
Hey,
you
I'm
just
not the
said-
Democratic Party. I'm Wick.
Hold on, but you are the representatives for him tonight. So I mean, you
Sure. Okay, well, yeah, and the conclusion to that would be obviously Admiral Gibbs that we would say the Democrats should support a Kurdistan state. Yeah, okay.
Okay, and then why don't they? So if they're not doing it now, why?
I don't know. I'm
should we
not
take- if they were
informed
not
about
doing
it.
for
I
our
wish they would.
ally,
I wish
the
they would.
Kurds, why
I
should we
wish they
take
would
the
let
Kurds
listen to me
seriously?
more.
Let me
Ally
hold
not
on,
doing
hold
this
on,
for
hold on.
Palestine.
Let me take this moment to just reset the panel. We were doing really awesome on the back and forths. Let's get back to that and less of the chiming in between each other's sentences. Gibbs, I'm going to kick it back to you and then take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, I was just asking the last question here, like to y'all, really, like, why, if you're gonna say, you said y'all made the prompt that it's Palestine, right? Why would we take any claim from you, the Dems, saying, hey, we want Palestine for any real reason, seriously, whenever y'all's party openly has supported basically the oppression of the Kurds with backing the Edgerton on other sorts of shit? Trump has not done that. Trump called them out on all sorts of stuff. And so when you're sitting here going, hey, we should back Palestine, and I'm going, hey, they're not even our ally, and you're sitting here saying we should support our allies, hey, we're not going to support the Kurds, seems pretty sus, bro.
If you are under the impression, just real quick, if you are under the impression that I support every single policy or every single decision that the Democratic leadership has made in the last 20 years, you are sorely mistaken. I have criticized my party, the Democratic Party, on several occasions, right? Recently and in perpetuity to the past when it comes to certain styles of play that the Democrats have. I find myself to be a Democrat because of the positions I hold. I do not hold the positions I held because I'm a Democrat. There's a big difference there. So when we talk about, right, this idea of Kurdistan, I'd be happy to research it. I might come to a different conclusion. But right now, I'm talking tonight about Palestine. And again,
and wait, hold on real quick, because I did Google it, and like Chuck Schumer and other prominent Democrats have supported an independent Kurdistan, so I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Like,
Wick, hold on. Wick, did you have anything else you were finishing?
It's only this, and I'll be brief. Only this, and I'll be very brief. It's that, again, I think that the evidence points that the peace deals and all the half measures that we've taken with Palestine and Israel have not been good for Palestine, and it has not been good for Israel. It led to October 7th, after all, right? And we need a different strategy and a different way of doing things.
Okay,
that is it.
Can I jump in now? First of all, I'm gonna just completely unrelated side note. Listen, you fucking nerds in the chat, you can shut up. Because honestly, I'm gonna find your mom. I'm gonna take her to Red Lobster. We're gonna share some cheddar biscuits, and then I'm gonna give her sweet loving. All right. Next. Okay. So, Wick, what you're saying is that there's this, like, it's not working. Okay.
Yes.
The peace deal has been in effect for a few weeks now, a couple weeks. It's working, right? They're not killing each other, right? Now,
the ceasefire's
sure,
been broken.
the ceasefire. Hold on, let me finish, right? But has there been an active war where both sides are in the same zone since the peace deal was enacted? No, right?
That's a very specific criteria for whether or not they're killing each other.
Hold on.
Please let him finish.
There's no Israeli officers past the yellow zone, right? In that region, killing any Hamas Palestinians, anybody, and there's no Palestinians past the yellow region killing any Israelis. That's not happening. When you say the ceasefire has been broken, you're referring to news headlines where a freaking bottle rocket came over the yellow line, and they talk about it like it's the worst thing ever.
Or
but
Israel's
the majority, hold on.
them. I mean,
but the
what
majority,
let him finish.
They're not bombing the region that was agreed to in the peace deal. They're bombing other regions because there's a war on three fronts. Now, what I'm saying is the outline, the framework of phase one of the peace deal is working in the framework of the peace deal, right? This is a very complex issue, and so far it's working. Secondly, right, long term, think about this, right? You're talking about it's not working, so try something new. The something new that was just implemented by Trump, and that's probably why you hate it, hasn't been actually tested yet, and you're already saying it's not working. That's like literally saying, all right, I just put a cake in the oven and it's not done yet, so the cake is obviously not going to get made, right? Let it fucking bake, all right? Like, leave it alone for a minute and wait. Now, here's why I think the peace deal will work, because Donald Trump is not having the United States of America and Israel police this thing, right? They're having the Abrahamic Accord following partners, other regions, right? Kind of just like, negotiate this. Like they're kind of proxies. So let's say, and I know that, we can all be negative and say, oh, that's not going to happen, but let's just say it does, right? Let's say this whole thing fucking works out. Let's say the other Arab nations, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, and I want to say Saudi Arabia, right? Let's say all those nations come in there and they go, look, this is going well, right? Yeah, sure, you and the Dagmoosh are kicking the shit out of each other, but whatever, right? But everything's going well. Let's start to clean up Gaza. Let's start building in Gaza. Let's actually rebuild Gaza, right? And sure, the Palestinians don't get their own country, right? But it does keep them at bay. And then let's say the Abrahamic, let's say the Abrahamic.
There are pills to help
people,
you finish if you need. Right?
Let me say the Abrahamic people start building property in that region. Now, anytime that there's a threat to that region, it's not Israel's land, it's not Palestine's land, it's the surrounding region. So they're going to have an incentive not to do it.
Soy, I wanted to hand it back to you since you were trying to get something in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I got kind of lost in the hypothetical. The idea that the ceasefire is working because Israel's blowing up parts of Gaza, but not the parts that they weren't supposed to. I mean, they're literally saying we'll return to the ceasefire after strikes. Like, you can look up this is happening. It's like, oh, well, it's just headlines. It's like, that's what they're doing. They're violating the ceasefire. So if you're saying if you're saying that it's not working or it is working, I agree. This could potentially come to a place where there is less violence in the region. Obviously, that's a possibility. My understanding of the history of this place is that no, the people whose families have just been annihilated for the past couple of years and have been occupied for more than that are not going to suddenly be like, well, I'm totally fine with this because now some other country is determining how I can and cannot live my life. I'll forget about all the atrocities that have been done to me. I think this is just going to lead to more violence, and I think one of the only ways to get out of that is to let people have the sort of self-determination that I think comes with the statehood, and I just don't see that happening under the current your Twizzlers are cracking in the mic, by the way.
I was gonna say I wanted to wait till Soy finished, but
I just don't like, again,
if you want to be taken seriously, stop using the word occupied, because I already explained to you how retarded that is.
But let's go with the plan. Let's go with this plan, right, that Trump has proposed, and let's say it does work. And I hope it does. Like, honestly, I would
it's
give
not hypothetical.
Trump,
it's just the proposed plan.
Sure.
I'm just telling you.
But I would give Trump all the credit in the world if he did bring peace to the region. Beautiful. I'd still not vote for him for other reasons, but I will give him kudos for that. Fair. However, okay, let's say it does work. Do Palestinians get a state then?
No.
No?
Get a state.
Do Palestinians get to vote in their Israeli elections?
No, they get to vote in their own election.
In their own election, but they don't have a state.
It's like, hold on, region, right? So they get a region in Israel because they've been offered a state, like I told you in my opening, 11 fucking times. Right? They don't get it at this point. No, I'm sorry, they don't.
They don't get
Maybe
it in
down the road,
perpetuity,
maybe
forever and
under
ever,
this-
because
under
their
this piece
corrupt
plan
government and leadership didn't
that they
want
voted
to
for.
agree to the deals that were offered them.
Look, here's the deal, Wick, okay?
crazy.
If you are offered something over and over and over again, and you keep slapping it out of the person's hand that's offering it to you, they'll stop offering it to you.
Under your
Well,
analogy, though,
wait.
it isn't them specifically, because most of the people in Palestine are very, very young. A lot of these offers came to their parents
Well, why
or their
is that?
grandparents or their grand-grandparents, right? They weren't the ones that had the opportunity to reject or accept them. So what you're actually doing is punishing them for the sins of their fathers.
I'm
And
not
I find
doing
out
anything.
fundamentally immoral.
It's not
Well,
saying
hold
you;
on.
it's the proverbial you, and
Two-
also you still haven't addressed because you keep coming back to this. Like, this is the one I do know about. The Oslo Accords did not say that they would create a Palestinian state, like explicitly. So, like, I don't
told
know
you
why you
that.
keep saying that they do.
No.
Yeah, I think Gibbs.
told you there
Oh,
were
sorry. I
five-
was going to say I thought Gibbs wanted to chime in there,
He
but
could,
I'll.
I would do want to chime in, but you could go ahead and say your
I
thing
said
real
there
quick.
were. I said there were the five. I said there were the five big ones under the Oslo Accords. I said that there was no actual concessions in that one. I said they were rejected 5 times out of 11 deals, and out of 11 deals, 6 of them. Well, actually, technically 5 of them, because in that 11 is included the current one. All right, but five of them were rejected by the Arabs. 5 of them didn't come to any agreement, and 5 of them were just in talks, and the Oslo Accords are one of those. However, right, out of the 5 deals that were negotiated to the point where the only thing that had to happen was the Palestinians or the Arabs, depending on the time, was to say, yes, we will stop killing Jews, they would have had a country. And they don't have a country because they said no, dude. It's like if you keep giving somebody this opportunity to have your own country and you go, it's not good enough, right? Well, then eventually somebody's going to go, okay, no country for you then.
Right. Again, Misfit, I understand that you're saying there's certain, like, let's take the 1947, which is like very clearly this was just a rejection of what would have been a Palestinian state. And the idea, yeah, like the idea that, okay, so they didn't accept it for various reasons. One of them being that it's like, hey, you're giving up all this territory that was already ours. That might be a valid reason. It might not be. But then to say, well, for any reason that the government or whoever was elected at the time made a decision not to accept it, you don't deserve autonomy. You deserve to have people determine your resources and your life and whether or not you can travel, because otherwise, these people in power are never going to be happy, and maybe you won't be happy. Like, this doesn't really follow. And that's why we're saying, like, yeah, this is collective punishment of people that don't have self-determination and can't even decide whether
they do. They have self-determination in Jordan. They have self-determination in Egypt. They have
These are
self-determination in Syria. They have self-determination in
But-
all these other places that
But
they're actually from.
The people who
But
Syria, Jordan, and Egypt won't let in are not given self-determination by Israel.
Why they let them in? Okay, a couple questions. Okay, and this is important here, right? You said,
Hold on, can you acknowledge that's true?
I will acknowledge. Yeah. Hold on. What is your question? Here?
Okay. No, it's not a question.
They
My
won't be let
statement.
in?
Can you
They won't
acknowledge
be
it's
let in.
true?
Why that we acknowledge they don't get let in? Yeah, I will acknowledge Egypt doesn't let them in. Yeah, and there's a reason for that. And that's what
No,
they're all
not
about
Egypt
doing.
doesn't let the Palestinians that are currently not let in to Egypt, Jordan, Syria, all these other countries do not have currently self-determination. That Israel does not let them have self-determination.
Hold on. Why is that though? Why-
Egypt's not letting them in.
Egypt
Syria's not
also
letting them in.
doesn't let them have self-determination. I agree.
Hold on.
But can we
So,
acknowledge
Rick,
that that's the
why-
case for
okay, but
Israel?
Hold on. Let's go through a couple things y'all made your claims. First, let's talk about they're all very young. God damn it, it's doing it again, right? Why are they all so young? Well, it's because they've all died. They've all fought and died after choosing their government, which is some evil terrorist organization. They've done it several times now, and they fought battles they knew they couldn't win. They fought bad leadership. This doesn't bode well for their future, right? And then you sit here and you go, hey, all right, why are they sitting here going now? They don't have a self-determination. Well, it's because they have ties in Egypt to the Muslim Brotherhood. And guess what? Egypt has been rounding up the Muslim Brotherhood and killing all of them. All right. So when you're sitting here going, hey, maybe Egypt doesn't want to let more Muslim Brotherhood terrorists or associated terrorists come in. Of course, they're not going to let them do that. That would be stupid of Egypt.
The reason why the Muslim Brotherhood and these other organizations can take Palestinians and make them into extremists is because Palestinians don't have a state. The stateless are very easy and susceptible to be predated upon by these organizations.
You're ignoring history. Why doesn't Jordan let him in?
But I'm not ignoring history. I'm
Jordan let him
following history.
And what happened? They tried to overthrow the monarchy and created a civil war. They've done the same thing in Syria, which is what Assad was doing. He's cracked down on them. And guess what? We're seeing in Lebanon. Guess what? Right after they lost in Jordan, what did they do? They moved to Lebanon and they started another civil war there. Every single fucking time they've done this, right? And so you go, why aren't they letting them in? They don't have the right to self-determination. No, they do have the right to self-determination. They've had their little area that they somewhat control. Whether or not they think it's properly controlled enough to their liking is a whole different question. But every time they get a chance, what do? They input a terrorist group that's got insane values or are basically gangsters in power, and then they go and kill these people. And you go, oh, well, this time it'll be different. No, it won't, because the only adults left are the leadership of these.
It won't be different unless you do it differently. It won't be differently. It won't be different unless you do it differently. And one of the things we need to do differently is to promote a state that they have, because you are correct. They are getting these corrupt quasi-governmental organizations that run them, but this is from bad actors in Qatar, Iran, other hotbeds, right? Hotbeds of terrorist activity that are funneling in resources to promote these things. And they are susceptible to it because, in part, they are a stateless people.
Wick, do you think that the people in Venezuela and Cuba are living a good life? Do you think that they are happy people that are free people?
In Venezuela, probably not. They're governed by Maduro, which is pretty bad guy.
Correct, right?
Is the argument that people can live in a state and the state might not be good?
If you let me
finish.
If you let me finish my argument, I could tell you the argument instead of you asking about the argument before I finish the argument.
Sure.
So the people they have self-determination because they are a state and they elected a government that is oppressing them. Okay. This is the argument I'm making. You're asking whether or not the Palestinian people, who have shown a pattern of behavior of electing bad actors as their leaders, deserve self-determination. And I'm making the comparison to Venezuela or Cuba.
Right. Misfit, do you think that Venezuelans would be more likely to support Venezuelan terrorism if instead of their own state oppressing them, or if whatever is happening is because of like who they elected, America was coming in, which we might do, and do a regime change and say, we're controlling all of your resources, we're controlling your day-to-day life, we're controlling your travel, and any and all forms of expression against that are the only like valid way they see to express opposition to that is violence against America. Yeah, that would be bad. And I would say at least let the Venezuelans, sit in their own like whatever mess they made, but don't have some other government.
False dichotomy. Look, here's.
Well, I'm making your analogy one to one. You're saying
you're not. You're changing the analogy, right? To make it something else. You're making it the situation in in some hypothetical world where Israel is intentionally oppressing a people group, right? Where they're not.
Well,
they're trying to
whoa. You don't think that Israel is intentionally? You can say it's justified, and there are conditions where it would be justified.
If Mexico was firing 5,000 fucking rockets into America, America would oppress Mexico.
Sure, but what you are arguing here is that there is justified oppression, not that there is no oppression.
Sure, I can argue that the actions of Israel are oppressive in a self-defense. Like, and look, the person who tries to beat me up, that gets the shit kicked out of them, will say that guy that fucking beat me up is oppressing me.
Would you starve his family to death?
That's not true, right? Like, look, the only people that are starving Palestinians are the people ruling over Palestinians, and that's not Israel.
It's not the people controlling the amount of food that goes in and out of Palestine.
Well, hold on. It's funny. It's funny you say that.
You're both going.
Well,
which one of you wants to take
absolutely
it?
Right. Misfit's absolutely right. You brought up the tunnels earlier, and Soypill just goes, well, who's starving them? Well, that's interesting. Why did Hamas get put in power? It was literally because the PLO in Gaza, or later the PLA, they decided, hey, we're going to build these tunnels. They're smuggling tunnels. They were gangsters. They hoarded the food. They rode around, act like they were Capone. The people that were living there at the bottom level, they didn't get nothing. They were fucked. And guess what? They go, you know what? Maybe the religious terrorists are going to be better than fucking, I don't know, the Al Capone of the Middle East, right? So they put these guys in power. So they chose one evil fucker to an even more evil fucker, and they have the option to choose none of the above. right? We've already talked about how all these little groups got guns from everywhere. They could have armed revolution and fought their way and got a nice thing. They could have pulled a Gandhi and maybe done some sit-ins and got, Israel to give them all this other stuff. The way that it's amazing that Yasser Arafat got a peace prize. Gandhi,
yeah, what if they did like a
stuff.
march of return to like the fence and then got sniped through their kneecaps like a bunch of times?
Yeah, what if all the people there also cheered as they literally have videos of women being SA'd to death came back? What else? You're sitting here acting like there's not 6,000 years of bad blood and it's just going to go away peacefully with this two-state solution. It's never going to
not 6,000 years
be
of
okay
bad blood.
living.
Let's be clear.
The reason I brought up Venezuela, the reason I brought up the Maduro regime is because I'm trying to hammer it into your fucking heads, and it never works, right? Which is why I don't want to do these debates anymore about this particular topic, because you have this cognitive dissonance about Palestine where it's this group of fucking innocent people that don't fuck up their own quote region, right? That you think should be a country by making their own fucking decisions, right? The people in Venezuela made their own decisions.
Hold on, I'm looking for the person you're arguing with right now. I don't see them. I don't think either of us has made that point. I'm just looking for who they are. Do I got a mouse in my pocket or something?
No, because what happens is when I say that a people, right, in a region, country, whatever, just a group of people, right, elected a leader or a leaders, right, or a regime or whatever, right, that is making their lives hard. You're making some fucking weird, like, just stretch of the imagination that, well, it's not actually the terrorists that are the problem. It's the Jews that are like 5 miles away that are trying to protect themselves from the fucking terrorists.
I have never said that Hamas, the terrorists, Qatar, Iran, and even some of the extremist Palestinians aren't also part of the problem. But what I am saying is that the solution that I am proposing is going to solve and alleviate much of all the problems surrounding it. I'm not here saying that Israel should be destroyed or that from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free. No, I am arguing that it is in America's interest, in the region's interest, for the Palestinian people to have self-governance in their own, again, self-determining state.
Expound on that.
What if they're evil, though? What if they're evil? Hold on, Wick. What if they're evil?
I don't support an evil state.
Oh, wait. No, I know what you're saying. No, Gibbs. No, I think I get what you're getting at. Look, do you think Jordan deserves a state?
No, I got a better one. Here's
no, it does. No, because look, Jordan elects leaders. Hezbollah is partly in power and is bombing Israel. Should Jordan have their statehood removed?
Yes.
Okay, see, that's where I'm getting at. Is like, I'm assuming you would say the same about anyone else that is involved in this. Lebanon didn't have a state.
Hold on, let's reset one at a time, please.
Every single Sharia practicing country should have their statehood removed. I said it. Boom.
And replaced by what?
Replaced by a fucking democracy or a republic.
Okay, that's a state. You understand?
Sure. Let's not use.
You're just looking at changing how their state is governed. And fair, but they still have a fucking state.
Hold on, wait.
Make it all Israel.
Country is actually evil. Like, let's pick an actual evil empire from history. I don't know. Like maybe the Aztecs,
like Russia right now.
The Americans.
No. Let's use the Aztecs. They sat here and sacrificed thousands and thousands. 1 3-day period, 88,000 people for one temple. Millions sacrificed over a long period of time. Right? The Spanish come in there. There's an uprising against them. They team up with the Spanish. And I guess you pick your poison. You pick the religious zealots from Spain over the Aztecs, and people have bitching about that on one way or the other. But Aztecs, I think we can agree, were an evil empire for my most extent, right? And so when we're sitting here going, hey, well, at least they were self-determined. Like you sound like a jackass. Like, I mean, when we're sitting here going, oh, hey, good. I believe in Western values. And you're sitting here going, hey, you know what? It's better if we throw the gays off buildings. It's better if women suffer. It's better all these things.
No one is saying this. I'm going to have to look to see who you're arguing with because it ain't fucking me.
That's what you're saying because you're saying it's self-determined.
Let me make an analogy. Wait, I need to make an analogy for Gibbs.
I see we're getting down to kind of like an ought claim in that aspect. If you guys want to dive down that angle, I see it here. Just a thought. Soy, go back to you, please.
Sure. So, like, America has done horrible things over its entire history, and I don't think that means you can't love America and you can't be a patriot or any of that. I'm not specifically talking about you, Misfit. It's literally anyone who says, I love America does not mean you have to accept every awful thing that's ever happened. However, if Iraq somehow had the power post-Iraq war to come into our country and occupy our peoples and say, you only eat what we tell you to eat, we will not let you leave, and do everything that Israel is doing to Palestine, I would say that probably what's going to happen is you're going to get a huge American resistance that's trying to constantly blow up Iraq, especially if we were closer and somehow Americans had access to intercontinental ballistic missiles in their households, which some people might advocate for. Yeah, I think that's bad. I don't think it's justified. And I think that the inevitable thing that's going to end that violence and that resistance to that occupation is giving them a state and letting them make their own decisions, which inevitably might lead to bad things, like invading Iraq again. But that doesn't mean that the occupation is the way forward.
Are you all right? So what you're doing is you're refusing to acknowledge the pattern of behavior that I talked about earlier, right?
I'm not.
This is no. You are, because what I'm saying is, if you look through the pattern of behavior of this, because let's face it, I could do whataboutism all day. I could bring up Nigeria, I could bring up Africa, I could bring up all of it, right? I could bring up every other Middle Eastern place where this shit just keeps happening, right? But let's just focus on this place, right? I gave you 11 examples where there was negotiations or full-on actual peace deals that were proposed, right? So you have between 5 proposed peace deals and 6 negotiations. You have all 5 that were actually proposed, rejected, and you have war after war after war started by one side. You have 1948, the Arab-Israeli war that was started by the Arab coalition, right? It wasn't the Israelis. You have 1967, started by Palestinian Authority. You have this over and over again. And what you're saying is these people that keep on fighting, they keep on starting the fight, they keep on killing, raping, murdering, they should get a state. And my question is, why?
Because without a state, with that variable being in place where they don't have a state, under those conditions, under those variables, they've rejected peace, and peace has been impossible. So change the variables. Change what is going on. Change what we're doing. The height of insanity, the definition of insanity, is to do the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result. What I'm asking you to do is consider that perhaps the context in which these deals are being offered without a state present is a contributing factor. In fact, a major contributing factor to why these deals are being rejected. And if we give them a state,
all 5 times,
if we set them a state,
times there was a state offered.
I want to hand it over to Gibbs.
Yeah, they have had the state offered 5 times, like you said. He's gotten much more into that than I have. But on top of that, like, I don't want to sound like a dick, but we've talked about all this shit going down, and I'm going to be the dick. Get good scrub. That's why they don't have a state in the longest run. They can't win. They do heinous shit, and then they get their ass whipped. At least with the Aztecs, they did heinous shit, and they knew how to win. But, you know, these guys, they don't know how to win. They're losing. Why would we pick a loser to back them to get a state? And secondly, when they're doing evil
because
shit,
it saves Israeli lives.
There's no reason. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it will in the long term.
Fester and do this in the long. Why? What in history gives you that evidence? In history, we know one of the first enemies America has is the Barbary pirates and the Barbary states. And they sat there and they said, because Islam told us we could do this. And that was why. And that is fundamentally against Western values and against America. Why do you sit here and tell me that when we have a democracy that's friendly to us in the region, that if we give these people a state, when they've rejected it, and then when they have tried to get it, they've done it through heinous shit and lost. Like, why would we ever want to give these people a state? There's no logical sense to this. Like, explain it.
It's a good argument.
Okay, because when you have, again, people who are stateless, they are more likely to engage in these heinous behaviors because they have nothing to lose and everything to gain. So when you offer them, again, I'm not saying that we should just tomorrow.
Wait. Don't let him move on to that. He just brought up Texas like he didn't just argue about how they fought a fucking war to have their independence. Isn't that the whole
I don't.
Hold on. But no.
Hold on. Hand it back to Wick. Wick was trying to finish the thought.
Sure. And then you get look. I'll let you. Soy, after this, you can pin him on the Texas thing. Okay. I just don't give a shit about Texas. So fuck Texas for real. But second of all, right? Okay. Right. Like when we have. And it's like a people, right? And a group that is stateless. They are more susceptible to extremist actions. We know this is true. We've seen this over and over and over again throughout history. What I'm asking us to do, and again, I'm not saying to do it tomorrow. I'm not saying we snap our fingers, say there's a state, and we do nothing else. This is going to be a project of years to do. Okay. But overall, if we do it correctly, then we will have a at least better state than we have now. And look, I would even be fine with the argument. Look, and just real quick, if you don't want to give them a state and instead want to let them into Israel to have full voting rights in Israel, I think that would work too. But they do. Hold on. You think Palestinians can vote in Israel?
Dude, the Palestinians are on the Supreme Court. Arabs are on the Supreme Court.
The people in Gaza are able to vote in Israel's elections?
Israel, not
yes, they have the opportunity to acknowledge that Israel is the fucking country they live in, and they can live in peace with Israelis. So occupation, genocide, all these fucking arguments, they don't work. Go ahead, Gibbs. You zoom.
Well, I didn't mean to do that, but I'll use that as a cue. I guess the thing is working for me here. But yeah, I mean, Wick, weren't you today doing an episode on nationalism being a danger to individual liberty? Right?
Jewish nationalism, Palestinian nationalism, all the nationalisms.
Sure. So one of the ideas that you espoused during this thing, I heard, if I recall correctly, was that it's a pan-national idea. So it should be an ethnic group across state lines, across borders, right? So the Palestinians in Israel and then the Palestinians in Gaza would be a good example. They're in two different regions, but they share a cultural identity, a nation state, right? And that's
hold on. You understand that in the hold on. You understand that in nationalist terms that they are not the same nation, right? Like so the Jewish nation is again because of the shared language and because of the shared ethnicity, that's considered a nation. And nationalism would be against mixing these two, right? It would be against mixing these two. So that's having the Palestinian people with the Jewish people, right, would be anti-nationalist in nature.
Thank you so much, Rick, for my point. So my point was the Palestinians are purely trying to do this on a cultural identity, on an ethnic group. We want a Palestinian state for Palestinians. It's a cultural identity. Some of the ones that live in Israel, the Arabs that do, that are not assimilated, they still want their nationalist nation state, right? That's exactly what. However, just as Misfit Patriot here pointed out, the Israelis are a multi-ethnic nation. They are not a nationalist nation in the way that you're sitting here. Y'all can sit here and try to say those lines.
Hold on,
but you wouldn't
Jewish
have
nationalism?
Arabs on the Supreme Court. You wouldn't have Arabs on the Supreme Court if they weren't a multi-ethnic, non-nationalist state in the manner you described it. Because I don't think if I last checked that the Jews and the Arabs were the same ethnic group, because they're not. And so if that's the case, that really destroys your argument over which side's the goodies and which side's the baddies. And once again, it's the Palestinians being the bad guys.
Okay, Jewish nationalism is a thing that exists in Israel. Do you agree or disagree?
No.
Sure.
You don't think Jewish nationalism exists within Israel?
You don't think
it's not a nationalist society.
I didn't ask if it was a nationalist society.
Hold on.
Nationalism.
The state itself is not Jewish nationalists, but there are Jewish nationalists.
Jewish nationalism, right?
Are there Jewish nationalists in Israel? Yeah, there's white nationalists in America.
Would be a Jewish nationalist, right?
I mean,
for no particular reason, I'm going to go to the restroom right now. It's nothing to do with the current.
Okay, when you get back, we're going to talk about Texas because you fucked.
I was going to say I wanted to bring the Texas back.
We'll get back to that for sure.
All right, but no, okay. So I might have misheard you, Wick, and I apologize. What I'm saying is there's a lot of people that make the argument that that Israel is a nationalist country. It's not. It can't be because you don't have a place called Palestine if you are a nationalist nation. You don't feed your enemies. You don't work with other enemies. It's more nationalism is essentially synonymous with either isolationism or expansionism. Usually expansionism, where they're actually trying to grow their country.
A real quick definition of nationalism, right, is that nationalists believe that every different ethnicity is its own nation, and every nation should be governed by its own sovereign state. That's TLDR of it, right?
With that definition, hold on. With that definition, would you argue that the idea, whenever Arabs can vote in Israel, or they have Arab Supreme Court justices that are sitting there, would you argue that that is going to sit there and say that they're all the same cultural identity to the level as a multi-ethnic state compared to, the Palestinians who want a Palestinian state for Palestine? Which one is the nationalist by your own definition?
Okay, so I am saying that there are Palestinian nationalists, and that is bad. The people who want to kick out all the Jews and only want Palestine for Palestinians only, that is an evil ideology. I do not support that. I would not support a Palestinian state that looked like that. But this assumption that you guys keep making that a Palestinian
majority of
state
the Palestinians
must
that want that.
and will only be this evil thing is just not true. It's a lack of imagination on your part. It's a lack of will and determination. We can have and we can advocate for and we can support cosmopolitan, multinational Palestinian state. And that's what I do.
What percentage are you saying? And I mean, I'm sure you don't just have evidence for this, so I'm not expecting you to like pull this out of thin air. But give me a reasonable percentage. Do you think is not, I don't know, in support of a nationalist Palestinian state for the ethnic Palestinians, considering they voted in the PLO and the Hamas the most recently? And if you look at the Dagush or whatever,
one of the reasons that they're drawn to these extremist organizations, and I will just grant you that many are. I'll just grant you that many are.
Say the majority, probably.
I don't know about the majority.
Are we framing this as a bad thing in comparison to Israel saying it should be a Jewish state? I know that it is multi-ethnic. I know that Arabs do live there. I know that they're Palestinians, but like, why is this?
Now I have to use a
factor? No, it's not about that. I just want Wick to tell me though which one fits the more nationalist definition.
Okay, they're both nationalists in different ways, but yes, the Jewish nation is less nationalist because they have other ethnicities and allow them to exist within there. However, there are still obstacles placed amongst those ethnicities that don't exist.
There's a big difference between national pride in a country being prevalent than a nationalist nation, right? Nationalism is a policy, right? It's a policy of the governing body, right? So Hitler was a nationalist. Hitler was espousing nationalism. Hitler created a nationalist movement. It was.
Can we make a distinction? Like it's ultra nationalism, right? Like saying I support the country. That's what a government should do, right?
Well,
do you think that ultra nationalism doesn't exist? Because that's kind of like the distinguishing factor, right?
No. Let me explain. There's a difference between a nationalist and nationalism. Nationalism is the policy of a country, right? So, and you can say that if the leader of a country or a movement is a nationalist, they are creating a nationalist movement which have nationalists under them. What I'm trying to say is when you have national pride, if you have pride in your country, if you espouse your country is the greatest, right? That doesn't mean you're a nationalist. It just means national pride.
I mean, it does. Maybe if you don't want to get on the policy side, but sure. But like, what's a nationalist policy then? If you want to make that distinction,
so that's the funny thing, right? If you look it up, nationalism is the idea that you have a superiority over other countries and your country should be put first specifically at the expense of other nations. Patriotism.
Doesn't every country do that?
No.
To some extent, that's kind of the point, right?
See, what this country does, and what many other countries do, is they put America's interests, right, not at the expense of other nations, but through coordination, through foreign policy with other nations, right? So, for instance, right, having a relationship with Israel, right, an allyship, doesn't. It kind of flies in the face of nationalism. Whereas you can create alliances, right? Like Hitler did with, a bunch of other nations like Italy, Mussolini, et cetera. But he would have still put Italy below him, right? Whereas what America does is we're doing this rising tide raises all ships approach to foreign policy and economic advancement, where we work with other nations, not towards a goal of destroying other nations, but of raising every other nation up. It's a little bit complicated to try to differentiate between nationalism and just being national, like having national pride and like America
patriotism
first.
You mean?
No,
patriotism and nationalism are different things.
Patriotism is the vehement defense of one's nation and love of one's nation. Nationalism is the prioritization of a nation over other nations. That's the difference.
But name one country that doesn't prioritize itself over other nations?
Well,
America, when the Democrats are in charge, give all our money to other countries.
Well, what I'm saying is, right, like it's not about prioritization where it's like, okay, obviously we're going to put our mask on first. Nationalism specifically does their own prioritization at the expense. You're leaving that part out. At the expense of other nations.
That general that generally is how it manifests in many cases, but it's not necessarily so, right? You can have a kind of egalitarian type of nationalism which believes like, oh, the Germans, Germany for the Germans, France for the French, etc., and they shouldn't like compete with each other. They should be in a brotherhood. That's possible, but
we can move past this.
But it's almost beside the point. It's almost beside the point here, right? Because you're correct in that historically, nationalism has tended to lead to the prioritization of your own nation over that of those others, and it's been predatory. The Europe is a corpse-strewn battlefield of the failures of nationalism. I agree, but when it comes down to my advocacy tonight, it is not for a nationalism. It's not for an ethnic state where Palestine and only Palestinians have access to Palestine and things like that. I am saying that there's a group of people who are currently stateless, that if we, America, helped support them and give them a state and helped develop that state, it would be better for not only the Palestinian people, but for Israeli and... Now we're back to Texas, and I'll let Soypill take the Texas because I don't give a shit about Texas.
No. I'm gonna fuck your whole argument up. I'm going to fucking doggy style your argument right now. Okay, why is
big words, little man?
Why is Texas part of the United States of America, and why are we not killing other people right now? Right, because this is the argument that you're making. You're making the argument. You've made it several times tonight that the way to solve this problem is to give Palestine a state, right? Because they are
it is a step to solving this problem.
They are stateless, right? So in 1861, right, Texas seceded from the Union, and they were essentially like they were stateless. They were their own country, but they weren't really a recognized country. They were
no. They weren't stateless. They had their own state. It was just different than what we had.
Hold on.
Never lost a battle in Texas.
Go ahead and finish, Miss.
No, you let me. No, so what Palestine is recognized by many other countries, and people say it's already a state. So Texas can be argued in the same way. However, what happened, right, with Texas? Texas eventually, right, we had a civil war in this country, and they joined the United States of America, right? So the comparison for Israel and Palestine right now, which I have made very many times in the past, is this is a civil war between a region in Israel, the same way Texas is a region in America that is rebelling against the state that they already have. And the solution does not have to be statehood. Maybe it just has to be a civil war where one side, Texas/Palestine, agrees, hey, you know what? We kind of fucked up. Maybe we'll just join Israel and stop being cunts.
Well, I don't know about all that, but that was just what the fuck.
The analogy worked.
I guess.
I don't. So first of all, no, Texas during that period was not stateless.
I'm not saying. Listen, don't think about it too hard. You'll blow your fucking brains out.
I am.
I want to add to that, Gib?
I do want to add to that. I don't know if I agree
you
with
broke
the
your
exact logic
teammate.
and how it
You
happened.
broke him.
Yeah, he broke me. I
broke my own fucking
my ancestors are like screaming out to me from the grave.
Well, we also used to be Mexico, so we're technically Mexicans.
But just go ahead, Gib.
I think a better analogy, like if we're going to use Texas, is Texas has two major parties now, Democrats and Republicans. Right, we used to have three, and the Texas Nationalist was the third biggest party, and they got absorbed by the Republicans. And the Republicans and the Texas official stance is like prepare for breakaway. Right, that's why you see us doing all this stuff like our own grid. You have like our own bank reserves. We have the new. We're trying to get the new stock exchanges in Dallas. We're all trying to become like if just in case we want to be able to do it. Right, but I think that's the difference. We're sitting here preparing and we're working within bounds of the system, as opposed to I don't know, hey, let's build this desal plant in Corpus Christi, tear it down, and then start shooting missiles in the United States to get what we want. That's not what we're doing. And the Palestinians, though,
why aren't you doing it though? Why isn't Texas firing missiles into America?
Because we are law-abiding patriots, and we want to sit here and create a moral
we're
and
not
just society,
Palestinians.
unlike the Palestinians who sit
Oh,
here.
sorry. Is it something like in the Palestinian genetic code? Like I've got the missile itch today. I really got to do it.
It kind of is.
It's definitely within the culture in the region. Whenever you're sitting here going, "Oh, hey, they built water plants instead of using the water plants. Let's tear these up and use them to launch missiles."
You don't think it's in Texas culture to revolt against the American government?
It kind of is.
Hold on. Listen, it could be. I'm just saying right now.
My point is the material conditions of the average Texan citizen has nowhere even close to the material conditions of an average Palestinian citizen today. With the control of the
do things with respect and under a reasonable understanding. We're not sitting here going like, "Hey, we just got our asses kicked. Let's go fight them again." Like
you have 175 years of civilizing us, right? Where it's like, all right, yes, the deep South Confederates are way different than your average everyday Texan today. My point was not to make a perfect analogy. My point was to show you guys. My point was to show you that if you offer a state to somebody who is rebelling against the country that they're in, it's not always the best idea. If we said, you know what, keep your slaves, and we had the country of Texas right now that still had slaves, would you think it would be a better or worse Texas?
It would be a worse Texas. That's pretty clear. But these
saying-
aren't our options.
I gotta
Like
do a
you,
history.
hold on, just real quick.
Texas isn't their own.
Please. You're creating these weird binaries that don't actually exist. Again, I'm not here to advocate that we simply give any old state and let them do whatever the fuck they want. No, obviously not. If they created this slave empire state, I'd be like, okay, time to tear that form of government down. But what I'm arguing for tonight is that what we're being done towards Palestine, how Israel has treated Palestine, how America has treated Palestine, and refused to recognize Palestinian statehood is not working. So if America specifically worked with Israel and others in the region, Saudi Arabia, all those other Abrahamic Accord countries, right, established peace, as Trump is trying to do, okay, and then built up the region, they would prepare it for statehood, and that is something that we should want because it will make the region more stable. And a stable Middle East gives...
Hold on. I wanted to give Soy, because Soy, it looked like you were trying to tap in too. So
real quick, I'll let him go. But I'll be real fast. And the idea is, yes, the reason this is a bad analogy and not just a not one-to-one is that the material conditions of these Texan citizens are not such that they feel the need that their only outlet is to support violence and terroristic regimes. And when they did feel that way, they had a fucking war with America in the same way that Americans had a war with the British, and they did it again after getting statehood a few decades later. And the point is not that these things are one-to-one. Obviously, I agree. It's very hard to make an analogy. Palestine is very unique. It's got a unique history. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is not able to be mapped onto anything else. But the point is that if you continue to let these people, not let these people have their own self-determination, because they haven't. You talk about, well, they voted in Hamas. Oh, they did the PLO thing. These are all under the conditions of what started out as the British coming in and saying, get the fuck out of this land. We're cleansing you from it because we determined that it is not yours anymore. And yeah, you can argue whether or not that's justified. I don't give a shit about that specifically. The point is, these people don't have what they feel to be self-determination, and that's going to keep leading to violence and revolt. And it's not going to work if you just say, Israel, do whatever you want.
That's what I'm saying. And this is why the analogy actually does work. What was the determining factor for the Civil War of America? Slavery, most likely. It was. I know it was a bunch of different things, but let's just
states' rights.
Slavery is good.
It was states' rights, but the rights that they wanted were fucking slaves. All right, so Palestinians, they want their own state for their own Muslim Sharia practicing region, right? And what I'm saying
not
is
necessarily.
Israel is not allowing that, right? Israel is not allowing them to just vote in Hamas, vote in terrorism, allow terrorists to do terrorist shit, And I get it's not a one-to-one comparison. That's
Wait,
why
Israel
a
actually
loser.
supported Hamas over the
Oh
PLO.
my God, they
and, like,
gave them money to keep them at bay. But
well,
dude,
but the point is they saw them as a more viable alternative to the PLO to like
Sure,
justify
and
what
they
Israel
fucked
is
up.
doing. So
Look,
yeah,
and
I
they-
know. And I'm not
yeah.
saying that you support that doing that. And I'm not doing some weird conspiracy like, oh, they want them there. The idea that Israel is not allowing them to become violent. Israel has created the conditions that have had all these things happening. I'm not saying Palestinians don't have the fucking liability of they made this happen, but Israel didn't stop Hamas terrorism. They're
Wick earlier
said
something that's very prevalent, right? Here's the deal. You say how Israel is treating the Palestinians, how America is treating the Palestinians, how the rest of the world is treating the Palestinians. What he left out was how the Palestinians are treating Israel. Okay? They're firing fucking thousands of rockets a year into Israel. They're trying to kill them every fucking week, right? They're trying to kill Jews. And when do you wake up and go, maybe the Jews have a point? Maybe they should fuck them up, right? Maybe.
I'm definitely okay with them going in and purging Hamas, killing every single one of them, putting a bullet in their head. I'm fine with that. But the problem I have is that if you do that, you need to give them a state. Right, you need to give them something. Because without that state, they're just going to have another Hamas in 2 to 5 years.
But if you give them a state, and how do you run it? You mean
that's going to be
give them a government?
Okay, that's going to be a huge kind of issue. I can't give you
solve Israel Palestine right
specific
fucking
borders
now.
That's going to work.
If you can't do it, then you are abdicating the whole argument. If you don't have a solution,
Hold on.
No, but you know what? You make a good point. You're trying to simplify this to give them a state. It's not that easy, dude.
I'm not here to argue that it's easy. I'm arguing that it's going to take years of work. It's going to take a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But that at the end, it's going to be better than the state we have now.
We don't have a state.
The state of the region, not a state.
I do want to jump in here. Okay, let's just give a different hypothetical. Okay, just say the end goal is to get Palestine.
What if there was Star Wars and there was a Death Star and there was a
what if there was a
Falcon
spaghetti monster behind the moon? Who knows? Whatever. All right, cool. Listen, so this is just in the realm of possibility, though. So we know how Egypt has handled the Muslim Brotherhood, right? They have handled them. Let's go with harshly. And I know there are people that have been critical of how Israel has handled Hamas. They've said it's been a genocide. They've said it's been crazy and evil and terrible and all these things. And I'm like, okay, let's just say both those things are true. Let's just say we give Egypt, as part of this new Trump deal, control over Palestine. Do you think that it's going to be better or worse under Egyptian military rule while they eliminate Hamas to the last man than if Israel would do it? And there's a two-second part to this. So what do you think? It's going to be nicer for the Palestinians or worse for them? If Egypt is in control of rooting out Hamas?
For the Palestinian people or for Hamas?
For both. Yeah, I mean, you can give
for Hamas, it's probably going to be worse for Hamas if Egypt's getting control. Okay. For the Palestinian people, I'm not sure.
Yeah, again, Gibbs, it depends on what this looks like, right? Like if you're saying do exactly what Israel has been doing for the past 20 years, but Egypt does it, yeah, it's probably not better. But if we're arguing, again, like my hypothetical, and I'm not saying this is like a perfect plan that I've drawn out, because obviously this is super complicated. You're right, it's not easy. It's not to just give them a state. But if we do something akin to like the Marshall Plan that we did for Japan and Germany, yeah, it's technically occupation in the same way to some extent. You do have some sort of foreign government that has some sort of control over certain things, but you do not restrict the people to the same extent that they've been restricted right now.
Here's my point. What I'm making with this, right? So, okay, we know right now if the Trump plan goes through and Israel and all this all finally works out, the idea is to eventually let the Saudis, I believe, and the Egyptians, and maybe I think a coalition of somebody else, maybe the Jordanians, I don't know what the other one was, be the ones that run this, right? And they're going to go in there. Now, I don't know if you know what their human rights records are, but they're not too good, right? And so when you're saying, I don't know if it'll be better for the Palestinians,
are they better or worse than Hamas?
Listen, that's not saying much. But when I'm sitting here going, what's going to be better compared to Israel gets rid of Hamas or let these people get rid of Hamas? Oh, well, I got to say, I think it's probably going to be much better for the Palestinians if Israel just conducts it like it's part of its own country and gets rid of this group and then assimilates these people and gives them a fair say, like they've already done with all the other
Beautiful.
Arabs.
I'd be for that. But the fact is, hold on. No. Stop, Gibbs. That would be great. Israel doesn't want to do that.
Why do you say that?
What do you mean? They're
That's what
putting
they
settlements
proposed.
there.
You think that Israel is proposing giving Gazans the same voting rights that the rest of Israel has? Do you think that's a proposition?
Country, yeah, over time, sure.
Yeah, they've done that.
No, they don't. If you're calling that what you I think are describing is the one-state solution, which is make this part of Greater Israel, which they explicitly oppose
And
because
nobody
they
said
say
Greater Israel. They said Israel.
Okay, of Israel, whatever. I just used the term greater. But the point is that they would not support this because they've made this argument. Actually, I'm sympathetic to this. Some people call this racist, but the idea that a bunch of people that you've been killing for decades now have the right to vote in your country. It's like, hey, maybe if there's more of them than us, they might elect a government that would treat us similar ways. I understand why they wouldn't do that, but that's not what they're doing. They're not proposing giving these people rights. Why do you always
leave out the part where Palestinians are killing Israelis?
Because obviously we both know that's happening. I'm not saying that's
not in contention.
Actually, it's because I'm anti-Semitic.
You intentionally left it out. You're like, Israel's killing these people. All right, Palestinians are killing Israelis.
Yes, I understand
that. It kind of fucks up your argument when you fucking put it into context.
No,
right?
If anything, I was granting you. Well, I was arguing against the idea that they want to give these people voting rights in Israel, but I am saying that because of the violence committed by
do
both
Jewish
sides.
settlers in these other in the areas that are like controversial where they settle,
Bank,
are they given voting rights? We know they are.
Are the Jews settling in the West Bank giving voting rights? What do you mean?
Yeah, If the Jews settle in Palestinian territories, they can vote in Israeli elections. We know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The settlers can. Okay,
can they vote in
we know that.
Elections?
We know that. Oh, some of these
groups,
like the Druze, have been annexed by them. They have been given voting rights. We've seen other Arab groups get voting rights, and it's just that over time, as they assimilate to Israel, and Israel deems them part of the country, and guess what? Okay, cool, y'all are officially in, and just like we've done in the United States a bunch of times. Where we like people assimilate in, they get voting rights over time, etc., etc. I don't see how this is any different. You're acting like, oh, just overnight, let's just give them all voting rights. Of course,
no, we're not.
Hold on. Palestinian subjects living under occupation in the West Bank and Gaza Strip cannot participate in elections.
No, that's not what I said. I said the Jewish settlers in that area get those rights.
Well, yeah, they're still Israeli citizens.
Did the Israelis have?
So you got to assimilate.
Did the Israelis have any?
What?
Did the Israelis vote in the decision for Gaza to elect Hamas?
No.
Why?
Because they don't live in Palestine.
Oh, fucking great. I just made an argument for why Israel doesn't allow them to vote in their elections.
Okay, but if your argument is, hold on, if your argument is that you want Palestine or Gaza to become part of Israel, then you have to admit that they would have to, you'd have to give voting rights to the people.
Over time.
Okay.
Yeah,
but Israel does not want that, and specifically is against that.
Germans weren't allowed to vote in World War II, post World War II, until 1949, right? There was a process to this. It wasn't give them voting rights overnight, but after a while, after letting them establish their state again and saying, look, this is still your territory. This is not America. Yeah, we divided up regions into control, but we didn't say, hey, this is Russia now, like the Russians did. And guess what? Those people fucking revolted for the next decades because they weren't happy, because they were oppressed, because they weren't allowed to freely travel. And yet, when we gave them self-determination, we said, hey, you can elect your pro-democratic German government, and you can, in 1949, those people didn't revolt against the West. Those people stopped doing nearly as many violence, and you didn't see terrorist groups like you did see in East Germany. And that's kind of what the point is, that once you give these people the ability to do these things, and I think Mr. Patriot, I agree with you, I don't think Israelis are likely to give these people voting rights in Israel if it becomes part of Israel, like you're saying. I think that they need to have their own state where they can have their own voting rights.
Well, North Carolina can't vote in Texas elections, right? Does that mean that North Carolina and Texans are at war? No, it just means
but if North Carolina was controlling, if North Carolina was controlling how much food gets into Texas and whether or not they could leave Texas,
just stop lying. Just stop
saying in your own example.
I'm not lying. At worst, I'm just wrong. I promise you.
Stop saying stop saying a thing is happening that isn't happening. All right, I can prove to you it's not happening, right? Because there is fucking a whole entire field of aid that Israel is giving Palestinians. It goes right through the Rafah border, right? There are pallets of them. And what happens is when they give them that aid, Hamas gets on the top of the trucks with fucking rifles and they shoot Palestinians, right? So, yeah, controlling whether or not the bombs come in, controlling whether or not, anything that can be used against Israelis during a war, during a conflict, that's kind of normal behavior.
Right. But again, Misfit, in Germany, the United States did this. They didn't let them have a military. They did control things that were coming in and out. They had borders. They had strict guards. But it was not even close to the same extent to what Israel is doing right now in Gaza.
But
and
why are they doing it? That's the question.
Hold on. In your own example, Soy. All right, in your own example, are Eastern European countries to this day as safe as countries on the western side of Europe? The answer is no. They're not. Why is that? Because they sat there and they did have these terrorists and all these things breed up. They've had all this chaos. You had the racial tension as soon as the power vacuum pulled away. And they started killing each other, just like they're doing over here in this region, right? We've seen this all over Kosovo. We've seen this in like Georgia. We've seen this all over Eastern Europe. But guess what? Hey, what you're arguing is you're basically saying, oh, we have an Eastern Europe situation here.
Uh-oh.
Is that me or
No,
it was him.
If you can govern themselves.
Wait, Gibbs, can you go back 10
Yeah, you
seconds?
missed a spot there. You froze.
So what you're basically saying is we have an Eastern European situation here, not a Western European situation. So you go, hey, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do what Russia did. We're going to pull out and let these people govern themselves, give them their own state. Well, what has happened in Eastern Europe? These people try to kill each other a million fucking times. They're still not safe. Well, that is what you're saying. Because
no, I'm saying we should have it be like a Western Europe situation.
Yeah, but that's not. That you're ignoring history, right? For the last 100 years or so, they've been killing each other in droves, right? And it's not like it's definitely an Eastern European situation where Israel's only been able to keep the peace through might. And now you're saying
they're not keeping the peace.
Might.
That's the point. That's our whole point.
Doing it better than it was before.
They're better. How we have had the most casualties ever. What are you talking about?
No, now they've had the most casualties because they finally gone to war to clean them out. But before that, they've kept them in there, and they've kept this terrorist group run a little organization country or whatever it is. They've kept them at bay by surrounding them and not letting them escape.
But obviously, that was unsustainable. Unsustainable.
How are you saying?
It seems like it's working. The ratio is crazy. It's like 1 to a million. Like, what are you talking about?
This debate sucks.
No, you're saying that everything that led to all of the horrible things we're seeing today was sustainable, and this was them doing the right thing.
I'm saying you're arguing that this people out. By pulling these people out, you're going to make it even more unstable.
No, I'm not saying just leave and do nothing and let them do whatever the fuck they want.
Okay, can we get back? All right, let's get back to the prompt. All right, look, here's the deal. What is the argument? No. It's like, what is the actual fucking argument here? All right, we've already talked about should Palestine be a state. Okay, we've given our arguments why it shouldn't. You've given your arguments why it should. Now we're getting into a fucking litany of whataboutisms and hypotheticals. I'm tired of it. Tell me why, and we'll fucking wrap this up. I'm fucking tired.
Well, I know it's exhausting.
We do have about 15 more minutes left. I would like to propose in there the idea that it is an ought claim, which could come down to a morality stance. That could be a direction that you guys could go if you so choose. But
it's not about morality for me. I don't think it is for Wiki either. We're just saying this would be practically a better thing. Yeah.
Just give us a reasonable actual solution.
What evidence do you have to support that? Because I'm sitting here looking at all the evidence, and all the evidence indicates that they're going to go right back to killing each other the minute you give them a state. Like, so why do you think it's going to suddenly change things?
Like this idea, and this is something that you guys have been leaning on this whole debate, and I find it fallacious, and I'll tell you why. Right? This idea that just because something has been so, that it must always be so in perpetuity, and that nothing we can do, there's no action that we can take, there's no policy that we can make that will fix this and change the circumstances is going to work, I find just, again, unconvincing of an argument. Surely I can't give you the golden bullet. I can't give you the exact specific borders, the exact specific proposal, hold on, let me finish. The exact specific set of words that are necessary to make things work. But what I'm advocating for is that we fucking try. That we take a stance and use a policy to promote, that America support the eventual formation of a Palestinian state.
I'm going to give it right to you. I'll just real quick. Look, Wick, you've said earlier, y'all said that you wanted something where they would give up the weapons and you'd have other people rule, right? That was something you envisioned as a state or a transitionary period.
What are you talking about?
Patriot, earlier in the debate, you brought up part of it was like, oh, maybe we don't.
I brought up the idea.
Okay, Soypill brought up something. I don't know what he said. I don't
y'all have argued that and other countries come in and take over. Basically, these people will have the weapons, they demilitarize, right? Hamas and other organizations in Palestinian history, and Misfits brought this up several times, have rejected that on its head several times.
Yeah,
right?
but why?
That they will not, as part of it, they will not demilitarize. So when you say, hey, why does it matter if we're just going to look, it's just going to keep happening? Well, you're not presenting a scenario that's any different than any of these other scenarios. And logic dictates that if you expect a different outcome, then when you keep doing the same thing, then you're fucking crazy. And so when I'm sitting here hearing this, you're saying, let's do the exact same thing. No, that's not working.
That is absolutely not what we're arguing.
You keep alluding to the rejection from whatever deals, and you're saying, well, we offered state, they don't want state. And the problem is that you're not looking at the nuance of each and all of these deals and why certain peoples did not want to agree to certain parts of these deals.
I'm gonna fucking jump through the screen right now. All right, let me figure this out. Okay, Wick, you propose this fucking prompt and you don't have an actual solution, right? That's what's pissing me off. You're like, well, we just gotta give them a state, okay? This is what's bothering me about your entire fucking argument. Your entire argument is, well, let's just try the thing that has happened in multiple other regions. We've done this, right? We've done this. We've literally
done this in Japan. Did Japan work? Did we give Japan a state?
Well, no, because they made anime.
Hold on. You know what worked with Japan?
True.
I'll tell you what worked with Japan.
I'll take the L on that.
When Japan touched our boats, we fucking bombed them. And Trump was just on TV talking about how Japan's fucking one of the greatest allies of America ever. Right?
Because
so if you want to use the Japan argument,
we did nation building correctly.
We should kill the fuck out of them and then wait fucking 60 years. All right, so let's do this, right? You created a prompt. You're the one. You're to blame, right? You said Palestinians deserve a state. Okay,
and that's not what I said.
We should support. Soy said deserve.
State.
Soy did say deserve.
Okay. Soy says a lot of things.
You
I am
said
not Soy.
America should support Palestine having a state.
Yes.
Here's my argument for why we should not do that. Right. On September 11th, 2001, there were no dancing Israelis, but there were a lot of dancing Palestinians. Okay. And if you tell me that was a long time ago, I will tell you to go fuck yourself. All right. Because they haven't changed. That's the point we're making.
What do you mean? The Palestinians didn't do 9/11, dude. What
Palestinians didn't do 9/11, but they celebrated 9/11. And
so did a bunch of people that have states and don't have states.
What we're showing you is right now. I have 83 years of history. I have the Peel Commission in 1937. I have the UN Partition Plan in 1947. I have the post-1967 war proposals all the way through the 70s. I have the Camp David Accords. I have the Oslo Accords. I have the Camp David Summit. I have the Taba talks. And I have the roadmap for peace. That was 2003. That was right around the time they elected Hamas, right? The Annapolis Conference, 2007. The Kerry Parameters talks in 2013 and 14. And I have Trump's plan that just happened in 2020 with the Oslo Accords. Now, we also have the fucking brand new one that you motherfuckers say won't work. And it's only been going on for 3 weeks. So what I'm saying is there has been a pattern of behavior over 83 fucking years where there is one side that just goes, no. Right. So at what point do you go, hey, maybe Wick is wrong. Maybe America shouldn't, right, actually support Palestine having a state, because maybe, just maybe, if you fucking rob me 3 times, I won't fucking let you in my house. Maybe if you screw me over, and maybe if my girlfriend cheats on me 1 time, right, I don't leave her alone with another guy. Maybe if she cheats on me 2 times, I break up with her. right? Like, how about that? Like, can we just fucking use common sense here? What are we even doing?
I'd have to go into the specifics of all 11
No,
of
you
those
guys just
stands and
refuse to
look
recognize
at the
behavioral
reasons
patterns.
they fell apart. And because the way you're framing it as Palestinians won't accept any deal,
Look,
when
I
clearly
tried-
there are reasons that I may or may not agree
I tried
with, but
11
you can't just
times to
frame
do
it
a
as
thing,
this,
which means I should just give up and never do anything else again.
Yes!
No,
Maybe you
that's
should.
loser talk. That's loser talk. That's
Yes,
loser talk.
Yeah, look, hey, Wick.
Hey,
if
she's
you're-
only cheated on me 11 times, boys.
Hold on.
be the
No, I asked
Can I-
11 girls
can
out,
I-
and all 11 girls said no. I'm going to be an incel now. It's incel.
Well,
what you're
can I-
doing is
can I
incel
ask-
rhetoric. You're acting like an incel.
50 no's and a yes.
Yeah,
it's
that's
still a
what's
yes.
happening.
Can I ask the question? Is
Sip harder,
Palestine like
men are
resourceful
talking
enough to create a state that would function and play well with others? Like
You
do
would
they
have to
the
support it in
capacity?
various different ways that would be expensive and time consuming, but it's possible,
Oh,
and I think
We
it's
have to
worth
pass
doing.
the bill before we know what's in it.
America's
what
gonna
he did
fund
say.
it now, guys. That's what he wants. America.
Hold on.
Fund
I
it.
think
You
we
asked
should.
earlier, what
Yes.
country doesn't look out for themselves?
I think
Apparently,
we
it's
can
America.
sequester a few
Palestine.
$billion that we give to Israel
Oh,
to help Israel not be attacked as much.
Look,
It's probably
if we
not that
took the
hard.
40 billion that we're giving to
Insanity
Argentina
now.
and we put it in
Oh.
to building a Palestinian state,
Well, then
I
what
think we
happens
could
to
do it.
Argentina?
Hold on.
Well, then we just take it away from Argentina. What happens to Argentina?
It's not a zero-sum game. We can put more money out.
about the beef? Is that what we're
We
talking
can just
about?
print
now?
more money. We could just
We
give Palestine.
literally
we could just give
can.
Palestine
We're allowed to do that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's no wonder why we're $36 trillion in debt, because people like you just keep on saying, you know what we should do?
Hey,
we should just
Trump
give all
is
of
the
our shit
biggest
away.
increaser
Trump's
of
the one
debt,
giving
actually.
$40
So I
billion
don't know what
to
you're talking about.
Argentina.
Hold on,
Not
let's
me.
reset.
Like-
We've got just a few more minutes left, so if there's any final arguments you'd like to leave on the floor, if not, we can absolutely move to closings.
Let's
if
go to
anyone had
closings.
one last.
I think
yeah,
I've
we're gonna
made
talk
my
about Texas
argument
in
pretty
a second.
coherently, and
tell
I
ya.
think that we've heard a lot of whataboutisms from the other side, but we can get into
Both
that in closings.
sides, actually. Like, fucking not.
Yeah.
Why?
All right, well, let's go ahead and move into closing statements, gentlemen. Misfit, I will hand the floor to you to kick us off.
Good. Here's my closing argument. This whole fucking debate is retarded. It's the same as my opening argument, right? We have beaten this fucking horse to death, right? And there are so many people that want to keep it alive because they have, made a lot of views off of it. A lot of engagement has come from it. But here's the real deal. We shouldn't give a fuck about Palestine, all right, at all. Right. The reason why we should care about Israel is because they're a strategic ally. We get a lot from them, right? We get IT, we get medical, we get a strategic partner in the Middle East that fights our enemies for us. What the fuck do we get from Palestine? Nothing, right? Nothing, not even a little bit, right? Even Ukraine, I can make an argument for. We get mail order brides. Right. But we don't get shit from Palestine. And you know what? America needs to be a little bit selfish every once in a while. We need to go, what do you do for me? Even Qatar, we have a military base there. You can't even put a military base in Gaza because it's a tiny little fucking strip. Right. Israel is a country the size of New Jersey that's about 50% developed. Right. Which means it's about half the size of New Jersey. And fucking Gaza is the size of Detroit. All right. And honestly, I can do without Detroit. So I don't care. I don't give a fuck about them. They're a bunch of fucking goat fucking inbred pieces of shit terrorists. Not all of them, most of them. And you know how I know that? Because I watched the fucking footage from October 7th when it wasn't just Hamas that was going in and cutting people's heads off with garden tools. It was the fucking citizens. It was the citizens spitting on the fucking dead bodies of the women that were in the back of the trucks with their fucking hips broken because they were raped so many times. I don't care about these people at all. Not even a little bit. Right? And the fact that fucking Wick and fucking Soy Boy over here do, that doesn't fucking bother me. Right? Because they're retarded. So, bottom line, no. Palestine shouldn't be a state. Closing argument. Go fuck yourself.
Now that we've devolved into that, I just want to point out you've misspelled uncensored in your little banner there.
That's cool. I'm fucking dyslexic.
Oh, it is tiny. It's okay. Gibbs, your closing statement, please.
Well, yeah. So I'm gonna use a portion of this to do a little Texas history. I know that Wick is excited to hear about it, so we're gonna do it. And because my ancestors are screaming out to me from the grave after my fellow Texan said some things, and I think he said it from the good of his heart. But we have to correct it.
I'm from Boston.
Come from the Gibbs. I cover the Gibbs family, right? Colonel Gibbs has a hotel in San Antonio where that cannons from the Alamo are held. I've been here, my family, been here since the revolution. I take pride in my Texas history. And, we talked about slavery earlier. Texas had 1/6 of the slaves at its peak that any of the other states had, right? Basically, it was the least number. Now, if you want to know why, it's because we're a ranching state. And I don't know if you can figure out what happens whenever you do free roam ranching. You have to lead people up from the bottom of the South Texas to the top, up to Dallas. But when that's 900 miles of open territory and you put a slave on a horse, what do you think happens? They disappear. It's just not conducive to slavery. So we didn't have as much slavery here in Texas. So Texas, despite the leftist narrative, was a slave state, but a very small slave state comparatively, and really we were moving away from slavery in general. So that's not why the Texas joined the Confederacy. We joined it because of our Texas national roots, and we were probably going to leave the Confederacy soon after the breakaway. Finally, now moving on, I don't know about all this other stuff, but if the United States wants to get these hands, they can come get these hands. But right now, things are pretty good. So that's kind of my opinion on that. Finally, back to what we're sitting here talking about, this topic at hand today. Listen, Palestine has proved to be untrustworthy in all regards. Every time we've offered them something, they've slapped it away. They've sat here, even when it's been just the actions. We go, hey, Israel said we're going to build water plants to help you. The complaint is they don't get fed, they don't get water. Well, guess what? They built 3 water plants. What was happened? The Palestinians tore them up, used them to launch rockets on the people that built them. This has happened repeatedly. We can lose other numerous examples. They keep electing evil leaders, and they keep attacking the Israelis. There's no evidence to support this is going to change. And Soypill and Wick's argument is basically like, well, let's try the same thing a 12th time. It's bound to work that time, even though the situation's gotten progressively worse. And we think that this time it'll work. And they offer no evidence to point out why is this time is any different. It's not any different, except maybe we can have some authoritarian states like Saudi Arabia and Egypt come in there and just wipe out massive numbers of people. And then we don't have to worry about claims on ethnic cleansing because there won't be anybody left because the other Arab countries kill them all. I mean, maybe then they can have a state. I guess that's what they're arguing. At least with what me and Misfit are arguing, they can join into Israel over time. They can assimilate and become full citizens like every other group that's done that in Israel. And I just don't see how their argument has any validity to it. And so in conclusion, they're wrong. We're right. Texas also is the best.
I didn't want Wick to be the only one that had a handle, so I went and got mine.
We know what happened last time you did that. Thank you. A soy pill to you, please.
Sorry, I was just thinking about Texas slavery relativism.
I knew you'd like that.
The horses, man. Speaking of horses, my chat's obviously requesting the horse video, Sarah. Look, the reason we're arguing for statehood is not, hey, let's let the Palestinians do whatever the fuck they want tomorrow. The idea is that when you have a group of people, wherever that is, whether it's America in 1776, whether it's any group that has ever formed a terrorist organization, almost inevitably is because of some sort of restriction, because their day-to-day lives are not allowing them the freedoms to express themselves, to have self-determination, to go where they want, to eat what they want. There's some sort of condition that is breeding this terrorism. And I think that Israel has been breeding this terrorism, not on purpose, obviously, although sometimes they did support Hamas to their own interest. They don't want people to fire rockets into their fucking country. States do this. Non-states do this. The problem is that when you put these people in a position where they have no other way to communicate or express themselves other than, hey, let's fucking revolt because our lives are abjectly horrible, whether that is in part because of Hamas, it is, don't get me wrong. I think that can be alleviated with at least some sort of transitionary period into a statehood. Now, if it was true that Israel was going to let these people integrate into Israel, which I don't think is going to happen, I would be okay with that if that means that there's no state, but they get to have that sort of self-determination in Israel. Yeah, that's fine. They don't need a state if that was going to happen. I don't think anything close to that is ever going to happen, which is why I support some sort of either American or some sort of oversight committee that is helping these people transition back into some sort of democratic thing, the same way we did in a Marshall Plan. I think that's totally feasible. And I think that if we look at every single thing where they rejected a peace deal and say that this is all just because Palestinians are unreasonable goat fucking inbreds or whatever the fuck you said, Misfit, is completely ahistorical and you're not analyzing it the same way. Although I wish I was more informed on why some of these peace deals fell apart. I know for sure the Oslo one was because of terrorism that happened before, and they did accept it to an extent. But Israel is not some bastion of good faith where they're like, yep, here's your state, you get to do whatever you want. There are very many restrictions on these things. There are territorial claims. claims. There are ways that Israel always comes out on top in these things, and it makes sense why some of these people reject it, whether or not you think it was a good deal. So I think that there needs to be some sort of ability for these people to have self-determination. It's not happening now. I don't see it happening anytime soon under the Trump admin. I think more violence is going to happen. I don't want that to happen. I think it's in America's best interest to have less people killed. I think statehood is the way you get to that. But anyway, thanks for having me.
Good argument.
Thank you, Soypill. And Wick, final words to you, please.
I'll be short. I'll be sweet. Okay. At the end of the day, it's about what will make the lives of the people in the region better and what will make the interests of America better. Misfit sees a field and it goes unplanted, unsowed, and he says, look, this isn't giving us anything. It's barren. Why should we do anything there? I am saying that we should plant some seeds there. We should actively till the field, cultivate the soil, and so that eventually, over time, it will grow us a good crop. Okay? I think it won't be easy and it won't be short, but giving Palestinians a path to statehood, right? Or I would even accept integration into the Israel proper would both be fine. But Israel doesn't want that. Israel has had 83 years to integrate Palestine into Israel proper. They have not done so for a variety of reasons that are some very good reasons. Palestinians have often killed Israelis. There is a problem there that has to be addressed. Hamas and other, again, terroristic governments that have run them and bad actors from foreign entities such as Qatar and Iran who have used Palestinians in order to strike at Israel are a real problem. But that problem gets alleviated when you give Palestinians a state. And it's going to take time, blood, and treasure, but it is something that Americans can do and it should do because it will overall, at the end of the day, once it is done, create a better world, not just for Palestinians, but for Israelis, for everyone in the region, and for America. Thank you, and good night.
Good
Perfect.
job.
Again, good night. Thank you, gentlemen. What a pleasure having you on for this. For the record, we're going to read your kind super chats and get through that. And then, of course, I have dropped the link into the YouTube live chat. So if you would like to come on to further discuss with the panel, you're more than welcome to hit that link now.
Yeah, we're that Millie 999 as you get in there. I want to fucking talk to you.
Hey, wait, just to do the closing there. You, I guess you don't like the parable of the sower too much, huh?
All depends on the
which part message,
of it.
I guess.
Which part
Sarah,
of it. Okay.
Sarah, I'm gonna hard out at 11, which is my time. So, but 35 minutes. I'm hard.
Okay, perfect. Well, I do have a panel sitting backstage, so let's move as quickly and concisely as we can through the super chats. If you have a response, please feel free to say something, and if you don't, just shut up and we'll move on. Evan Lord says, if you look historically, the region of Palestine has been primarily a region administered by the Egypt province under Islamic empires. And hello, Miss Sarah. Hello to you, Evan. Any thoughts to this?
Fact check true. Egypt has done a lot more persecution to the Palestinians than Israel has. Israel has tried to work with them because Israel cares about Israel and Israel doesn't want to fight. They're actually kind of, and I'm not saying this in like a negative way, especially as somebody who supports them. You guys are kind of pussies, right? Like you guys don't want to fight. I think you should. I think that Egypt has the right idea. Build a giant fucking razor wall in between you and them and say, have fun. Like that's what I would do, but they don't.
Fair enough. Tom Carpenter says, nice classy look tonight. Don't know how long I'll be able to stay, but keep it up. Thank you, Tom. I see he was, yeah.
Can I mention on that last one real quick?
I
do just want to point out, you know, if you just look at that area throughout history, there's not many like places that there's never like Palestine. It's not ever a thing. and so late Ottoman Empire. I don't know about it just primarily being under Egypt, but we can look at it was Greater Judea, under Rome. We have the Levant. Like at some point they're calling it that under different organizations, under different governments. We have the Persians controlled it, the Babylonians controlled it. And then the Jews definitely had different separate kingdoms in that area, and Rome and all these areas, and they all had it, and none of them recognized Palestine as the area. In fact, even biblically, when you talk about this, they're called Samaritans, but we don't hear anybody talk about Samaritan independence. We could go further back if you want to really go further back. You go, the Phoenicians, that the little colony that came over to sea peoples, a bit the Philistines.
I frankly don't find this.
It doesn't.
I don't think this is convincing, or does it matter? The United States of America didn't exist for thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah, but we won. We won. That's the key thing. Is you're arguing for a group that's never won this independence from any of the countries.
All right, so I think what we can do is we can separate two things, right? We can talk about modern history and the nation state of Israel and Palestine, and then we can go into historical, biblical, and theological arguments about whose land is it and whatever. Let's just go with modern, right? The way you create a state, like I said earlier, one of three ways: conquer, buy, or diplomacy. If you didn't do those three things, one of those three things, you don't have a country. So what we are arguing now is the very first ever state of Palestine, which is what some people want and some people don't, right? So they have one of three ways to do it. They can conquer it. They can conquer Israel, create Palestine. I don't think they're going to win, right? They can do another thing. They can buy it, right? Israel could sell it. Don't think that's going to happen either. Right? Or diplomacy. Their way of doing diplomacy is to start a war, then hide behind their people and hope that the international community just goes, hey, leave them alone and give them a state. And I don't think that's a good way to do statehood.
They kind of did, though. That's why the international community is supporting a state.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If it works, I don't think it's a good precedent to set.
Well, they only have to do it once.
Well, no, because if they do it, other states will do it. Other people will do it. They'll be like, all I have to do is kill a bunch of Jews, hide behind my own people. This is something that I get my own country.
States have done.
Hey, it worked for Germany.
Let's go ahead and move on, because I know we are on limited time with some of you. Evan Lords also says, under the Roman and Eastern Roman Empire, the region of Palestine was administered by the province of Syria. It has always been significant. Misfit win.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Again, just because things have been different in the past doesn't mean they have to always be the same as they were in the past. In perpetuity in the future. We can imagine a better world.
I guess you didn't answer this earlier. Then you don't believe in Urbo, then, and it's okay for Russia to take over Ukraine.
Hold on. What are you talking about?
Well, international rules-based order. Well, if you want a new state established that goes against international rules-based order, which wants to keep all the states the same, then you're against Urbo, which is something I've heard you defend in regards to Ukraine and other states that are.
I don't think that Russia is justified in taking Ukraine. No.
Yeah, but
but that doesn't mean that I support that in every instance that there is ever imaginable justification for one country to be established that doesn't currently exist. These are two separate statements.
So you don't believe in Urbo?
Okay, not.
So you either do believe in it or you don't.
No, that's not true. I can support it in certain cases and not support it in other cases, depending on what the rules are and how they go about it. I do not think that we should freeze time, right? No, hold on. I don't think we should freeze time right now and solidify the borders, and no borders can ever change. No countries can ever change in any way. That's a silly thing to think.
Let me ask you a question.
Right? And let me finish my statement, and then you can ask my question. But let me finish my thought here. My whole point is we can imagine a better world, and the only question I have is what we imagine and what we advocate for better than what we have now. And I think that having a Palestinian state, again, over time, not tomorrow, would be a better state of the world than we have today.
So you don't believe in Urbo? Okay, that's what, because that's the antithesis to what Urbo is.
If the current lines that have been drawn that Russia has taken over from Ukraine, right, were agreed upon by the international community, that because Russia created this conflict and created this chaos, I think it's a good idea if we just give them that land and make Ukraine smaller. Would you agree with that?
Of course
if
not.
part of the statehood agreement for Palestine was, hey,
I didn't
on
say
October-
Palestine. I said Russia.
Listen, I know, but listen, if Palestine, when they did October 7th, actually won and took over a bunch of Israel, and then the international community said, not only will you give you a state, we'll let you keep the land you stole in this war. Yeah, I think that'd be ridiculous, but that's not what's happening. So
okay, so but what I'm saying is, if you agree with that, you agree with the principle that if they take a different strategy of starting a war, coming back, and getting sympathy from the international community until they get a statehood, it's not the same thing. It's not a one-to-one comparison, but it's very
you're saying
similar.
that they started a war, which
did.
is technically true insofar as they started the greater conflict on October 7th.
No,
But
they
the problem
started
is-
a war. Like,
exactly.
Let's not
Sure.
split hairs,
War. Well, no, but the point is that like we're arguing that the conditions that led to stuff like that is the Israeli.
What if Putin argues the conditions of Ukraine?
Yeah,
aligning
he could
with
say
NATO?
that, but he'd be wrong insofar
maybe
as
the
his
Palestinians
justification,
are
But I
wrong.
think the Palestinians aren't wrong. Well, I'm not even saying the Palestinians are the ones arguing this. Obviously, they feel justified in what they're doing. I'm saying it's pretty evident that stuff like this is inevitable, even if it's not good. When you have the way Israel is, what?
It's interpretation of why war. You're arguing that Palestine started a war, correct?
I would say that Russia doing what Russia's doing now would be more justified, not justified,
That's
but
your
more
opinion.
understandable if Ukraine
No,
was
let's-
doing what Israel is doing to Palestine
Let's get
to
rid
Russia.
of
Yeah.
let's get rid of subjective and let's go
Finish
to-
your thoughts, and then
let's
we're moving on.
No more subjective. Objective truth, right? Objective truth.
Okay.
Russia invaded Ukraine. Objective truth. Yes.
Yes.
Right? Palestine started a war. Objective truth. Yes.
Okay.
Those two things are true.
Okay.
Right? If the outcome is you get either more land or your own country, right? The goal of starting the war is succeeded, right? Yes. So I'm not saying it's a one-to-one comparison. I'm saying if this happens and Palestine gets their own state, then they won. They started
because
a war, they got
Hamas's
their own
purpose
state.
and hold on, Hamas's purpose in starting that war wasn't to get their own state; it was to kill Jews. We understand that, right?
for
It
the
wasn't to
first
get to.
time, we
They
agree.
don't give a shit. Let's be clear. Hamas doesn't give a shit about Palestinians. They don't give a fuck.
We agree. Okay,
Okay,
let's move on.
they
Let's
just
get
wanted to wipe Israel off the map.
I agree with
That's
that.
what they
Finally.
wanted to do.
We-
So it's a different
Evan Lord,
situation, right?
Evan Lord says the region was going to be its own province under an Arabian province, western coast of the Arabian Peninsula, but wars with Persia stopped that plan.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we're just talking about the historical things. I don't think that we want to dive any more into this history.
Okay. Kokomo sends out 5 Mater memberships. Congratulations to you, lucky lottery winners. Tom says, so what you're saying is every time they say, give me more, and when they break peace, it's just, oops, I did it again because they're toxic. That's how
Britney Spears!
The references.
Britney Spears!
See, I didn't know
I'm
I had
gonna-
to come prepared knowing about Britney Spears to the Israel.
I am
Palestine
gonna
debate.
find
It's
that clip
not
of me
something
saying
that,
Britney Spears, and that's going viral.
I think if
Oh,
Israel
yes.
saw the video of Britney Spears dancing with knives and then blew up her house, I would disagree with that decision.
Okay. Evan Lord says the Romans, and we're back to the historical stuff, so I'll at least read them, and then you guys can pin it because Evan is hanging backstage. The Romans and Greeks called it Palestine because of the Philistine Greek colony that was established before
talked
the
about that.
Hebrews established their
From
kingdom.
the Aegean Peninsula.
And Hadrian renamed the region officially after putting down the Great Jewish Revolt. Due to that revolt, all the client rulers lost their autonomy privilege.
Fair enough.
Tom saying left day one. Let's pause for a land acknowledgement. Left next day. Israel has no claim to the land that was theirs for centuries until the 2nd century.
See, Tom, I gotta say, you can't call me out on that one because I think both of those things are stupid.
You know what? Hey, can we actually? I actually want to get your thoughts on this, Wick and Soy. Do you think that there is any validity to the argument of the people that lived there like the Native American argument, right? Like it's their land because you can trace it historically, theologically, and archaeologically back to
I don't really give much track to that kind of argument,
So
like
you just
land
are-
indigenous indigenous things. It's not a thing that I think is a...
once it's in the
Perfectly
past
fine.
enough, like it becomes completely untenable to try
We'll
to
move on.
rectify and redraw borders. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to know. We'll move on. Okay.
Misfits starting to get tipsy. Tom says, come on, you losers. Gonna let me do this by myself. Yes, and congratulations, chat. You did hit the goal. Let's keep it going. Hit the second one. Tom,
I started to get tipsy 45 minutes ago.
Oh my
We
god.
can
Well,
tell.
now you're actually starting to slur.
Wait, yeah,
You're
I was gonna.
welcome.
Speaking of slurs, were the Arabian slurs, was that before or after the alcohol, or was that just something that normally happens?
No, that happens sober.
Okay, that's what I figured.
No, tomatoes had me sober before. I've done sober. I'm the same
It's
person.
gonna be one of those nights, huh?
So, oh my god. Tom says, looks like it's going to be on Till the World Ends. They just keep saying baby one more time. The question is it trouble for me or do I run away? That's a lot of song dropping there.
That's way more Britney Spears than I think is healthy.
I
What
wonder
is
he
fucking Britney gonna release
probably-
a song called "Free Palestine" or something? So I can
Probably
super
like
chat?
Googled.
Am I the only one that liked her knife dancing videos? I thought they were cool. I was like,
Oh, I love
I would also dance.
thought
with
it
knives
was-
in the kitchen.
I thought it
I
was
jerk off for those.
interesting.
We're good.
Well, all right.
Oh my
Now you have
god.
Okay.
Brick says, why should I pay for peace in another man's house, Israel/Palestine, when there isn't peace in my own house, America? SCOTUS says government has no duty to protect citizens. Overturned Terry v. Ohio.
Confederate flag in
OTVO.
profile picture. Opinion discarded.
So,
sorry,
in
not
what-
your territory. Go away, traitor.
Alden,
That
in
is
what
the
sense
battle-
is
that
there
is the
not
battle
peace
flag
in
of
America?
Northern Virginia. All right, that is
Like
not the
we
Confederate.
have heightened let's just be clear about this. We have heightened rhetoric and heightened tensions in America, right? But to say that we don't have peace in America is a silly thing to say. We generally are a pretty peaceful nation.
Side note: that's the Robert E. Lee Confederate flag, where he stood by free slaves and fought for their freedom.
Robert E. Lee
Hey,
fought for
freedom.
slaves' freedom.
Yeah, no, you don't know that?
I didn't. How did
He
you do that?
He fought with freedmen for what they believed was their right to autonomy in the South.
Was it after the Civil War?
No, it was during the Civil War. Look it
Robert
up.
E. Lee
Look up
fought
look up the
for
battle. Look at the Battle of Northern Virginia. The battle flag of Northern Virginia is the thing that you keep calling the Confederate flag. It's not.
Okay.
After this, look it up.
I'll look it up right now. We have time.
Misfits getting cantankerous. Tom says material condition arguments only hold up if you pretend history didn't happen. He also says, I think I've heard similar arguments. Just do exactly what we want and we'll stop looting, burning cars and buildings, blocking people from getting
That's a
to
good
work
point.
in hospitals because democracy.
How much does this dude donate to talk?
I like
I mean,
Tom.
listen,
Dude,
he
look,
needs to
Tom-
keep
Tom
donating.
joined-
That will
It's
Tom
provide
always
actually-
more-
okay for people to give money.
hold on.
Throw another 10
Tom-
in the chat.
Tom joined the panel actually the other night and it was quite
He's making a lot of sense, this Tom guy.
I like him.
Anson sends a big 10 just to say fuck the crucible. He did that on purpose just to make me say it.
Andrew,
Can I just
Andrew
say?
Wilson is a
Can I just
faggot.
say how big of a
Misfit!
pussy?
Okay.
We're not
Oh,
allowed
I
to say that
forgot.
on
I
stream.
forgot
Don't
we're
be
on-
drunk.
I forgot. My bad.
Well, luckily
No more-
I was
no
talking
more
over him, so they couldn't hear
Peter.
him.
That was
on my
only
end.
one.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
I think-
hopefully that. Yeah,
hopefully-
my
But
bad.
just-
yeah.
I realized that after.
But just real quick, and I won't use any slurs. Yeah, Andrew Wilson, Rob Knorr are the biggest snowflakes that I've ever seen. To imagine getting so mad that you spurg out because someone laughed at you because you were debating poorly, right? Frankly, what a bunch of cowards and pussies. That's all I got.
Well, he said pussy.
Yeah, but that's not a
Pussy's
slur.
okay.
Allowable
You couldn't have done
slur.
it. You had to wait till you had to do it when I walk away, didn't you? God damn.
Well, speaking of pussies, right?
God damn. No, Rick is right.
I will
like
go
the
to
white
war. I will go
It's
to
the people
war
who
with
think
Andrew
sand
Wilson
out of
over
vaginas.
Sarah.
It's my kind of opinion.
Aw.
And trust me, he don't want that smoke. I've already beat him in a debate. He won one. We've had 3. He won 1.
I'll set that debate up. Oh my god.
We'll actually have a debate about whether or
debate?
not he was right.
Debate on
about
who won the
Aaron.
debate. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh Lord, you guys, I'm gonna blush. Stop it. Kokomo sends the big 10 just to say smile. Yes, you all made me smile by hitting the goal. Thank you so kindly. One more, and we're bringing up our panel. Tom says, if you put your ears to the ground and listen carefully, you can hear a horse approaching.
I don't know how many yeehaws I got left, brothers.
If you put a seashell to your ear, you can hear Andrew Wilson being a gay.
Oh my God.
Being a gay. He really tried on that one. Real quick, I did look it up, Misfit. I mean, like, I'm not sure where you're finding that he fought. I'm sure they had some freedmen, but he was fighting for the Confederacy. So the idea that
no. So
like, what were they fighting for? You know, like to maintain slavery.
Look up his letters were that he abhorred slavery and that he was against slavery, and he fought next to freedmen, but they had
and he was fighting to preserve it. So like, he didn't really have a very strong conviction to stop fighting.
Hold on. He actually did free. Hold on. He did free his slaves, and before the war,
freed his slaves.
That's how magnanimous.
However, he did say he was like, no, I'm going to fight for my region. You know, so he was
that's what it.
To it.
I hate to do it, but I gotta preserve slavery, guys. I don't love it, but you know, my nation calls.
His region did back the slavery. Like, it's not like he was like, all the people are going to be free down here. He was like, no, I'm going to save my state.
Are you ready to meet your
the freedom
panel?
of states to decide whether or not people should be slaves?
It was Robert E. Lee was very it was nuanced, right? Where he was like, I personally don't like slavery. I'm going to fight for my state, my
Listen,
land.
I love Germany. I don't know about this whole Jew thing, but look, I'm gonna fight for the Wehrmacht. Okay?
I mean, yeah, I kind of. All
right, let's
Hitler went a little too far in a few places, but I love my nation regardless. Okay,
gentlemen, are you ready? The panel's waiting patiently backstage. Oh my God, who else is drinking? Is everybody drinking? Why am I the only one that doesn't have?
I'm getting hammered.
That sounds like a you problem.
Are you gonna? I'm gonna have to call you again. Are you alive? All right, let's bring our panel up, gentlemen. Here we go. All right. Let me reset. I think Misfits over there getting cantankerous. I love it. Just so you know, if you're watching over on YouTube Tomato Side, the gauntlet is officially open, and I will be sending you over there in approximately 2 minutes. I will drop the direct link, so you can just head over now, or you can catch the raid. All right, Clay, you were hanging backstage first in line. If you'd like to go ahead and ask your question or throw in a thought.
Sure. Yes, great to see you guys.
That's loud.
That
you're very.
I got you on my side. Now start going.
Check.
You're good.
All right. So for me, it's pretty simple. My tax dollars are for my people. This is a foreign nation. It seems like every time we get involved with foreign nations, as of recent, it just doesn't go well. The people in those foreign nations either despise us or eventually just stab us in the back.
Clay, do you think we should fund SNAP?
Do I think we should fund SNAP? I believe we should support our own people.
Okay. So you support like certain welfare programs then?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Do you think that we get what do you think America gets from its relationship with Israel?
$1.1 billion on average over 10 years.
That's it, really?
Yeah, well, per year.
But we get a lot of technology. We get a lot of advancements. So obviously us being involved in foreign countries does give America benefits. Not all the time, but you can imagine situations where it does.
This is a straw man. My tax dollars going to defend a foreign nation in civil wars. Essentially, this is a civil war. You're talking about Palestine as a state.
Clay, do you agree? Okay, so they're in the F-35 program, right? They have developed a new version of the F-35. They developed a new version of the F-16. We've seen them use this in real world. We've tailored some of our aircraft now based off their real world experience. We have joint missile defense programs with them. They're building like better here now. Their Golden Dome is going to be based partially on the Iron Dome. You're saying we don't want our tax dollars to fit another country. These are all benefits that we're getting because we've seen these technologies in action. That's like an incalculable amount of money that like we've saved in the long run. So when you say we're not getting anything, we're absolutely getting something out of this.
Can I jump in really quick, Clay? Would you say that if we were in a relationship with another country that was in a civil war and we were to show a benefit, would you agree that that was a good thing?
Yes, that would.
Okay,
be
that's kind of what we're arguing.
I think that's what we're arguing. I think that if you do the research,
if it's strictly business, that's fine. But
Perfect.
I'm not intent to go defend somebody else's ideals. So the First Amendment is of the greatest value to me because we all get to believe what we want to believe. And so when we're talking about foreign nations, we're actually talking about people who don't believe that very thing. We're actually, especially when we're talking about Israel and Palestine, we're talking about nations that literally go to war over their own beliefs. They go to war with each other.
Clay, me and you probably don't believe even close to like 50% of the same stuff, but I'm still going to support
we don't go
your
to war.
right to.
Yeah, we don't go to war.
Well,
right.
Yeah,
Like,
but I'm saying that I would support the
differences.
government, supporting you in the same way that I would support the government getting kickbacks and benefits from supporting other countries.
we
America
solved our
very
differences.
rarely gives out aid to any country without some sort of, expectation of something in return. That's why we have any of those programs.
Hold on.
Why-
Go ahead.
Why should our aid be firearms and missiles to a foreign nation to fight their own people?
That's not what it is. What? All right, Clay, are you a Christian?
Most people would identify me as a Christian. I don't say that, but yes.
So, if you want to look at it from a purely monetary standpoint, we have a relationship with Israel because we are the benefactor. We're actually the benefactor in most of our relationships with any other foreign, policy. There's very few, like Canada. We are not the benefactor of our relationship with Canada. Canada basically we fund
Canadians.
Canada,
Okay.
right? But with Israel, we actually have, like I said, we have IT, we have medical, we have military intelligence, we have a $1.1 billion average per year over the past 10 years surplus for our foreign aid to direct spending and other, benefits. So that right there is your logical argument. Your theological argument would be that we support Israel because of the land that they are sitting on, which is the land that Jesus walked on. So I think that there is a dual reason to support Israel, and one without the other doesn't make sense. And if you don't have either, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, don't you support in the death cult mentality that when the rapture comes, the Jews have to be in Israel? Because otherwise,
I'm not an eschatologist.
No.
I don't believe in the rapture per se. I don't.
The wrong tree on that one.
And allow me to interrupt, Clay, right before you go. I am officially shutting down on the tomato side, and we are moving over to the gauntlet. I've dropped the link into the live chat. Either go ahead and directly click over, or you can catch the raid. Otherwise, we'll see you there.
But to wrap it up, because I'm going to take a piss real quick. To wrap it up, Clay, hold on one real quick. Clay, if you were to believe that we had not only a monetary and a foreign policy benefit from our relationship with Israel, and I think that I can make the argument that we have some sort of religious duty as a Christian nation to support them, wouldn't that be a benefit that we would actually have an allyship with them?
No. So essentially,
No.
I would only support life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
So you wouldn't support another country even if Jesus walked on that land?
Nope.
Oh,
Nope.
good. So you're not a Christian. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to take
I told you that I don't identify as a Christian. The way that what happens is a lot of people.
He says he serves as God alone. Whatever religion he belongs to, he's definitely the only one.
But here's the deal, and I'll just be brief with this. Right, we get things from foreign involvement. My life, mine, and yours, is richer because we have foreign entanglements. Does that mean all foreign entanglements are good? No. Does that mean all of our foreign ventures are good? No. But the fact that we are able, if we want to be America first, right, which I do, America first means doing what's best for me and mine, and what's best for me and mine is having foreign relationships and strong allies in Japan, in NATO, in Israel, and in other parts of the world.
Now, how are you going to get that whenever you're funding a civil war?
What like this civil war you keep talking about? Are you referring to Israel-Palestine?
Yeah, I mean that's
okay.
essentially
It's not a
one
civil.
land.
It's not a civil war. What we're doing
is one piece of it's one region where two factions have claimed territory. That's
Do you
a
think
civil
Ukraine,
war.
Russia is a civil war?
That is a yeah.
And that's not what a nation state is.
That's not what a
No,
civil
a nation. By definition,
100%.
By definition, Clay, a nation state by definition has borders and distinct cultures. And so, I think that by itself is a reason why Palestine and Gaza should be a state, and the U.S. should fight for it, because we've seen in the United States, we want people to believe in Western capitalism. We want them to believe in this sort of Catholic notion of social justice.
Why do we want that? Why do I care what's going on in your house?
Why? Because that is.
Right. I think I'm actually sympathetic to your argument. I can tell you why.
The bulk of.
I'm sorry.
Well,
I
you shouldn't.
Oh, I think his. Oh, yeah. There you go. Duck's back.
All right.
Is the argument why should we be?
If my neighbor is shooting off bottle rockets and setting things on fire, of course I'm going to care what they're doing, right?
So,
and I'm going
Clay, I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, Clay. Right? Like I've argued. I even said during the panel, I thought America's being too fucking soft giving away all its goddamn money. Why is my taxpayer dollars going to Timbuktu? It shouldn't be going to Timbuktu. We got problems here that need to be fixed.
Yeah,
right?
we need to subsidize our beef farmers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. No, listen, we don't need to talk about beef.
No, in all
seriousness, I'm just saying,
policing.
like, I am sympathetic to what you're saying. However, right, I'm not an isolationist, right? It sounds well good to be an isolationist until you realize shit starts happening places that you don't want to happen, and then by the time you get involved, it's too late. And listen, I don't want
World War II
power over there. Yeah, World War II is a good example. World War I, all this other bullshit all over the world. We let shit fester, and it's bad. And sometimes it sucks for these people. They got to get destabilized for our best interest. And I guess in this case, Israel, they're letting us test all our weapon system. We're getting a direct benefit while our enemies are getting weaker. Israel basically, with one strike of ours and the rest of the strikes theirs, took out a perennial power, like Iran, if you believe in multipolarity, a perennial point of power. One of them is in the Middle East. Iran's one of those, an ancient empire kind of thing. We took them out. They're not a military threat. They've been a problem for the last 20 years. Israel did this for 99% of us. If you're saying we're not getting a benefit and we're not benefiting as Americans from that, I'm sorry, you're wrong. And I think it's a cost-effective thing.
That's not what I'm saying.
Money over
Clay,
here.
That's not what I'm saying.
Clay, do you think that we should have a? Do you think
I agree with you. I don't want somebody to spend frivolously on other countries.
Clay, do you think that we should have any type of relationship or partnership with China?
We can. I don't believe
so
it's a
just
should.
Not Israel.
It's not a should question, right? No, it's not a should question, right? So essentially, I look at it from the standpoint of business, right? So
yeah,
the real value of that region is the trade route.
If I was to tell you that we have a net negative with China but a net positive with Israel, would you say that one is better than the other?
That doesn't bother me at all. I don't care how much money we spend. I don't care how much money we collect.
You just don't care if it makes sense.
No, I do. I care because I care about the lives of the people here in America, and that's it. Right?
What about 100,000 people that die every year from fentanyl? Like you care about them?
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point.
I don't see how he couldn't.
Why do we send our boys over to foreign nation, and then we have problems right here in America?
But the people that die from fentanyl, right, 100,000 a year on average, which
are
is
caused by Israel.
That's a good point. We should send
Javelin
missiles.
That's caused by China.
No.
That's caused by China.
Misfit's right. Misfit's right. We should send Javelin missiles to fentanyl addicts.
No. What we should do is we should actually focus on tackling the real foreign relationship that is actually a problem for America instead of the foreign relationship that is a benefit to America, because there is no benefit to having China, right, which takes advantage of us on tariffs, takes advantage of us on they buy up farmland over here. There's so many
How do you
things
propose we get oligarchs to agree to stop accepting things from them?
What I'm saying is it's a complicated issue. What I'm saying is the Israel issue is a very simple issue. It's a country the size of New Jersey. Our foreign policy over there can be settled with a fucking meeting, especially when they're amenable to Donald Trump. But with China, we have to deal with Xi Jinping. We have to deal with all the fucking bullshit. Right? I just want to know why Clay doesn't have the same energy for China as he does for Israel.
And before you, sorry, let me allow me to read the. Tom says, "Let's not pretend all the Union soldiers were anti-slavery," and I think that was in regards to your comment, Misfit.
Yeah, no, like I said, Robert E. Lee was a very complex person where he was against slavery. He had he freed all of his slaves right before the Emancipation Proclamation. He fought with freed slaves, but then you had Union members that were actually pro-slavery. They were just on the team. So there was it's complex.
It was draft riots because
Kentucky
people didn't want to fight anymore.
Kentucky was a split state, and they flew the same flag.
Can we just admit that, like, no matter how much he was anti-slavery, he clearly didn't hold this conviction strong enough to not fight for the country that was trying to preserve slavery?
You're trying to simplify it. You're trying to.
No, I think it's pretty simple.
There's no need to simplify it. I mean, what did he fucking fight for? Risk his life for?
Yeah, if I was anti-American at my core,
he was fighting for Northern Virginia's independence, and he did not personally align with all of the, like, you got to understand, the Civil War was not just about slavery. It was about states' rights.
That's not enough to make you switch up.
Let me transition just a nudge because average Israel enjoyer wants to chime in, and then he's going to head out. So I want to give him the moment so that he can make it brief. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not important. I don't mean to take precedence. I just want to make some room in the panel.
You are important.
Clay, to take a quick crack at your question, the reason we do it is cheap goods. U.S. hegemony has created the most peaceful state that we've ever had, the most peaceful world we've ever had. It gives us consumer confidence. That's why we see all this trading all over the world, so cheaper products from all over the world get to come to the United States. Thus, we have cheaper goods for the United States, and if one of those countries gets into an entanglement, we need to defend them. So my actual question is for Gibbs and Misfit Patriot. You guys are on the anti-team. I think we probably line up on about 50% of my politics. I'm kind of in the center, slightly to the right by some definitions and left by others. So I want to argue with you, with your long-term stance of one state, you're saying eventually assimilate the Palestinians in. But if we look at Jordan, where there's like 3.4 million Palestinians, they don't want any more.
Oh, what I'm saying.
Oh, I heard that earlier, so
I'll say it. No, yeah, but that's fine. But even with the
maybe
3 or 4 million, right? Yeah, they lost the little Civil War.
Let me set it up. They don't want the rest of the Palestinians, though, is what I'm saying.
No,
Jordan doesn't want them. Egypt doesn't want them. They have all these problems with the Muslim Brotherhood. They got kicked on an island. They treat them as second-class citizens. So my question is, why isn't Trump's Magaza plan, where not only does it solve Clay's problem of United States investment, but it also solves the problem of Israel having to oversee the region by ceding it off to a third party, which is the Arab nations, that are much more strict on Palestinians and keep them in line much better than the Israelis do. Why is that not your guys' ideal stance?
That is what Trump's plan is, and he's like, Trump's plan is to have the mediators of this deal to be the surrounding nations.
Yeah. Why is that not your stance? Is my question.
That is my stance.
Oh, so that would be a two-state solution, though. Eventually,
no, it wouldn't. No, there's no two-state solution.
The surrounding nations are going to be pro-Israel.
No, the surrounding nations are just going in perpetuity for the rest of time.
Right now, 4 of those surrounding nations are talking about joining the Israel
That's
Accords,
not my stance.
the Abraham Accords. That being said, the Trump plan is to create a separate entity that is going to be Gaza. Gaza is going to be overseen by a technocrat board for X amount of time until they're able to sustain themselves. Then they're going to be able to eventually have their own state under Trump's plan.
Well, that's not necessarily what the there's no guarantee of a two-state in Trump's plan. It's more like it's like a proposed, like, hey, maybe if you don't fuck around.
I differ from this. So my answer is degrees of goodness, right? All right. So in one area, my optimum scenario is the U.S. just conquers the entire world. That'd be the best. We go live for America, live for a new American empire. Everybody's Americans, right? That'd be optimum. Number 2 in this scenario, we'll just let Israel handle it. They're our little attack dog. They're our little boy over there. They hang out with us. They hang in our club. Palestinians hang out with the other kids' club. And those clubs, they don't like us. So,
it's been hell for Israel, though. It's been awful for Israel. Israel is completely attacked by the UN, which is a corrupt organization.
This is the point that I made earlier, right? But I asked our opponents, hey, who do you think is going to be more, genocidal in the ways that y'all describe it? Israel, or Saudi Arabia and Egypt, who are okay with human rights violations? Clearly, they have no problem.
Do you think Israel isn't?
No, I think Israel's tried to do this justly. I think they've fought with their hands behind their back, knowing the whole world's watching them. I think they've tried to be as not good as they have. Sure, there've been some bad apples, just like there are in every fucking war ever. But overall, I think they've tried more than most of these countries. And if you think Egypt and Saudi Arabia are going to try like Israel's tried, you're wrong. There's no evidence that. We know they like killing people. So, yeah, I don't see that it'd be better. So then my third best option is, okay, we do this Trump plan. But that's still better than the total option of, hey, let's just let Hamas have its own terrorist state.
I think that
I think you're starting to sound more like Captain Morgan.
We're still in the phase.
Well, that's a good one.
We're still in phase 1, and
I know that
like,
the advanced point is hard for you to follow. It goes A, B, C, D. That's
They
called
still
basic
have-
logic.
So let's
They still have 20 of the bodies. They still haven't accepted a ceasefire.
Well, hold on. Let's break this down. Let's break this down in reality. All right, like phase 1 is not going to be perfect. Phase 2 is not going to be perfect, and phase 3 is going to be determinative of phase 2 and 1, and phase 2 is going to be determinative of phase 1. So it's like you're asking us to like opine on some like linear like thing that's clearly going to be very complicated. What I'm saying is if you were to say that all the dominoes fall into place, what's being proposed right now is not a two-state solution. It's a coalition of Arab states under the Abrahamic Accords that are going to invest in property on the Gaza Strip so that when Gaza tries to fuck around with Israel, they're going to have investments that are going to be under threat, and they are going to be more incentivized to stop Palestine from doing that.
I get that. So let's say the plan does go forth. They get the Hamas to either leave or disarm and pledge fealty to Israel or whoever they need to. They bring this Arab technocrat coalition in, the IDF backs off, and they eventually get their own state. Essentially, what you're proposing here is a two-state solution with your argument if everything goes right, which is
Honestly,
a big.
I mean, I'm not opposed to a two-state solution, but I'm only okay
You
with
were
that.
opposed to a two-state solution the
I
whole
just wanted to give you
night.
guys. Hey, I just want to give you guys
The whole night.
Are we, I don't like declaring victory, Sarah, but
I
my
just
God.
walked in
Let
here
me
and
finish.
won the prompt. I just want to say I walked in here and won the
He is
prompt.
not speaking
No,
for
you
me.
fucking
I'm just
didn't.
saying.
No, you didn't, because you didn't let me finish my fucking sentence.
I'm fucking around.
You don't let me finish my sentence. All right. Am I okay? Am I okay with my junkie brother right now borrowing $40 from me? No. After 10 years of him showing that he's been sober and showing me a chip every fucking year, and I know he's going to meetings, can he then borrow $40? Yes.
What about
so?
4
Am
years?
I okay? Am I okay with a two-state solution down the road? Hypothetically, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. But no, that's not
welcome.
So what opportunity have they shown that?
If they show a pattern
show?
of behavior, so we just said they showed a pattern of behavior over the past 83 years of murdering Jews, right? So no,
Under what
you don't get a
circumstances?
state.
Definitely not
Right?
tomorrow.
If they show a pattern,
we gave Germany a state after four years after the Holocaust. It took
That's
them a
all I
little
got.
while, but
yeah, and
we
they're
got
not
one.
murdering, and they're not murdering Jews anymore. So maybe is all I'm
Bye,
saying.
Tyler. Did you want to say any final thoughts before you leave?
Pentuple and I started a podcast once a week. It's pretty fucking funny. Check
I'm
it
not
out.
watching it.
Yeah, you don't have to. but
Wait,
it's
Tyler,
fun.
did you say that Israel has not committed a single human rights violation?
I thought you said war crimes. The Biden administration in 2024 did an investigation into the allegations from Amnesty International and found zero proof of any war crimes committed by Israel. Misfit, you should come on a Gibbs panel every now and then because I'm sick of being the only Israel defender.
I'm not doing that.
It's fun. We have a good time.
Oh, Gibbs is a fun time.
I think I'm a fun
I'll
time.
go
I
on
don't
there
even
with
want to.
you.
I don't even want to be here. I'm actually like I'm 4 minutes away.
Have a good night.
Sarah, you're the only reason I'm fucking
Have
here. So
fun.
you better shut up.
Hey, Sarah's the reason I'm here too.
That's
We all love Sarah,
love.
don't we, folks?
True.
Aww,
Well, you
guys
think I
do
come
love
on this?
me.
No, I'm here for
as,
Wick
my
too.
help?
I forgot about Wick.
I don't give a shit about
forgot
Wick.
And
I'm
then
here for Sarah.
everyone was sick. Everyone trying to put this panel together was like, "Yes, I'm in. Oh wait, I'm sick. Yes, I'm in, but I am sick. Let me confirm. Oh, I'm sick. I don't know
Well,
if
I was sick on Friday, so you got lucky.
Oh well, I did get lucky. I'm a lucky girl.
Or
all right.
hungover. I don't
Oh,
remember.
baby.
It's probably hungover for you. Tom says Clay was the first called Christian on the Gauntlet. From there, he went out to the whole world, and therein he did forthwith promote his philosophy of the reverse hat.
What in the fuck does that mean?
I don't know.
Because Clay
I don't
did
wanna
not. Clay did not acknowledge necessarily being a Christian. He said he's kind of like off in his own beaten path.
All right, I'll tell you what, Sarah. I'm going to stay on the panel until I finish this drink.
Oh Jesus, that'll be like 3 seconds, and then you're
No.
gonna fall on the floor.
No, I don't fall on floors. You know me. All right, until I start calling everybody cunts.
Oh my God, look at that!
A lot of
Well,
alcohol.
that's
brother.
a shot.
He doesn't
That's
fall on the
2,
floor. He
3,
bounces back
4,
up.
5.
All right, look,
I have severe concerns.
That's how high it is. There's no ice.
Well, what's the other beverage you put in there? What's the mixer?
Liquid death sweet tea.
Jesus Christ!
Liquid death. Don't you know that a Satanist blesses every one of those cans and they lied about their plastic?
So Tim Pool just blocked me and I was on his show. He blocked me because I went after Tim Pool because he was trying to cancel Liquid Death, and I was like, "Hey, I don't even care about Liquid Death. I thought it was douchey, overpriced water." But what Tim Pool is doing is kind of fucked up to Liquid Death, because Liquid Death, they're trolling you with that whole like Satan fucking shit. And Tim Pool's taking it literally, but he's not really. He's just trying to cancel them. So long story, but you go to my page, you'll find it.
Mm.
I like railroaded my own relationship with one of the biggest platforms because of principle. Like it was,
hey,
it was like
you just kind of. I noticed you just kind of don't care. You're just like, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do, either take it or leave it.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
I make a lot of money
on his channel, and
I make a lot of money building bathrooms. I don't need to do this at all.
that's fair. But you still keep. I feel like every time I see you, your platforms just get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
So something's working.
Yeah, because I don't give a fuck.
That's right.
It's the best way to
All
do
right.
it. All right,
Fair enough.
Wick, I have a question for you. Why the fuck is your beard so long? What the hell are you doing?
Not cutting it. You don't cut it.
Get
The
that.
beard
it
of a wise
grows.
man.
Crazy.
He's going into his.
If you have enough
Lord of the Rings era.
testosterone, okay.
You look
you'll
like
grow-
Santa. You look like Santa if he was giving presents to kids out of the back of a van.
Fair enough. Evan, I wanted to give you the opportunity to jump in with a question.
Oh yeah. For Soypill and Wick TV, I think it's pretty obvious that Israel is going to stay here. They have they have the military force, they have the political capital, they have a lot of influence to where
Okay.
basically, all that being said,
Well, none of us are advocating for the destruction of Israel. So
no, what I'm saying is if you look at the opinion polls of Israel, most of them do not want to live alongside a Palestinian state, and part of them are feeling very uneasy with the prospect of having Palestinians inside their nation. So them removing a population displacement is very likely. But a silver lining is, if there's no Palestinian state, there a lot more archaeology can open up around the region. Specifically, a lot of the ancient and classical settlements, like with the actual Philistines, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, and other groups. And the main reason they aren't doing that now is because a lot of the Palestinians are very paranoid, thinking that it's just the Israelis digging underneath the Al-Aqsa Mosque and just planting dynamite so they destroy it. So looking at the sake of human civilization. The question is, do you value the human rights and the human dignity over the culture of human history?
yes,
Why?
I value the living more than the dead. That's true.
But what if they become the dead? Then
I don't want them to become the dead.
the
I would
thing
rather
is
them
that
not become the dead.
there's
I think what you're trying to, Evan, if you don't mind, I think what he's trying to say is that there's a 3,000-year-old holy war going on in that land, and I don't think anybody is going to expect either side to change. So if it's kind of like putting red ants and black ants into a jar and shaking it, if you continue to do that, and the ideology of the Palestinians kind of is contradictory to the Israelis. So do you care more about do you care more about that, because it's not going to ever change?
I think both religions are equally dumb.
What shakes the jar more? Constant agitation from both sides, or independence of both states?
Well, we're getting into
If they both have autonomy, is what I'm saying. They would be in separate jars at that point.
Well, So Egypt is doing that with that razor wall that they have right now, right? So and I know that those are both red ants, but like what Egypt has done is they've gone, fuck you, Palestinians. You guys are too fucking radical. We're going to separate you from our jar. And it works. It actually works really well. What Israel does is we're going like, we're going to put up a little fence. It's like a chain link fence. Don't knock it down and try to kill us. And then they do. And Israel's like, why'd you do that? So I don't know. I don't know the answer.
It might have to do with the oppression of their people.
How do you oppress?
You instill curfews. You forbid people from going into certain areas.
Okay.
You take their land. You occupy it.
Is oppression firing over 13,000 rockets in 1 year?
Yeah, both sides are bad actors. That's true.
No, stop the both sides shit. One side did this. One side shot 13,000.
Do you not think that
rockets.
Israel
you know the
has
radical
ever had
abolitionist
any...
John Brown killed a bunch of people?
Hold on, no, stop.
Do you know that
just real
Palestine
quick?
shot
Do you not think that
13,000
Israel has
fucking
any
rockets?
culpability in how these things have turned out? at all?
Whataboutism? Take it whataboutism, fold it up into a nice
Wick,
little
but
fucking
Wick,
ball.
it's hold on, it's different levels, Wick. When you say that, this is why I keep bringing up the water plants. So we can use other examples, like some of the power plants. They got torn down. There's like a few other infrastructure projects.
I agree that Hamas shares the most blame in this. 100%.
Okay,
I agree
so-
with
okay,
you. But to act as if
agree then?
Israel has done nothing wrong in the 83 years
I'm not
is
saying-
just
No, I don't think anybody's saying that. I think that what happens is, right, we get into this argument of, and I don't like this argument, but who started it, right? And it is a
I'm not
valid
arguing
fucking
that.
argument.
I'm not even arguing that. I want to say, like, so Wick, but because one of y'all, and I think you've actually both alluded, starving and like they're starving them, right? Well, if you build water and power plants and then the government of that region tears them down, at what point are you not culpable anymore? I built you the thing you need out of the goodness of my heart. I didn't have to do it, but I did it. And then now y'all tore it down and used it for rockets. At what point is it not our bad? Anymore,
And hold your thought for a moment. Tom says you can hit the like even if you don't have a job or struggle with logic like Soypill. Poor Soypill.
This is my job.
Why are you singling out Soypill? You know I'm on Soypill's
Probably
team,
the
right?
hat. It's probably
Why
the
are you
hat.
just
Probably
giving
the
your
hat.
hate to Soypill?
You guys have a
What's
problem with
going
that?
on?
Maybe.
And I'd like to let
You guys don't
Evan.
think it makes me look
Also, props to
Evan-
Soypill. He wears the hat out.
That is special.
You wear that
Evan, you'd
outside?
like to
Oh, not all day, but when I'm in
Everywhere.
character.
in
Everywhere.
character.
All the
Evan would
time.
like to make his exit. Evan, would you like to give your final thoughts to the panel, please?
All right. Well, I think that in life you gotta have to accept some things are going to happen. Like if someone is stronger than you and there's nothing you can do to kind of like resist them from doing minor annoyances, then you kind of have to deal with it. And when you look at like when you look at geopolitics, a country like Poland or Chechnya or the Czech Republic or other places, they have to go and tiptoe around bigger powers because they can't do anything against them. So when you look at a situation where the Israelis have overwhelming force, they have military superiority, they have more money, more resources, you kind of have to accept that it's just going to be the way it is. And even if all the nations go against them, and they do push the Israelis out temporarily, the United States and Western Europe will go and reinstate that country again.
Yeah.
So when looking at it like that, I feel like it's better to go and just go along with it and then try to go and subtly influence
Just let it happen.
policy.
That's what
No,
this
you know what?
Like with what
Evan brings up
Trump
a
is
good
doing.
point, though.
Does
Evan brings
he?
up a good point. Imagine if Canada doesn't like America. They hate us, right? They're like, America.
I'll have
Actually,
you
I
know
saw
that there's
the
been
polling
Canadians
kinda
that
fluctuates
love
based on who's
America.
Yeah, but you know what?
I
What the
can
fuck are they
attest.
gonna? What the fuck are they gonna do? You want to fucking start some shit? Go ahead. Like, that's what I'm saying. He's got a point where it's like, okay, Palestine, fucking whatever. They might not like their situation, but that's their situation, and unfortunately, they have to deal with it. And they are the ones that have to make concessions. Israel doesn't have to make concessions. Israel could fucking wipe them out. They have nukes.
No, they couldn't because they would face an international backlash. That would
No, but they
literally cause
could,
them to
and
invade.
then they would face an international backlash.
Yeah, well, I
They-
could go jump off a bridge, but I won't because I'll die. And the same
Yeah, but
reason
look,
Israel
here's
won't
the deal.
wipe Palestine off the map with a nuke, even though
Soy.
they might want to. Sometimes some of the people in government.
Soypill, right? Soypill.
Yes, they
I
absolutely would.
could, right, knock you out, right? Like I could, I
don't
wouldn't.
know, man.
Could you?
I'm nimble.
No, I
I'm
wouldn't,
nimble, bro.
But I could.
This message is sponsored in part by.
I wasn't even being aggressive. I was just
You weren't, but it was sponsored by Tom, and I know Soypill's viewers like to see the lovely.
Yeah, they were
lady
craving
on
it
the
since
horse.
I wasn't even
Yeah.
trying to. I wasn't even
You
trying to
were.
be
You
aggressive.
were. You were. 100%
I could.
were.
All right, I could beat up a 5-year-old, right? Like instead of
Could you?
trying to be. No, but I could win that fight. 100%.
What would happen if you beat up a 5-year-old though? What would happen?
Somebody would get mad at me.
Yeah, what would happen to you?
But if I could beat up their dad and their uncle and their fucking uncle.
What if you
uncle,
killed like 50,000 5-year-olds?
What I'm saying is, if you can do it, right, the other person really doesn't have a choice. They kind of have to accept the fact that they are the weaker
Yes.
person.
If you had a 5-year-old and you beat him up, the 5-year-old would have to accept it. But there would be consequences for you
Why?
from other actors
What if
for
I
your
just
action.
could?
You understand that, correct?
Well, what if
What if
a
I-
5-year-old forms
In
some
a
sort of like
perfect world, you could assault a child and it would be okay.
But this is why I wanted to
we
use
don't
the
live in a
soy
perfect
pill.
world.
This is why I wanted to use the soy pill analogy.
You can use soy pill
Bluesby-
anytime. I don't mind.
Bluesby wants to make his exit, so and I think Tom
Yes, ma'am.
purchased him time.
I
to
got
talk,
a heart out at about 10 minutes too. Just FYI,
Okay,
so.
that's fair.
Yeah, 13 minutes for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to lock up. I got to keep Admiral Gibbs from all this stuff. I got to lock the door.
It's a problem.
So-
You know, I'm known for kicking indoors and taking whiskey in the middle of the night.
I got to wrap this up. I got to set the alarm. But this was fun. I'll definitely be joining next time. See y'all later.
It's good to
Thank
hear
you,
from you.
Peace out, Girl
Bluesby.
Scout.
And first name, last name, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you. I believe you had some thoughts to add in. Oh, you're muted.
You know
on-
what? That's
You're muted on your
beautiful.
end.
Beautiful.
He was
stuff.
waiting so patiently for
Yeah,
something.
much like
know.
Jesus, I do come for like
Don't kick him.
night and steal
It's
liquor.
something on your end. It's not the button on our end. It's something on your audio on your end.
But while we're waiting, can we do a land acknowledgement for all of the nations in the map behind him?
Dun, dun, dun. Missed it. How much of that handle have you had just today?
Oh, not much. Probably.
Listen, don't ask questions you don't want to answer. All right.
Wait,
Oh,
while we're waiting,
won't
I had a
answer.
question for Misfit.
Probably from the V on vodka.
This isn't really a question, but I just
I
found
wasn't like threatening you, by the way. Earlier.
No, I know.
Oh, I was gonna laugh so hard if that wicked like pulled out a bleach can right there. It was
Like, if we hung out,
Sometimes I wish I had.
I'm
some
sure we'd
bleach,
have a good
okay.
time. No, I just found this quote from Robert Elie, because he wrote a letter to his wife about
Yes.
slavery, which is true. He said it is a moral and political evil,
moral and
but he
political
notes that it's a greater evil to the white man than to the black race, and that the painful discipline that they are undergoing is necessary for their instruction as a race,
Sure.
and I will prepare and lead them to better things. So,
No,
I don't know. Maybe I don't really like Robert
Soy,
Elie's views
soy.
on black people,
Soy.
even though he was
Is
not
my
for
mic working
slavery.
Listen, if you read that in 2025 context, it sounds super racist, right? But think about
like
for
it was
the
worse
time,
when John Wayne said, "I think we should educate black people to the point of being."
John
illegitimate,"
Wayne
or
threw a
whatever he
little
said.
kid into a river because he was
Uh,
like, "Stop being a
First,
bitch."
first name, last name. Are we mic'd up now?
I think so.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm on the shitty $10 Target earbuds now.
Hey,
It's working better than the other one.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but whatever. So I was actually here to read that exact letter. That's what.
Oh,
read.
sick. Okay,
Because-
sorry.
Oh,
Hold on. I'm sure you have something else to
Soy
contribute.
Pill
so go ahead.
stole his
So-
thunder.
This notion that like Robert E. Lee was like some secret abolitionist or that he was like actually anti-slavery, no, that's not true. This man, I mean, as he wrote in the letter, he explicitly stated that slavery was like this hurdle that black people had to deal with and like go through for their instruction as a race.
Can you
This
read
was
it?
something-
Can you read it? Can you read that part though, please?
Yeah. Let me find it.
The part he just read.
No, the part that. Well, he's paraphrasing.
The blacks are immeasurably better off here than in Africa, morally, socially, and physically.
Correct.
The painful discipline they are undergoing is necessary for their instruction as a race.
Correct.
And I hope will prepare and lead them to better things. How long their subjugation
Hold on. Can you
may
repeat
be
that?
necessary is known and ordered by a wise and merciful providence.
Yes.
I want to point. Can I point out too that it is my flag that triggered these folks? And by the way, black people fly that flag in the South.
100% they do.
Just as stupid as you, Clay. I'm
No,
not
dude.
racist
No,
and
he's
think they're
right.
enlightened,
He's
okay?
right, dude.
Okay, so you're calling black people stupid. Wow.
Black people that fly
Some
the
black
Confederate
people
flag
are stupid.
Yes, I am saying.
Hold on, some black people are
So then
stupid.
that tells me you don't understand the context
Anyone
of
who
the flag.
flies
Oh,
No, I understand the context. I just think
Hold
they're
on.
stupid.
You can call me stupid all
You're
you
all
want. but
talking.
that just makes
Nobody
you
can
stupid.
hear any of you.
Oh, okay.
You're all talking.
No,
Projection.
you.
It's
First
projection.
No,
First
you.
name,
No,
last
you're
name.
projecting.
Finish it up.
So pretty
Hey,
much
look at your fucking hat.
Stop.
Dude, it's
He got you.
I like
that
his
works
hat.
every time, dude. It's perfect.
I like
I
his
do
hat.
like his hat. I do like his hat.
Go ahead. First
But I
name,
will tell
last
you this.
name. Hold on, Clay.
that-
Go ahead. First name, last name. Back to the topic.
So what I'm getting at is pretty much this notion that like we can look at Robert E. Lee as someone who was like, oh no, he actually didn't like slavery. No, he acknowledged that like slaves didn't like being slaves because anyone with eyes and a brain back then could look at the people who were being owned as human chattel and
He
go,
called it an
"Yeah, they
inherent evil.
probably-
He called it.
Yeah, he called it an evil, and then he
Unnecessary
fought
evil.
a war to protect and expand it.
Next,
and also
next
wrote in
to
his
free-
letters
next to free
that the
slaves.
No,
What?
Hold on.
so
No,
the
Robert
notion
E-
that Lee freed slaves is actually a misconception. It comes
No,
from
it's not.
No,
he
can I-
inherited slaves when
He
he married
freed-
his wife.
Yes,
And
his wife.
in the will of his wife's father, it said these slaves have to be freed by this date. And
Yeah.
he fought in the courts to not
And it
free
was
them
and it was
because he wanted to make a bunch of money, and then he lost. And he had to free them.
Robert E.
By
Lee.
the way,
Robert E. Lee
I'm
freed. Robert E. Lee freed all of his slaves before the Emancipation Proclamation. Look, I'm not saying that
Well,
Robert E. Lee.
hold
In,
Hold
hold on,
on.
Robert
My
E. Lee
first
in
name, last name
2025.
just told you he was obligated to because
Yeah,
they
you
were
You know the Germans
inherited.
stopped killing Jews in
Well,
1945.
like-
Okay,
this is
can we give them
hold on.
How
credit?
kind of them.
Look,
Does anyone
hold
give
on.
them credit for that?
Hold on,
I'm not
there's a
calling him
better-
a good guy.
this-
Don't we
this
give
is like the same
Hitler
argument
credit
would be like,
for ending the war,
not like,
right?
yo,
Like with the
Robert
bullet.
Caesar died
at the
more
end.
than 3 years ago.
One at a time.
And, like,
So,
that's-
so you know the hat that Soypill is wearing comes from a TV show that, if you look at it, has plenty of racism in it.
Yes.
Soypill, how are you going to answer for this accusation that your hat comes from a systemic
honestly, it's not
history
nearly as bad as
of
my
racial
Toby Fox tattoo, okay?
bigotry?
So that's-
Okay.
Can I address first name, last name? Look, here's yes, you are correct that in 2025, Robert E. Lee is a huge piece of shit. All right, like that's inarguable. What I'm saying is, if you contextualize it for his time, he met his wife, who I think did not like slavery, and maybe he did.
Won't someone
Right?
rid me of these
Maybe
pesky slaves
maybe
up
maybe
there?
he
Hold on.
liked it. Maybe he liked it. Maybe his wife didn't, and maybe he fell in love and was like, you know what, honey, you're right. They are people, right? And then he freed them. He freed them about 6 years before the Emancipation Proclamation. All of them. And his letters say, I think it's evil. I also think that, they need us. And it's very hard to think like in terms of a person from like that time and how they viewed other people. So I'm not saying
But
that I
there were
like
people,
Robert
in fact,
A.
a
Lee.
whole swath of people, Misfit, that didn't think that, and they were like, "Actually, slavery's bad, and I won't fight
No,
to the
you-
death to end
well,
it."
so
and I
you're-
think those people were good.
You're
people
leaving
back
out the
then.
fact that the North had a whole bunch of fucking racist people.
I think
that
those people were
fighting
bad
and
people
slavery.
then and
Right?
today.
There,
Well, part of the genius of Abraham Lincoln was he tricked a bunch of racist
You
people
think
into
that
taking favor
the
of
fucking North? You think that the North was Antifa or some shit?
I
They
didn't
were.
say
They
that.
were
I just
also.
said there were a bunch of abolitionists back then, and they were all good people.
I do want to interject here. Like, a little bit, right?
Not to
Go
mention,
ahead.
we can
Go
also
ahead.
consider
Hold up. You're all talking.
So, while I will agree that for most of the South, the predominant reason was slavery and secondarily states' rights, right? I do think, okay, and I'm not going to use Lee as an example because when you said this, I knew this is where this path was going, and I just kind of try to put it on. But there are examples in the Civil War, especially, right? I don't think it's as easy as cutting hairs and saying this guy's evil because he fought for the Confederacy and they supported slavery, right? Okay, cool. If you're defending your home and you don't even have slaves, and all you know is this guy Sherman, for example, is coming and burning every farm from now here to wherever. I think it's reasonable to like knowing that could be an outcome as a leadership position, and there are examples of this for both sides that switch sides and fought for the opposite side, even despite being in one side, like being more regionally in another location. I think it's reasonable to understand there is some sort of loyalty to your region and your hometown, despite the fact they might be upholding something evil. Especially when you look at someplace like Texas,
Gibbs,
that
if
has
the
some
Red
national
Army
identity.
burned down your village, would you fight for the Wehrmacht?
Why do you fly the American flag, Soypill? They've done a lot of atrocities.
Stop. Go ahead, Gibbs. Answer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, just to finish it, this is why when I look at it, and I brought the Texas and I know it's like apologia for the slavery thing, was how y'all described it earlier. But this is why I brought it. Slavery was already on its way out in Texas. It just was not a productive venture. I'm not saying this is some moral high ground of Texans. Like I'm not saying they were better than other states, but here in Texas, it was more of a states' right national identity issue than it was saying like I don't know Georgia, where Sherman had to burn the South, right? And so when we're sitting here going, no state could fight for its regional identity, and they're fighting this evil thing, I think it's not a fair assessment of like a complicated issue. Yeah, I agree. It was probably not good they're fighting for slavery as a whole.
Okay.
But like, these states are hundreds and hundreds of miles apart. You think the Virginia reason is the same as the Texas reason or like the Kentucky reason? No, obviously not.
Well, Sarah, I gotta go.
Not fought for slavery.
Okay.
I don't know why that's
I love you all.
Oh, you all went at once. Wick, are you trying to?
Yeah,
exit?
I got a jet.
Go ahead. Go ahead and close
Thanks
it.
for having me on. You're great. You're gonna get Roy back. You're gonna be better than ever. You cut a lot of baggage loose. A lot of people holding you down. Some chains around your ankles. Glad to see you fly. Thank you for inviting me. Continue to do so. If you guys like what I have to say, you can check me out at Wick TV. We got shows all the time on all sorts of different subjects. I love you all. Bye bye.
I'll see you later. Free candy.
Okay. Enough of that, kids. Enough of that. You guys like the show? Hold on, let me pull this up, and I'll be brief because I do have to go. Did you guys enjoy the show? Did you guys have fun? Okay. I hope you did. It was a much different show than we normally do. We had a great time discussing nationalism, and I hope we learned a lot. And we talked a little bit about Israel and Palestine, and that was a shit show. But it was good, and I hope you liked it. And give me money. So, yeah, what we got coming up? Tomorrow I'm taking off, gang. Probably no stream tomorrow unless something crazy happens. Wednesday, we're going to be having a debate between Prime Kai and Soypill and hopefully some others on the Plattner situation. Is the tattoo that Plattner had disqualifying? Should we, and to what extent, should we allow for past mistakes to gatekeep you from political power in the Democratic Party? Should be a fun discussion. On Thursday, we're going to be talking about Venezuela. Should the Trump administration go in and militarily intervene against Maduro, whatever the fuck, right? It's late. I'm tired, but I gotta say this. So check that out. Should be a fun debate. I do really appreciate all of you. Thanks for the raid to Prime Kai. Thanks to the raid from Lactoid. Yes, I agree with you, iCow Rich. Plattner should go. Once again, another Wick W. Okay. Poor Gibbs, poor Misfit. They tried real hard. I wasn't able to give it my all, unfortunately, because we studied nationalism before here. But yeah. Awesome is Coyote says, you just got here. What did I miss? You missed everything. We had ladies, okay, tons of titties just flopping everywhere, hookers, blow. It was a grand old time, and you missed it all. Okay. Yeah, titties. Okay. Anything else, gang? Anything you have for me? Stop calling myself a hooker. I gotta live my truth. Gotta live my truth, baby. Okay. think that's it. Bye-bye. See you Wednesday.